associate partner. This conclave is being propelled by our sponsor, lead sponsor, Indian Oil Corporation, and our co-sponsor, Bharat Edge Foundation. Now, this conclave initially was started in 2018, and it was conceived of as engaging students beyond the mere confines of the classroom. And the idea behind this was actually very simple. It was to engage students and inform them about global affairs, about everything that is going on in the world. And there's a lot happening in the world today. I think there's too much happening in the world today in some sense. And in these confusing times, it is really tempting to get into a loophole and only reflect on odd questions, such as, what should a good world look like, or how it ought to be ordered? Now the thing is, I believe it requires a little bit of an intellectual courage to pause, to stop and to reflect, and really understand the puzzle of what is happening. And in that regard, we are having our theme today as Pax Transactional, the world as it is.
With that, we begin with the formal proceedings of the conclave. May I now request Professor K. Ratnabali, Dr. Samir Saran, Professor Harsh Pant, Professor Chandrachud Singh, and Professor Manisha Pandey to kindly grace the stage for the ceremonial lighting of the lamp. Thank you. May I please request the distinguished speakers to please take the seats. To formally commence today's proceedings, I request our esteemed Professor Manisha Pandey, Teacher in Charge, Department of Political Science, Hindu College, to grace the stage and deliver the welcome address. Ma'am.
Thank you, Anshu and Sneha. A very good morning to one and all present here in the auditorium today. On behalf of the Department of Political Science, Hindu College, it gives me immense pleasure to give you a very warm and a hearty welcome, particularly the esteemed guests who have found...
when the trade tariff barriers were being put up, and a lot of us were scared, so we didn't know what to do, what to say about the rest of it, and therefore we framed it as the world as it is. And that's basically because, doing international relations at the undergraduate level, we always think about the world as it ought to be. And that's where you have the rule-based orders, you have different theoretical frames, you have different explanations. But the world that we live in has defied all those theoretical frames, has defied all those prisms by which you see the world and try to make sense of it. I mean, we always knew, and everybody could think of, a possible clash between US and Iran. I mean, it was always in the offing. But look at the responses that has happened. I mean, look at the way Macron is responding to it. Look at the way India is responding to it. Because there's a lot of thing in between. It's not just about war. It's also about technology. It's about energy. It's about critical minerals. It's also about the counter-hegemon. I mean, God knows we've been always thinking that China is a country that cannot be depended upon, but you need now also know that the Chinese have really helped some other economies, at least at this point in time, who are able to survive it in that way. Anyway, so the point was that we've framed it that way, and here we have a galaxy of speakers and strategists and eminent thinkers, and I'm sure the deliberation as it goes along, you'll all benefit by their views, and be open and do place your questions, because the format is not about monologue. The format is something which is about dialogue, which is about interaction, which is about learning from the experiences of the people who matter, and I'm sure all of you are open to it, and I really hope that when we go back, we'll be able to produce some paper, we'll be able to produce some write-up, we'll be able to, air your views. Maybe I'll see some podcasts happening soon. So maybe this is the idea, and this is why we are moving on, and this is why we are all here. I welcome all of you, and I like to extend my deepest sense of appreciation for Samir Saran, Professor Harsh Pant, Professor Ratnabali ji, Professor Manisha Pandey, and to all of you, my dear students, because what are we without you? What is the country without you? What is the college without you? So please, use this time, please use this opportunity to open up, to have a vision, to try and deepen your understanding, and I'm sure, we'll have a fruitful outcome at the end of the day. Once again, I welcome you all warmly to this conclave, and I wish you and the Samir to speak a few words, but more than that, once he's spoken, I think Harsh will take over, and I think that the interactive session starts here, and then we have the first panel. So may I have Samir, please?
Thank you, Dr. Chandrachud. And thank you for putting this together over the last 8 years. I remember when we spoke about this the first time, I had thrown the gauntlet that, is this going to be an episodic, one-off event, or are you going to make this something which is sustainable and which will in many ways spawn a whole generation of folks who are engaged on questions that we all must engage with today. So thank you, between you and Harsh and others and your students. We've been able to put this together, and because of this partnership, I am delighted to share an information I gleaned only this morning, that ORF Delhi now has 6 policy monks who have studied from the Hindu College. And when I joined ORF in 2008, I think we only had JNU. So it's a big shift that is underway, and hopefully in the days ahead, as we build out, and by the way, we are now really in our most important expansion phase, where we are looking at a digital future and building a whole think tank architecture around digital society. So we hope political scientists from this college will contribute in that particular journey. Of course, you've always been part of the Raisina dialogue, and you've been part of our key initiatives, whether it's the university challenge, whether it is the spark in the students' outreach that we have undertaken over the last decade or so. And we truly treasure this partnership. Professor Ratnabali was asking me, do you have similar relationships with other colleges? The answer is no. We don't. I mean, so I did pay my admission fees at St. Stephen's College in 1989. I joined the economics program there. I was never to complete it. I became an engineer instead. And, somehow I think I'm making up by doing my partnership with Hindu College after, joining a think tank. So in some sense, I have balanced my life between both these colleges. I'm delighted that our relationship is going to be special here. And I just wanted to, I thought maybe pose 5 questions for you at the very beginning. And this is for all of us to really think about. The world as we know it is so different and dramatically transactional as the theme suggests. But more importantly, the world order as we know it is no longer there. And I've seen a systematic dismantling of every institution, of every architecture, right? But the real question is, have our textbooks changed in the last 20 years? The world has changed, but has what you've been taught changed? And I think that's the big question. Is agile, nimble, and keeping pace with the world continues to surprise us every morning? And have we changed to respond to that world? I think that's the first big question for us. That is academia keeping up with the pace of the world, the vibe of the world, the rhythm of the world. And I sadly suggest no. That is why events like these and gatherings like these and where you can hear Sri Ram, where you can hear Indra, you can hear Marshal Viduriya, the Chief of Air Staff. These are the kind of conversations that can perhaps complement, supplement, and give you insights into the new world, which your textbooks, unfortunately, are not going to be able to. So I think that is why gatherings are important. And that's my first for why this is important. My second pitch, this is not sufficient. World does not need, India does not need today opinions. India needs builders. So we hope conversations like this will lead to you becoming builders of tomorrow. Building institutions, building companies, building startups, building institutions, building frameworks for tomorrow. So my second proposition for all of us is that yes, conversations are nice, debates are good, discussions are important, but do these lead to us becoming contributors to build a society, build a country, build a nation, the world that we so desire? And I think if these can inspire us to become builders, then these are useful. This is not the end in itself. And I think that's an important point, that this is where the effort begins, this is not where the effort ends. I think that is important. Inspired by these conversations to go out and do more, to be the change we want to be. And I think that's my second proposition. The third, the college has produced, we have cabinet ministers from this college who have participated in this particular forum that we jointly host. We also have rebels from this college. We have thinkers, and we have artists, and we have creative folks who have been produced out of these colleges. And the question is that those in this room here are going to be that particular cohort of India's future leaders and future leaders and leaders. How many of you have a plan for India's rise? As you know, we keep talking about India as rising, this is India's moment, India must take a place in the global order that is commensurate with its imagination, aspiration, and ambitions. How many of you have a plan for that India that you want India to become? How many of you, and maybe, Chandrachud, this is something that we should actually try and get these young people to write 500-word essays on their plan A for India's rise. What are you planning for India's rise? Or how are you thinking about your own journey as India transits to a new international order? So I think that's my third proposition. How are you thinking about your own futures in a world where India will have a very different role? And I think it's important that, because end of the day, you are not going to be implicated by geopolitics. You are geopolitics. It is you who will define the world of tomorrow. And in some sense, it is your plan that will define our plans as a collective, as a country, as the world. My fourth point for all of us to consider is that let us get over this debate on Beijing is the one that will decide the world. Washington will decide the world, South Bloc will decide the world. No. The dispersion of power is so dramatic. And if you are really honest, think about it. Who is more powerful today? Is it a minister, politician, political leader, business leader, or an algorithm? Think about it. Who has more influence over our cognitive capabilities today? How we visualize the world, how we assess the world? How is power intermediated today? And I think that's the question you really need to ask. Move beyond the fascination with power centers, and think about power as a flow that is actually working with you, and through networks and through groups and cohorts that many of you constitute. So in some sense, the conception of power has changed dramatically. Are you in the spaces that allow for you to be part of this new flow of ideas, of creativity that constitutes power today? And I think that's the fourth point. There are no power centers. This is where it all is. And this is where we have to, in many ways, look and shape the future. My final point, and I think it's really important. The single biggest business opportunity about this this morning, the single biggest business opportunity, political opportunity, leadership opportunity is the fact that India over the next 30 years will always have more than 500 million young people wanting some sort of education, knowledge, capabilities. We will always have a cohort of knowledge-hungry people over the next 25 to 30 years. Nowhere in the world was there ever such a large cohort of knowledge seekers. Education is the biggest business. Education is the biggest political moment. Education is the biggest leadership opportunity. And yet, how many of us have seen education as our future? As being teachers, professors, imparters of knowledge, imparters of skills, of building leaders of tomorrow. I want many of you to come back and become Chandrachur. I want many of you to come back and head institutions and build new institutions and build new knowledge systems that will produce the next generation of leaders. Leaders are not born in a vacuum. They are born in an ecosystem. Heavy folks who come back. So my last pitch for all of you is that yes, create a startup. Yes, build a new company. Yes, build. Please share what you learn. Please share your successes. But more importantly, please share your failures. They will save someone else from falling into the ditch. In this alpha world, we all talk about how well we are doing. It's important to sometimes share some of our troubles and troubles as well. So God bless you all, and thank you for doing this, for leading this, and best of luck for the future.
Thank you, Samir. We are deeply honored and privileged for your words. I'm sure it will resonate in their minds, and I'm sure we'll have the energy to build India and to transform India as they would want India to be in the times to come. But we cannot leave, we know the first year, leave you without, you and Harsh is here, so we thought we'll use this opportunity for the President and the Vice President of Observer Research Foundation to you start the conversation, and then we'll open it to the students. And please do raise your questions, not many. Be a Hinduite. We know you are dynamites, but don't explode, just be, the normal ones that you are. May I request Manisha ji and Professor Ratnabali to, be on in the first row, and then we begin formally. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chandrachur, and let me add what everyone else has said. It's been wonderful engaging with Hindu over the last 8 years, and we managed to have these conclaves now, six not in a row. We broke in between, but we are back this year after a hiatus of 2 years. So it's wonderful to get this back on track. I think a number of points, number of speakers have raised, I would just like Samir to explore one theme before we reach out to you. because the title and the conversation and the social media and even amongst ourselves, one of the things that this transactional world and happened in the last few years evokes in us is a sense of despondency. And I think if you can address this question as to why we should not be despondent, because this is a generation that is going into the world now with new aspirations and ideas about their future. And I think if you go into this world thinking that this is a very dangerous world, which nothing like this has ever happened before, and we are entering into uncharted waters, you will go with a fear, with a sense that what is not possible. But I think this is also a world which is full of possibilities. Samir, please explore that before we go to the audience for some.
Look,
questions.
I'm firmly convinced that the world we are in many ways navigating today is good for India. We are seeing thinking, entrenched institutional architectures and frameworks, which of course sustained and supported countries like India in the past, also impeded many of the bigger aspirations and ambitions of the same countries. So yes, we have certain benefits of being part of a system that was designed by someone else, but there were limits to those benefits. There was a ceiling. There was a ceiling riding in someone else's train in a sense. And therefore, I think anything that happens will allow the aspiring nations of today to have a better chance of shaping a future that is more consistent with their thinking, with their ambitions, tomorrow. Look, the whole reset is not bad for us, it is good. Actually, now that we have it, we are scared of what to do with it. If someone had here nationalism is new. I'm telling you, the world has always been transactional. People have always engaged with the world as it is. They have not engaged with the world that they wished it to be. So in some sense, we are just being more honest. We are just being more direct in terms of it's actually not that a world to navigate. Agenda in the future.
Excited. And I think that's the message which should go out from this conference, and by the end of the day, hopefully, some of the speakers would understand. Open this up. Dr. Saran is a very difficult person to get hold of. Even those of us who work with him often find it very difficult. So you have 10-15 minutes. We will let us have your questions, comments, observations, anything that you want to talk about, and anything that you want him to discuss. Yes.
Sir, first of all, it's great seeing you, and I have been following you since quite long. So, a single question I would like you to answer. You have said this is a great opportunity for India. So, in the that India can utilize this opportunity to the fullest in a world where the traditional power centers are fast eroding. So, what role do you oversee for India in the future? Thank you.
Thank you. You know, there are many ways of addressing that question, but let me give you one particular approach that I think is important for us. China became the manufacturing hub for the world. The Americans were comprehensive superpower, economic, military, innovation. I think India has something unique which is very, very Indian. Which I think I have said this before, and I truly believe in it, that we are the world's first development superpower. No country in the world is going to become 10 trillion, then 15 trillion, and then 20 trillion in this century, based purely on solving for development issues. There are so many challenges we have overcome and we have to overcome in the days ahead, that we are the epicenter of solving for problems that the world faces. whether it's hunger, whether it's education, whether it's clean drinking water, whether it's connectivity, whether it's communications. We are finding solutions at scale and at price points that make it attractive for the world. We are in some ways the development capital of the world. And for us, India's contribution to the world will be its own development journey. You know, what is, I mean, I'm just giving you an example. If you guys go to a website, and many of you have a mobile phone with you right now, just go to a website, it's called mosip.io, MOSIP.io. That's a website of a not-for-profit academic group that is trying to promote India's digital ID and digital stack model around the world, and you will find 250 or 300 million folks outside of India embracing it. You will find 28 odd countries having looked at this model as something that is good for them, and 11 national rollouts of the India model. And this is without the Indian government spending a rupee on trying to promote it, or rather doing a terrible job of promoting it. So my point here is that even a organic industry effort, think tank effort, education institutional effort has led to an impact for 200, 300 million people. And that is India's, I think, development proposition that I find to be very, very useful as a India model for the world.
Namaste, sir. My name is Ritik and I am from Jamia Millia Islamia. And my question is, recently Dr. S. Jaishankar said that India is not a sort of dalal. So,
is not a?
Not a dalal. So, right now, whole world is looking after India to be a solution giver. So, how do you describe this statement? This is my question. Thank you.
Okay, so I think there are two. I'll address the second part. I will not comment on what the minister may have said. There'll be enough opportunity during the day to talk to folks who follow foreign policy and the minister more closely than I do. But let me respond to the second part of it. What is India's role? And I think your question is, should India be a mediator? Should India be looking at injecting itself into some of these conflicts? I think that's the question you're asking. The answer is, the context matters. Do we have the ability to play a role that is significant and to be able to push the needle in a direction that is useful for all of us? I think that's the question we need to answer. In certain situations, we do that. And we can do it, and we have the ability to intervene. In certain other situations, we will have to work with a bunch of other countries together to be able to have that kind of influence. So I think context matters. And for a situation that we find ourselves in, I have no doubt that away from the public glare and from the media headlines and the media camera, and I can see some media people here, but away from the camera, I'm sure efforts are underway because our future is implicated by this conflict. You know, we know that whether it's the cement and steel sector, whether it is, inputs for our textile and fiber, whether it is LPG and energy, India is implicated by the current conflict. And in my view, I have no doubt that Indian leadership is contributing to a solution in some manner of speaking. Now, should we be doing it more openly and more brazenly and more loudly? I think that's a stylistic question. I think increasingly as we become more confident as a country and we become more routinely involved in many of these matters, we may decide to change the style. But we have done it for the longest time. I can see Ambassador Mohan Kumar here. We have intervened in global issues from our inception as a nation in many ways. So it is not something that we have shied away from. But like I said, context matters. If our intervention can lead to a more positive, beneficial arrangement, we should not hesitate. We should intervene. But certainly we should not be fishing in troubled waters just because it gives us a headline tomorrow. And I think that was the context in which that statement that you have mentioned was made, that some people were looking at headlines rather than any progress that could be achieved by their participation.
One last question, and if there is a female voice in the audience, please prioritize that. Yes, I think there is.
Am I audible? So when we are talking about what India can contribute to the world, I think that we can't pour from an empty cup. So we first need to fill our own cups to pour it to the world. And I think India being a agricultural country, we need to go back to our roots because 60% of our population is agriculture based. So it's a huge potential that is untapped, a huge potential which is ignored or maybe seen as people of the past. So I want to know that in this PAX transactional world where we talk about what we can contribute to the world, where do our farmers, our Indianness, our potential of what we bring to the world, agriculture, where does it sit here?
And you know, that's a very important economic policy question that we will have to solve for in the coming decades. Let me give you a broad answer. India's future will in many ways be written not in the metros but in the 120 smaller towns and many villages that will define the trajectory of our in many ways. So the question you ask is I think easy to answer in that way, that yes, our farmers, our rural economy, our mufassil towns, our peri-urban development will be integral part of the success of the Indian journey in the days ahead, and there is no Indian journey without the contribution of all of these 700-800 million folks who constitute this very large constituency. So that's a very simple answer. But a more complex answer is that do we need 60% of our population to be in the agriculture sector? And I think that's the bigger question. And what are we doing to accommodate this big move that is going to happen from the farm economy to the industrial economy or to the service economy? And are we preparing our educational institutions? Are we preparing industrial opportunities? Are we creating service sector jobs to be able to accommodate this big transition from the agricultural economy? Do we need 60% to be farming for India when today, you know, technology and productivity in farms tells us that we have a very large opportunity to move a very large population into more productive sectors. And I think that's the first question. The second question, obviously, that is embedded in your question is that is India's story in many ways multi-geared? So are we seeing a certain part of India power ahead, and are we seeing a certain part of India that is not necessarily experiencing the same heady transitions that we are experiencing? And I think that is true as well. But that is true of most parts of the world, that you will have a certain section of society that will continue to lead the growth pathways. But public policy and the role of all of you who enter this field in the years ahead would be to find a way of ensuring that the gains that these pioneers of growth discover for a country like India are translated into a more broad-based transition that can affect the largest section of society. And I think that is going to be also something that India will have to work very hard on, that ensuring that our growth is far more inclusive and far more widespread than in many other parts of the world. So we'll have to be careful about that inclusion remains the mantra of any new architecture that we discover.
Thank you, Samir, and thank you all. I'm afraid there'll be many more opportunities later in the day, but we have to close this. The panelists are waiting, and it's already we are running out of time. So thank you, Samir, and thank you, Chandrachud, and thank you all for excellent questions.
Thank you, Dr. Saran and Professor Pant. May I now call upon Professor Manisha Pandey and Professor Chandrachud Singh to kindly felicitate our guests. I'd also call upon Professor Ratnabali to join us on stage.
Thank you. That marks the beginning of the thought-provoking and impactful panel sessions lined up for today. I hope you all have an enriching time. I would like to hand over the mic to a very talented next set of anchors. Thank you.
We begin with the first panel of the day, one that engages directly with the realities shaping our world today. It is no zinger to claim that across continents, we are witnessing a growing uncertainty in global politics. The effectiveness of institutions that once anchored stability are now suspect. And at the same time, emergent are new alignments in response to a complex geopolitical landscape. Presenting to you, Panel 1, The World as It Is, Geopolitical Complications. Broadly, this panel would examine how the global order is evolving as increasing conflicts and shifting power dynamics mark our world. With that, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Sriram Chaulia, Ms. Gauri Dwivedi, Air Chief Marshal R.K.S. Bhadoria, Ms. Indrani Bagchi, and Ms. Nagma Sahar to kindly join us on stage.
Our first speaker is Professor Sriram Chaulia, a scholar and professor at the Jindal School of International Affairs. As the Director General of the Jindal India Institute, he also anchors the Indian Diplomacy Show at Doordarshan. Next up, we are joined by Ms. Indrani Bagchi. She has had a journalistic career spanning 3 decades, which has taken her to the front line of India's foreign policy conversations. She also currently serves as the Chief Executive Officer of the Ananta Aspen Center. Joining us as well is Ms. Gauri Dwivedi, a journalist, author, and media professional whose expertise in global politics and strategic affairs has made her a familiar voice across India's largest broadcasting networks, such as the Economic Times, the Sunday Guardian, and the ET Now.
Our next speaker is Air Chief Marshal R.K.S. Bhadoria, the former Chief of Air Staff of the Indian Air Force, a Param Vishesh Seva Medal, Ati Vishesh Seva Medal, and Vayu Sena Medal awardee. And finally, moderating this conversation, we have Ms. Nagma Sahar, a senior fellow at ORF and senior consulting editor at NDTV. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause for all our panelists. And with that, we now hand it over to our moderator, Ms. Sahar, to kindly take this conversation forward.
Well, thank you so much. We all know that this first session is, we're discussing the world as it is, the geopolitical complications. And this morning, the speakers before me have already mentioned or touched upon the complications that face our world today. We are here for this conclave at a time when the world is caught up in many wars. First of all, a very warm welcome to all my co-panelists. And we're all eager to hear from them. What do they make of this world? Does it make sense to them? The theme of today's conclave that has been touched upon earlier is Pax Transactional. And the qualifier, transactional, is itself indicative of the reality of today's geopolitical order. It's also thought-provoking for me, because it acknowledges that the grammar of contemporary international relation is no longer written in the language of shared values. I think a speaker before me, Professor Ratnabali, probably did mention that no longer are these relationships based on shared norms. They are based rather on interests, on leverages. Alliances are conditional and solidarity is situational. So we have with us, as you've already been introduced, Indrani Bagchi, R.K.S. Bhadoria, Gauri Dwivedi, and Sriram Chaulia. To begin with, I would like all of you to comment on the title itself. You know, we are meeting here at a time when the Russia-Ukraine war is far from over. The Gaza crisis is still looming large, and in the middle of all this, America and Israel have waged a new war on Iran, and the world is reeling under its implications. And the global order, or the established norms, or the rule-based order, as we knew, is in tatters. Every day we are surprised We think that the worst is over, but every day we are in for a new shock coming from the President Donald Trump himself. And I'll discuss about the language that he's using a little later. But to begin with, Indrani, your comments first on the geopolitical order and the way it is right now. What do you make of it?
Thank you, Nagma, and thank you, ORF and the Hindu College for organizing this. This is oxygen for people like us, and it's such a pleasure to see so many of you here today. So, Nagma, to your question, I think we are in literally the most difficult period in world history, in recent world history today. It's not just a Middle East conflict. The Middle East or the Gulf, for us at least, has been a place of conflict and tensions and long fault lines for decades, and some fault lines for centuries. But the war is very different. The war is not just a conflict. It is actually, it strikes at the heart of the global economy. And we ignore this, or we minimize this to our peril. Geopolitics may be ruling the world, and we've seen that certainly for the past 5 years, 6 years, particularly since COVID, when geopolitics became geoeconomics, when China started to weaponize its exports. This was followed by the Russia-Ukraine war. We saw different pressures, not only on politics, on international relationships, but also on commodities. The current Middle East war, or rather the current Gulf War, or the Gulf War III as it is being called, that will make a difference to your daily life as you go along. And I can see this happening in the next few months. Today you may be confronting a crisis in cooking gas or sort of cooking energy, but honestly, in another few months, you will have trouble buying a laptop. You will have trouble changing your phones. You will have trouble taking a flight. So this is the second and third order consequences of this particular conflict. It radiates well out of Iran and the US and Israel, well out of the Straits of Hormuz, and touches every life upon the planet. If you have to think about it for a while, we would then realize the magnitude of this particular conflict that we are in the middle of. This complication is not just about missiles and attacks on Iran. And Iran has, in the last 1 month, has taken the biggest battering ever. It's still standing. It's still standing. It's still being able to retaliate. That in itself has changed a lot of geopolitical considerations in the world. 2 months ago, Iran wasn't in the global reckoning, in the list of powerful countries. Today, Iran is one of the most powerful countries in the world because it leverages, it's leveraging its geography, it's leveraging its access to very strategic connectivity points. There is one thing that I wanted to say, which is that while the world moved from ideologies to becoming a currency of success, I can tell you that in the last couple of years, what has been very clear is we have moved from the world of technologies and algorithms to the world of commodities. You may be celebrating the growth of artificial intelligence, but artificial intelligence is a hardware story. It is much less a software story. If you cannot produce those chips, and for those chips, if you cannot access, say, helium, you don't have an artificial intelligence story. That has its own geopolitical and has its own global consequences. So I would urge you to look at this war very differently, because it's not something that's happening too far away from us, but it will be something that impacts all of us. How we address this, not just how governments address this, but how people address this, how companies address this, how technologies address this, is how the world will move. Today, you can look at two interesting developments, particularly with regard to India, that's actually on our plate this morning. The first is you are, as you must all be familiar with, in a cooking gas crisis or an energy crisis, and a growing energy crisis that will worsen as we go along. But very interestingly, today is also a day where India has achieved criticality in the second stage of its nuclear energy program. And I mean, you all are all very young and you haven't yet sort of explored that particular life. For people like me, who have covered nuclear energy, nuclear weapons for the past 25 years, honestly, today it's a very important moment because this is a dream that India has pursued for the last 80 years. It is a dream that has often been sort of laughed at, scoffed at, ridiculed, and it is a dream that many, many other countries have left, including the US, Germany, France, Japan. They have all left this particular dream by the wayside. India, very interestingly, has pursued this dream. And the fact that we have achieved the second stage out of a three-stage program, you know, just read it up, it's everywhere. And the promise that that has for India's energy future is literally the part of the promise that India's technology and India's energy economics can give to us. So I'm never the one to look at a doom and gloom sort of prospect, but I would say that we have, as a nation, we have a unique ability and we have a unique potential to be one of the biggest players in the world as long as we play this game in the way that plays to our unique strengths. And here I will say that there is, in the last few days, I've noticed there has been a lot of, in your language, FOMO about India not being part of the Islamabad mediation process. And this is a question that I wanted to answer because somebody asked this in the previous panel. You know, it's not that India doesn't want to mediate. India, there is every power that mediates has to have the power to bring warring sides to a table. Much as we decry whatever Pakistan is doing, Pakistan still isn't there. It doesn't have the power to bring the two sides to the table. America, yes, does. India could in certain conflicts. In certain conflicts, it should not, and we have demonstrated the wisdom to stay out of conflicts when we cannot make a material difference. So to all of you in the audience, when you are engaging your peers on this, remember that there is an institutional wisdom in this country where we intervene or not in other conflicts. I will leave this at right here and happy to take questions.
Sure. So first, I'll go to the other panelists and get your thoughts on the topic. Like Indrani just mentioned how this war is not just limited to West Asia, and we all know how it has reached our homes. When we talk of LPG and Indrani is telling us how soon we will not be able to change our laptops and our mobile phones. So it just shows the gravity, the seriousness of this war. But you know, all established norms seem to have been challenged. The world is left gasping because America, who has been till now the keeper of the liberal order, is now actively emerging as the aggressor, or has emerged as the aggressor. So who do we look at for mediation or for keeping the liberal order? And how do you see that this geopolitical order is in turmoil? So what do you make of it?
Thank you for that, Nagma. And first of all, thank you to ORF and Hindu College for having me here. I studied at Delhi School of Economics, always a pleasure to be back at North Campus. Some of the aspects that you've raised are extremely important, but as journalists, I think we speak best when we give examples. That's the best way we sort of put our point across. I want to start by reflecting where this world order stands by just reminding everyone of the 1 hour long press conference that Donald Trump gave. That just tells you everything that the world order is going through. And just to put some of that in context and to tell where we are right now, and 3 important points that I will make, all of it, again, I'll try and buttress with examples. The first point he said was, I can finish Iran in 1 day. He said, just like I would love to govern Venezuela, I would love to govern Iran as well. Take all their oil and continue to be around. What does that reflect? It reflects about a multilateral order that's effectively dead. When people talk about United Nations, you can talk about it as some sort of an analog watch in digital age, which is just not adept to really understand or let alone address the issues that the world order is facing right now. Which brings us to exactly where we stand when you have a crisis of this magnitude. When you have the leader of the free world, or when you have America essentially being embroiled in the kind of conflicts that we are in, quite naturally leadership in the global arena stands completely punctured, completely at a huge disadvantage. Do countries like India, do middle powers like India have a role to play in this? Of course they do. Where do they play that? As Indrani rightly put, that all nations aspire to be in that phase, to be in a position to mediate. But everything boils down to our cost and benefit analysis. Do we have it in terms of ensuring that there is a benefit to having that kind of a mediation or not, is the larger point. And even there, when you talk about the global leadership and the kind of efforts that are on right now in the vacuum that exists, I come back to the topic that we start this, which is transactional. Again, the best phase of talking about transactional relationship, transactional leadership is, you give me a Nobel, I'm going to mainstream your government. You win a Nobel and you still say, I don't deserve the Nobel, I will ensure that your government runs freely. That is the extent of transactional leadership in the world that we are talking about. So in that situation, if India is in a position to ensure that it has the choice of not taking sides, it has the choice of not sitting in any compartments and being able to execute that choice freely, I think that is a huge advantage that few nations have at this stage. The third and the final point I want to make in the interest of time and ensuring other panelists get time as well, which is that we talked about supply lines. Indrani mentioned this, that soon we are going to stop talking about crude, we are going to start talking about mobile phones, electronic equipment, simply because semiconductor chips will be, and their supply lines will be disadvantaged. This is what this war is all about. People are not talking about how many lives have been lost, how many infrastructure units have been destroyed. Nations are talking about whether my energy lines continue or not. That is the world that we live in right now. And that is how every nation needs to view where we stand right now. Supply lines are going to dictate global order going forward. And that holds true for every supply line, whether it is food, fertilizer, fuel, semiconductor chips, all of those will really dictate what will be the future global order. And I think how India plays this in the next 12 to 18 months is going to be extremely important and really will decide how much of a role India will have in the new global order, no matter how compromised it may be, no matter how inefficient it may be, no matter how volatile it may be. I'm going to stop there, Nakma.
All right, sure. So definitely there will be a new global order, as you mentioned, and right now there is an unraveling of that global order. And definitely the existing global order is not really strong enough, and it's in tatters. Sriram Cholia, but Gauri, before I go to Sriram Cholia, I just wanted to also mention the point that you made about Donald Trump and his press conference. What is the state of the geopolitical order is very apparent if you look at the social media too. If you look at Twitter and if you look at the Truth Social, and you see the kind of memes that are coming out or the reply that the Iranian embassy everywhere in the world is posting. And that's, you know, I was just reading a Donald Trump's tweet where he says, today is going to be the bridge day and the power plant day, and open the dash, dash, dash straight. I will not use the words he uses, to which Iran replies and says, next request, please. So that's the kind of geopolitical global order that we're looking at. Sriram Cholia, your opening comments on the kind of chaos that you see today and where do we go forward from this?
Yeah, thank you so much, Nagma ji. Namaste. Hindu College is like home to me. I studied across the street, and bhelpuri khane aate the yahan par. So it's good to be here on stage and to engage with another generation of students from this great institution. Believe me, there was never any rivalry. This is all made up and fictional. St. Stephen's and Hindu, we are all part of the larger, you know, nation building project through empowering our youth through education. So good to see all of you here. I'll just engage with the title of the theme as well. You know, it's very nicely thought through. But you know, when you talk of the order as a whole, it's fragmented. It's not like the entire world has become transactional. So that's something to be kept in mind. There are circles of cooperation at the, what we call the plurilateral or small group level that are continuing to happen, or even at the bilateral level. It's not like everybody is saying, you know, you pay me and I'll only let you through if you pay me. So of course that's Trump and that's his kind of populism, and he has now taken it to a very extreme level. But it's a fallacy to believe that one great power is redefining the whole world order. ऐसा नहीं है. अभी भी सहयोग के बहुत सारे आयाम हैं, बहुत सारे पहलू हैं, बहुत सारे दुनिया में क्षेत्र हैं जहाँ पर अभी भी सहयोग चल रहा है. I'll give you a few examples from our own perspective. Look at the trading system. The WTO ministerial is broken. Yes, we agree. You know, 160 countries are gathering, nothing is happening, no consensus, right? But parallelly, we are continuing to build meaningful and cooperative networks based on trust, based on values, and of course shared interests. ऐसा नहीं कि सारा गायब हो गया है. That's something to keep in mind. Just count how many free trade agreements we have signed in the last 3 to 4 years in this so-called transactional era. तो विश्वास अभी भी है, सबका साथ सबका विश्वास अभी भी चल रहा है. ऐसा नहीं है कि it's completely out of the window. So what I'm trying to say is, you know, where there is intersection of interest, where there is commonality, people are still cooperating. Even in this crisis, why are the LPG gas cylinders coming through? मैं हिंदी में भी लिखता हूँ, आप में से शायद पढ़ते होंगे, दैनिक जागरण में मेरा कॉलम है, स्तंभ लेख है मेरा. अभी recently I had written as to why some countries are getting through. It's because they still have cooperative relationships amidst this all-out war and violence and descent into chaos. So a semblance of order still exists under the canopy of this so-called collapse of the order, which is I'm trying to say that there is an optimistic side to this. Especially Samir Saran was saying India is rising, India is the hope. We are one of those cooperative actors. and we continue to believe in cooperation. My last book, Friends, if you have read it, India's Closest Strategic Partners, is about partnerships at the bilateral level with important countries. We are still forging those, and so are many others. So, if you look at it at a structural shift, a transition, power transition, as people say, power transition is violent, there will be wars, and then a new era will emerge, right? So, if you look at it that way, new powers will not emerge purely by being transactional or by being selfish. Or by, great powers probably can afford it. America, at some level, given its stature in the world and its enormous capabilities, can still afford to be like this, and then in 3 years you may see a new dispensation which will say America is back and is again, trying to revive the liberal order. That's what have happened in 2020 also, when Trump gave way to Biden, right? So let us not get caught in the moment also and judge that there's a complete change in the world order. All I'm saying is that, yes, it is in rupture, but there are, lots of rays of hope here. Our relationship with the EU, for example, is based on values and trust and everything you would like. It's still so positive. It's not transactional. It's a very long-term thing. And by the way, it's a very popular thing I see in the media these days. This country is now coming to India because Trump is being transactional with this country or with that group. But if you go back in time, our relationships with these countries have been forged over decades. And trust building is a slow and gradual process. Just because Trump has come, everybody is warming up to India and wants a free trade agreement or a defense and security partnership with us. So all I'm saying is, one way of coping with this kind of world order is to accept, yes, there is a rupture and there are major problems, but to also keep doing what we are good at, which is to continue building trust and networks of cooperation. So at the universal multilateral level, cooperation is failing. Of course, the UN, the WTO system, they're all broken. But at the level of clubs, or what we call coalitions of the willing, or like-minded groups, the cooperation is still continuing. And this is what's going to sustain us. And this is why we haven't yet had the kind of extreme, shortages and serious crises like many other countries are facing. That's because we have built those webs and networks of, and frankly, tell me something, there's been a lot of talk about mediation. The point is, India is probably the only country that enjoys the trust of the US and of Iran and of Israel. Right? Pakistan does not have anything to do with Israel, by the way. Dhurandhar wala scene aap bhul jaiye. I don't know how accurate it is, part 2, where there is intelligence sabotage between transfer of know-how and purchase between Pakistan and Israel. But at least publicly, it's not possible for a hardline Islamic country to have relations with the quote-unquote the Zionist enemy. So what I'm saying is, we have built bridges of cooperation, and that is what is sustaining us. And there are many other countries like us, hum akele nahi hai, who believe in this, more traditional form of international relations. So wo gayab nahi hua hai, we have to sustain it. So one fallacy is that believing that it's all transactional कि हम भी उनकी तरह बन जाए, ये बहुत बड़ी गलती होगी. We don't have to be like Trump. Some people say, we've got to be more hard-nosed, we've got to, not be sentimental, and we've got to behave like a great power. I'm writing a new book called India Number One, and my argument is that we have done some things well which have accrued steady and incremental benefits to us. So let's not give up that path. And Nagmaji, last point, engaging young people, जैसे model UNs होते हैं, ये सब करते हैं nowadays. This has become a trend, and it's a good thing because end of the day, the UN values. The UN, we are all skeptical institutions. Like I said, universal multilateralism is in trouble and is not delivering. But the values they represent, which is peace and cooperation and mutually beneficial exchanges, those we must sustain no matter what. Because the alternative is, the Hobbesian world, nasty, brutish, and short, where we are not going to be sitting in an air-conditioned setting like this and having a relaxed discourse, but taking shelter in some underground bunkers. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, like you say, all hope is not lost, and not the entire world is not transactional. But the point I want to bring to you, Chief Marshal Bhadoria, is that the big powers are playing by might is right. So there, the rule-based order is in tatters, and whatever was accepted is no longer there. The question that I'll come to next is about the multilateral organizations and what is their relevance and can they survive the chaos. But first, your comment on this geopolitical disorder that you see right now.
Yeah, good morning everyone, and to the distinguished guests here, ladies and gentlemen, and all the brilliant minds. And you were across the road. I have never studied here. With my mark sheet, I wouldn't have got an admission in Hindu College. So I quietly joined the NDA and joined the services. So that's my background. On the geopolitical complications, I think it's really peaking, I would start with what's happening in the Middle East and share some, like you mentioned, some issues. A lot has been said and covered, and I will try to avoid those aspects which have already been touched upon. But let's look at some things. You know, the way US and Israel have conducted their operations against Iran, it's such a strong demonstration of the US might. Let us get some facts on that the kind of destruction they have done in Iran in terms of their defenses, in terms of their capability on the nuclear side, on the ballistic side, on the leadership to start with. But having achieved most of the objectives right within 2 weeks, I just fail to understand why they have carried on. There was a time within 10 to 14 days where this should have really stopped if those objectives. But it has carried on. Look at the complications. Look at the resilience of Iran and what new age, low-cost weapons like drones, what impact it can do, the almost near total blockade of Hormuz. More importantly, what Iran has done by attacking the countries in the GCC. You know, this has opened a totally new dimension. It has exposed US's vulnerabilities in their ability to defend these Gulf countries. Totally. They have defended against most ballistics, but many of the drones have gone through, some ballistics have gone through, the centers of modernization in these Gulf countries have been hit, the data centers, the hotels, airports. There is a fair amount of economic stress across. Look at how the fault lines have been, there's a fire in the Middle East now. So this is really something that will also impact the geopolitical equations of the future. Look at whatever US might say, their ability to open Hormuz depends upon Iran accepting to open. Okay, by force if they try to open, the kind of effort required and the kind of time and the complications and the casualties required will be huge. So you can do what you want, you can threaten what you want, but unless there is de-escalation, there is stoppage of hostilities and Iran agrees to open, then Hormuz opens. This is the ground reality. So the mightiest of power with entire military strength cannot get Hormuz open. Okay, it can militarily. It's a huge operation that will take place over extended months. So it is very, very complex. And therefore, really, it has to come to de-escalation and peace. Look at the economic impact, already my panelists have already covered, but the shock across the world, the economic impact. In spite of that, look at the, I would say, behavior, military behavior, bordering on irresponsible actions in terms of continuing to attack, ignoring the impact across the world. You know, the economic impact, we are walking up a cliff. We are looking at depression, it could be recession. It's a question of weeks, and within months we are looking at this kind of possibilities. In spite of that, the war is continuing. Look at the fault lines with NATO. Look at what France, they have not made no bones about it, about their attitude. South Korea and Japan already declared that 2% GDP they'll spend. They have started to do their own weapons program very aggressively. most of the European countries will extend their defense budget and start looking after more and more their own defense budget. So across the world, there's a huge disruption in terms of whether you call it alliances, whether you call it dependence, whether you call it trust within an alliance, and of course I covered the Middle East. So there is a lot of disruption in the way things are were expected to happen and where things are happening. 2-3 things are important. I think there is a lot of, I would also say look at the inactivity or lack of focus or attention from Russia and China to intervene in some manner and bring peace, because they are not interested. They are watching from the sides and they would want US to get weakened, and they are really waiting for the right time. So these are the geopolitical facts that are visible to us.
Can I just add a question there? When you speak of alliances breaking up, and we see it everywhere, there is also a question on if the multilateral organizations, like the UN or the NATO that you mentioned, will survive this chaos, because new alliances are forming up, old alliances, and even trust is getting eroded. We've seen this in case of NATO. We've seen that Europe was in for a rude shock as far as America is concerned, and hence new partnerships and new alliances. So the question is, what do you think really is the relevance of multilateral organizations like the United Nations, like NATO, and many other such multilateral platforms? I mean, they have kind of, their role has been diminishing. They have been redundant in, the decades. We saw that even in times of a global calamity like COVID. But in times of war, or Russia-Ukraine war, or when we look at the Gaza crisis, and right now when we look at this war, and when you mentioned that Russia and China are not doing much to stop the war or to bring peace, but what are the organizations like United Nations doing? Or rather, can they do something? Or the Security Council, the way it has been quiet on also war crimes, when you talk of targeting the civilian infrastructure like bridges and power plants?
Yeah. Absolutely. I think United Nations was expected to handle all such situations. They could not tackle it in Russia, Ukraine, Gaza, of course, there was no impact. And again here, there's nothing that the UN has said or done which will make an impact, and US is just not bothered to even listen. The kind of statements that are made in terms of what targets will be attacked are bordering on within the definition of war crimes. If you just see those kind of targets, if you're already announcing. So the relevance is there. The effectiveness is absolutely doubtful. Effectiveness, whenever a big power is involved, one of the P5s is involved, effectiveness is near zero. And therefore the need to reforms. I won't say that they are not relevant and therefore we need to get away. We need to reform them. There's something that we've been talking about. We need to have processes in place where responsible behavior needs to be forced, even on the permanent or on the P5 countries. There is, of course, a place that India should get on the right table and as a permanent member. And so many reforms need to take place. Of course, everything needs to be reformed on multilateral organization. At the moment, they are nearly defunct.
So there has been talk of these reforms for a while. These multilateral organizations need reforms, Indrani. But where are these reforms and what kind of reforms do we see? And my question is, can they survive this chaos? Right now we've seen the UN officials have warned of war crimes and potential violation of sovereignty. But most Security Council members remain silent on this, right? It signals the decline of multilateral order, or rather that they are hand-tied and they can't do much.
The multilateral order, frankly, is fiction. And I'm not even going to talk about the war today. 10 years ago, in 2016, the multilateral court, which is the permanent court of arbitration and under the UNCLOS, ruled that China had no right to build its islands in the South China Sea, giving a victory to Philippines. Not one country, A, China refused to obey, B, not one country asked the Chinese that they should obey an international ruling. Earlier it was the Libya war, which was again unconstitutional. the Syria conflict, also against international law. None of these saw any response, or rather any effective response by the UN Security Council, largely because it's not a question of willingness, there is a structural problem with the United Nations, which can never be solved as long as the current structure exists. The structure is what is going to stop the reform, and therefore for us to continually talk about reforming an institution which really cannot be reformed because it is not built for reform. So I think we should now address the non-addressable and say that we should do away with this or create something else. But that has to have a different, of course, composition. The current composition is just not geared for any reform.
Absolutely. So you're saying basically that these multilateral organizations are kind of non-existent?
They don't.
Or they're fiction? They don't exist?
They're completely ineffective because they have no power.
Yes.
The power stems from the 5 members of the UN Security Council who are permanent, and those powers are at war with each other. And they are all armed with one tool which renders the entire edifice ineffective, and that tool is the veto. The veto is what renders everything ineffective in the United Nations.
So there is definitely a structural problem there, and we've seen erosion of the UN authority. And like Indrani puts it, there probably we need to do away with it. Mr. Bhadoria was talking about reform, but Gauri, what do you feel about these multilateral organizations? We've seen that they have been ineffective. The world still looks up to them. Even in this current war, the United Nations officials have resigned. Some of them have resigned. Sometimes they have made comments on calling out the war crimes. But then who's listening? Earlier, China wasn't listening. America is not listening. So the question is, what's the relevance? I mean, they cannot survive, and they are, in any case, ineffective.
United Nations is a theater of deadlocks. That's what it is. And Scarborough Shoal was an example that Indrani gave. And what happened after the verdict was China heavily militarized that island. After losing it, it went on to militarize it, essentially saying that United Nations doesn't exist. If you talk about the entity today, on 3 of its core parameters, which should be as a global policeman, for want of a better word, does it do its duty? Absolutely not. Second being, does it provide a place for credible dialogue and pave the way for diplomacy? No, it doesn't. The third leg of its existence, which is probably humanitarian aid and relief, that is the only leg and aspect that United Nations probably serves. So it's just relief and rescue operations that it manages to do, nothing beyond that, and that's how limiting its role has been. It has, however, been replaced by smaller entities. It is now the era of mini-laterals, so to say. You have a Quad, you have a G20, you have a BRICS. These are entities which are now more relevant, more empowered, and more in tune with the times that are there. And I think nations around the world are recognizing it, that United Nations, from what its original objective was, it's not fulfilling any of it. As I said, maybe a third of what its original core objective would be. So I think it's now the era of mini-laterals, and that is where global agenda, global objectives will pretty much be driven out of. And there I think India is going to play a very central role in most of these mini-laterals. AUKUS being another, which is of course something else, but largely Quad, BRICS, G20, these are the entities through which global agenda will be driven now.
Professor Cholia, you agree to that? Multilateral organizations are rendered ineffective and have been ineffective for actually quite some time, and we've been talking of reforms. No point talking of reforms. There is a structural fallacy there. But these mini-lateral organizations, as Gauri puts it, do you think new alliances are or will be formed? New allies, there have been unraveling of these alliances, and the existing ones, like NATO in any case, are also not very effective, and we see that there is a disruption there too.
Yeah, I think it's a time for creativity. Out of chaos comes, the necessity is the mother of invention, right? So you look at, nature abhors a vacuum. So somebody will fill it, or something will fill it. So yes, with the larger multilateralism failing, naturally people will find ways and means to advance their interests and to also find those cooperative spaces I was speaking about. So yeah, and trilaterals, quadrilaterals. I mean, trilateral is a very interesting space. We have done some very interesting ones, and all the students here who follow international affairs, we have, for example, in the Indo-Pacific region, especially to find some balance of power and to check this kind of, hegemonic conduct by a great power like China. We have things like, the Australia, Indonesia, India. We have in the past we also had Australia, France, India. It was disrupted due to a submarine deal that the Biden administration had done, bypassing France. But now we are back. So these kind of formations are very interesting, and they maintain some order, or at least some semblance of an order when there isn't any. So we also have the other trilateral. In fact, with Professor Harsh Pant, I had done one of the episodes of my Indian diplomacy show on Doordarshan. I remember we discussed trilaterals, and we talked about the newer ones as opposed to the old traditional ones like the IPSA and the RIC, which also exist in some form or the other. But now we are, UAE, France, India is another trilateral we are doing to leverage the potential for IMEC and I2U2 and all these things. So I think if you add up, it's like a patchwork now of these smaller minilaterals or plurilaterals, and they do sustain some order to an extent, and that was my earlier point. And for all the young people here, we have to have a hope that India can offer leadership. Now, Trump announced with fanfare some kind of a minilateral himself called Board of Peace, right? I mean, he said, oh, we are going to all come together and find a solution to the end game to the war in Gaza, and we'll reconstruct Gaza. And this Board of Peace, India did not join the Board of Peace. On the other hand, you have the Chinese have also announced a so-called International Organization for Mediation, IO, with great fanfare last year, saying that we will now broker peace all over the world through a kind of a council of elders. So I think we, while we are not, I agree with the point that maybe it's very, very slippery to deal with Trump right now, and it's better not to get involved in this crisis in any form of mediation. But through these, smaller groups, we should be floating an alternative to the Board of Peace or to the International Organization mediation, which the Chinese are pushing. Because that is one area where, neutral or let's say balance, when we say we are a bridge between global north and global south, between geopolitical east and geopolitical west, how are we a bridge, and how can we use that position to advance our prestige and soft power, and also form new groupings. So individually, I don't think we can mediate much, but collectively with, let's say, a country like Brazil, okay, we have a lot in common. They have an activist foreign policy under Lula, President Lula. We have an activist foreign policy under Narendra Modi. I think we should form something, an alternative, to even solve global issues through collective, a kind of like a, kind of a subgroup of countries that can come together to offer solutions. To some extent, we are doing that. We have formed many new institutions like the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure. We formed the Solar Alliance. These are all issue-based, right? Issue-centric. So even for peace and security, there is because we have kept those cooperative links going with some countries, together I think we should brainstorm about how we can offer an alternative, because Board of Peace is a sham. I mean, it's a scam. We have to pay money to get into it. Trump is asking for $1 billion to even get membership there. And what the Chinese want to do under the idea of IOMED is simply to advance their hegemony and to show that they are global do-gooders, as opposed to the Americans, which are wreaking havoc. I think we should not fall into the great power game. We should follow a rising power trajectory based on rising power interests and rising power capabilities and stature of greater acceptability among many players. So I think we should revisit the idea. I simply say, we should not say that we don't want to do anything to do with mediation. I think we should do it, but collectively with other like-minded countries.
That's a very valid point, that there is, I mean, it's not that we do not want to mediate, but we can mediate in many other ways rather than mediate directly in solving this war, but to form other groups, but to form coalitions with like-minded countries, and cooperation on many other fronts. You know, when we talk of these cooperations, there is also a term that's being used as gunboat diplomacy, and analysts are saying, Gauri, that there is a return to gunboat diplomacy where the powerful states override these multilateral mechanisms. And that's what we are seeing right now. When we talk of the decline of multilateral organization, do you agree that there is, of course, because all the top countries are overriding these multilateral organizations, which have been rendered totally redundant?
There is gunboat diplomacy. Might is right is essentially how the world is being run right now. And look no further, 2 out of the 5 permanent members of the United Nations Security Council are part of conflicts that are leading to no solutions right now. The Russia-Ukraine war, nobody's talking about it. It's 4 years plus, it's into its 5th year. All potential efforts of trying to have some sort of a peace solution have been rendered meaningless. That continues unabated. And the other war right now, no one knows whether there will be a solution, what format it will take. But yes, might is right is the only way that world is being governed. But there is, some aspects to it that I want to bring in, which, Professor Cholia mentioned, which is important to highlight. And I think that's where the distinction really lies, that while broadly the direction of the global diplomacy and the global world order is towards might is right, by countries like India have been able to create that nuanced position, where we have said that we do not come in any of the 2 compartments, we do not have a choice to make a choice. The fact that we are in a position to choose both sides equally is, I think, indicative of the fact that we can then have an independent policy driven by strategic autonomy. But few countries, Brazil he mentioned, is the other such nation that is there. But broadly, might is right is essentially where the world is headed.
So I'm told that we have 10 more minutes, but very quickly going on to the next question. Indrani, what will global leadership look like now that Washington steps back from its historic role as the keeper of the liberal order or the mediator, and now it has moved on to, as an aggressor, as an active aggressor, or actually the creator of all chaos? So what will global leadership look like?
Well, I think a couple of points here. One, the US, certainly under President Trump, has very clearly articulated that it wants to be the leader of the Western Hemisphere. And that's not leaving the world to its own devices. That is basically controlling its backyard. And it defines its backyard as almost the entire Western Hemisphere. So I think you are seeing some degree of leadership there. I don't believe that we have a post-World War II kind of a leadership position where America benefited because of its industrial capacity in the Second World War, and carried on for another 45 years in a very different capacity. I think we are looking at a new definition of a world order. We have not yet come to that. We are still in the death throes of the current world order, and if I may take a leaf out of Mark Carney, who was the first Western leader to actually say this, that there is really no liberal rules-based order. If you ask Indian diplomats, their talking points have never referred to a liberal international rules-based order. That's not how we have seen it. Certainly, powers like India have not seen anything like called a rules-based order, because when things have broken down or when push comes to shove, it all becomes a transactional order, and might has always been right. So that there is that aspect we really cannot do away with. I would hesitate to describe a world order where we have not yet entered that particular world. What we can say from what we see today is it will be more fragmented, more interest-based and rather more openly interest-based. I think we've always been interest-based, but we've sort of couched it in diplomatic terms. I think that that veneer has gone. Maybe not such a bad thing, because we are a lot more honest about dealing with others based on our interests. I think this will sustain for a while before we get to a stage where either one or a group of countries exercise their power to bring about an order or to create a world order that reflects that current reality. We have not yet arrived there.
This is a phase of churning also, if I say, and you rightly, as you pointed out, and I completely agree, that the world has never been actually based on rules and a liberal order. It has more or less been transactional. We see more of that now. Moving on, the last question that I would want to pose to all of you is about, in this world which is highly fragmented, more fragmented than ever, how should Global South respond? What should be the role?
I think, it's time for Global South to really come up. India has a good role of leadership to convey the aspirations of Global South and be a kind of leader for the Global South. What is happening in the world today impacts, Global South is nearly 80%, 150 odd countries, so huge, population of the world, and therefore the kind of impact, the kind of war currently or any other actions that are disruptive, impact has on Global South is huge, immense. And I think there is real focus required for Global South to work in a manner, in a cohesive manner, and demand their place in the world. We have to also keep in mind, I heard about comments on what is happening and it will be totally multilateralism. We need to, I want to, flag two issues that we need to monitor as we go forward, which will be relevant for all of us and particularly the South. While we say that, US is disruptive and the military power and, there is no global leader, mind you, US is turning around the kind of budget it is putting into military might is huge. And in time to come, the trajectory of growth on military might on US will only go up. Therefore, where might is right is concerned and that difference that it makes to the world order, US is going to get strengthened. China is already in competition with US. These are the two paths need to be watched. We might, after 5 odd years, because of this fact and the fact of how AI translates to super intelligence and the denial of GPUs to the world, to everybody else, this technology coupled with the military growth will dictate how things will happen in the future. If we are not careful, after about 5 years, you'll find that, US and China being the bipolar leaders, global leaders in about 5 to 10 years. So we have to, in the South, do our own, planning, especially our sovereignty in terms of some technology issues, critical issues. Of course, our Atmanirbharta, our own diversification of energy, economy, etc., all those things. But our own development is very important. And we should not let go of these two developments, especially the superintelligence, how it is developing in China and US. I think that will be the key in the future.
So can the Global South move from being the rule takers to the rule shapers?
Quickly, I'll just respond. These young people here are going to lead the Global South, not just our country, because they are all exposed to global currents, and in a way, as we rise, our stakes in the international system also grow higher. I remember going as an undergraduate, as a master's student to the US, more than 20 years ago, and International Relations 101, which is the introductory course, this kind of auditorium would be insufficient because people across the board in US universities enroll in these courses, So my humble suggestion is these young people study these issues, dwell upon what all of us have said, develop your own mind and your own thinking. Don't also get carried away by a lot of misinformation which is out there on the social media. There's a lot of fake stuff. Please read and follow authentic content. Watch my TV show on Doordarshan, Indian Diplomacy. Okay? And most importantly, think about how you can be involved in a formal way. It can be through formal education, like through degree programs and such things, but even more importantly, by connecting with young people in other parts of the world. The internet has become a medium through which you can form these groups. During our G20 presidency, the way the young people who mobilize around international issues, unprecedented in the history of this country, and I think the momentum is continuing. In the Modi era, the involvement of young people in foreign affairs has never been higher. So if you have this kind of populace in, let's say in Indonesia, in a Brazil, in a Nigeria, you're talking about countries 200, 250, 300 million people. We can actually offer the leadership. It's not just at the governmental level, as the opening panel said, where Samir and Harsh were talking. It's, at this level, if we have a highly, informed, educated, and also opinionated young population, we can really, through demographic, power, really transform the fate of the global south.
Yeah, like you said, it's highly informed, highly involved, but at the same time, a lot of misinformation, a lot of opinions. So I always tell the young people, the students, that keep the sources diverse and form your own opinion and then analyze, rather than be guided by what is available. Because now even the leaders have done away with the middlemen like newsmen, and they directly are putting out stuff right there. So just a final comment from you, Gauri, and then I move on to...
I'll keep it brief. The fact is, what are the real issues of Global South? Global South is not worried about these wars. They didn't start these wars. They are in fact impacted by these wars that are taking place with no end in sight. Global South are developing countries who need growth, who need to figure out how to ensure that millions of people are lifted from poverty. The fact that climate is not an issue on the agenda of developed countries is heartbreaking for so many Global South countries. The fact that you had a head of state of a developing country standing in water and saying, hey, my country is going to get submerged in 25 years if you do not talk about climate. And that doesn't register for any of the developed countries. The disconnect between the agenda tells you that at some point of time, Global South will just champion these issues through separate vehicles. We've spoken about UN. It doesn't exist for these countries. It will have to be other vehicles that will champion the real causes of Global South, which is not these wars, and they are just being impacted and victims of what is happening because of the war.
Sadly, we are the victims. We are caught in these wars, but what kind of leadership or alliances can we see in the future in the Global South?
Yeah. What kind of leadership?
And alliances that we can see, new alliances forming in the Global South.
Well, if you go by current trends, I think the alliances are, again, would be based on interests, would be alliances that would, that could also be described as supply chain friendships. Because the quest for diversified, resilient supply chains is the underpinning of modern economies. And without building those capacities, without building leverages, no Global South or Global North can actually function by themselves. We have seen, China describes itself as a Global South nation. China is not a Global South nation, not by any stretch of the imagination. But look at the Global South itself. When did the Global South become a cohesive group? Not. I'll just give you a very tiny example. Today, this year, India is the president of the BRICS. The BRICS will not be able to come up with a coherent statement on the current war in the Gulf. Why? Because two BRICS members are on opposite sides of that particular conflict, that is the UAE and Iran. That renders an organization like the BRICS meaningless in that respect. So when we are talking about a new world order where there are new alliances, the alliances will only function if all the members in that same group think the same way, believe in the same things, look at the same supply chains, and figure out the same order. Frankly, an alliance that includes different diversified interests has very little chance of succeeding in the current space. So I would hesitate to actually describe an alliance system as we exist today. But as I said, those fluid friendships, or rather fluid interest-based, specific interest-based groupings, I think will survive.
Yeah, I think that's a very valid point. Fluid friendships, interest-based friendships, and no permanent alliances, because a lot of times we see that these alliances, two of the members are on opposite camps, and we do not have much hope for such alliances. I have time for 2 questions from the audience. Yes, please. Can we pass the mic there? The girl over there, she raised her hand first. Can you stand up? Yeah. Can you pass the mic there, or if you can just ask the question? Yeah, sure.
Greetings, everyone. So my question to the panel is that seeing Donald Trump's recent statements, it's quite clear that he had not anticipated the war and he wasn't well prepared. So, and even I think Mr. Bhadoria mentioned that the fault lines of America have been exposed in this war. So do you think that the image of America as a hegemon has been diminished in this war and their vulnerabilities has been exposed? And if that is true, do we see another superpower emerging, or, you know, maybe like another group of countries emerging, you know, as powers in this world? What kind of, you know, geopolitical scenario do we see after this war?
Do you want any particular person to answer it, or anyone can take?
No, anyone can take.
Okay. And like you mentioned, Donald Trump had not expected the war. I think Donald Trump did not expect the kind of response that he got. Mr. Bhadoria, would you like to answer that? I think it's...
Yeah, I would put it this way, that they were expecting to finish it in 2 weeks based on the discussions and largely their intelligence, especially the Israeli inputs, etc. So they had not catered that they would extend, and they would, but the kind of objectives that they set about, and they got into their own escalation trap and had no choice but to continue. And they were expecting Iran to kind of surrender, which didn't happen because they showed resilience, and they started using their own equipment very effectively. The issue is not, don't mix this up. You know, some vulnerabilities have come up, which are shown, especially in the Middle East. They were always there, but drones and technologies, and it's not always a foolproof system to defend against them. It's work in progress. It doesn't mean that US will no longer be a military power. Their military power, like I mentioned, will only increase now. The kind of budget and the Golden Dome that you heard about, the budget they are spending for protection against missiles, 178 billion just for that. Okay, you'll soon find that within 5 odd years, they'll probably have weapons in space to be able to interdict missiles, ballistic missiles as they take off.
Yes.
So the military power will only increase. So we should not mix the two.
But even if the military power increases, do you think America as a superpower, that image or that
America
image
as
has
a
been tarnished?
superpower would continue. They'll only get stronger, not only because of their focus back onto the military, but because of super intelligence.
Sure.
That is their leadership role along with China. That will make a bigger difference in time to come.
So
That's
just to add to that, do you want to add to that? The role of America as a superpower, or has that image been tarnished? Both of you, can you just add a point there? Indrani?
See, America's image was tarnished a while ago, frankly. Even when they had to withdraw from Afghanistan in 2021, America, I would concur with M. Marshall Bhadoria that do not confuse America's image with America's power. America's power is America as the global economy, frankly, it has grown faster and than every other economy in the world. It has a military that has grown faster than everybody else put together. So America as a superpower will remain. Whether America is a selfish superpower or a more vengeful superpower, we don't know. But that it is a superpower and that it will remain a superpower for a very long time is definitely there. So, and I don't see another power actually contesting it.
So right now there's no other power contesting American superpower. Time for another question, very quick question. Yes, please. Can you reach a mic over there? Yeah.
My question is from Vadoria, sir. America says that they again achieved air superiority over Iran, but they are still counting jets and drones, short jets and drones. So traditionally, Iran is not being known for defense infra, especially if I talk about ADs and modern jets. But the way they are fighting, they are responding, actually becomes the case study. So what are the learnings for India, especially after Operation Sindoor? I'm not talking about how many Rafales got down, but what are the learnings from?
The way Iran has responded, what are...
Iran, US and Israel against Iran, air superiority they have got. They talk about air supremacy and total this thing. It is not so, because in pockets you found that's how the F-15 got shot and they've been kills otherwise. So it is not across the across Iran air supremacy, but air superiority is the right word at the time that they need. Their damage is huge. There is no doubt about it. Don't mix what Iran has done, their defenses in terms of ability to tackle attacking aircraft and all, it's did massively. But their drones and their ballistic missiles, some will always get through. When you have a lot of missiles being fired, some will always get through. Drones, the RCS is low, the speed is low, some of the advanced radars were not able to track. So the lower end radars were able to track. So in Gulf countries, they did not have a coverage. So they had the relevant coverage for ballistic missiles, great coverage, but not a foolproof coverage for drone attacks. And that's how some of their centers are getting attacked. So this is the change. In Indian context, situation is different. When we fight our adversaries, Pakistan or China, you fight Pakistan, Chinese weapons already there. It is dual threat. The kind of capabilities are similar, peer level. Very advanced defenses there, very advanced defenses here. Situation is different. The definitions of air superiority is different. The kind of air superiority that US has achieved in Iran, it is not applicable here because the defenses are totally different. So Sindoor lessons that we did, wherever we need superiority, we get it and we attack the targets. And that is our philosophy, that's how we achieve it. So a lot of lessons for us, but these are not new lessons. This is something that we discovered after Sindoor.
So thank you so much. The next panel is already waiting. We are running late. We started late. But thank you for your inputs and your insights. Over to you.
Thank you for a truly illuminating discussion. We extend our sincere gratitude to our distinguished panelists for bringing such incisive perspectives to this forum and for enriching this dialogue with their expertise. As a gesture of their appreciation, we would like to invite Professor Chandrachud Singh and Professor Manisha Pandey to felicitate our distinguished panelists.
French economist Frédéric Bastiat once remarked, "When goods do not cross borders, soldiers will." This statement best captures the link between trade and peace. Across regions, the post-COVID recovery remains uneven, with slowing growth and major economies facing challenges. China is grappling with slowing demand and major economies facing challenges, while Europe faces stagnation. At the same time, Trump's tariffs have unsettled the global trading system. Tensions in the West Asia and risk around the Strait of Hormuz are now affecting global energy stability. To unpack these complexities, we now turn to our next panel, Global Economy, Tariff and Turbulence. This panel would explore how rising tariffs, economic uncertainty, and shifting trade strategies are reshaping the global landscape. With that, I would now like to invite Dr. Mohan Kumar, Mr. Petros Sormilis, Ms. Renu Kohli, Mr. Rajat Sethi, and Mr. Gautam Chikarmane sir to kindly join us on stage.
It is an honor to have with us Ambassador Mohan Kumar, currently serving as Professor and Dean at the Jindal School of International Affairs, with over 3 decades of experience, including serving as India's ambassador to France and Bahrain, and as lead negotiator at GATT and WTO. Next up, we have Mr. Petros Sormilis, Head of Trade and Economic Section at the EU Delegation to India and Bhutan, with over 3 decades of experience in international trade, including key roles in WTO negotiations and EU trade engagements. We are honored to have Ms. Renu Kohli, Senior Fellow at the Center for Social and Economic Progress, with prior experience at the RBI and IMF, whose work on monetary policy and global economics offers valuable insights into tariffs and economic turbulence.
We are pleased to have Mr. Rajat Sethi, a Harvard and MIT alumnus, a noted election strategist and senior fellow at Indian Foundation, who brings valuable advisory experience from his work with the chief ministers of Manipur and Jharkhand. Finally, I would like to invite our moderator for this panel, Mr. Gautam Chikarmane, Vice President at ORF, who brings with him a distinguished editorial career at the Hindustan Times and the Indian Express, along with deep insights into economics and public policy. A round of applause for all our panelists. And with that, we hand it over to our moderator, Mr. Chikarmane, to take this conversation forward.
Thank you very much. Namaste, and delighted to be here. Some of you may not know, but this used to be my permanent position here. Not because I was studying or doing anything interesting, but whenever we would have these college festivals, I would be the keyboardist in the rock band, and all the rock stars would be there. I would be keyboardists, you know, थोड़े नीचे वाले लोग, उनका औदा थोड़ा नीचे होता है. They are little low status people. So I would be sitting here, and I'm just delighted to be sitting here all over again. Welcome to this conversation, and welcome to all of you. We're going to go in, I'm going to try and experiment with a new kind of a format. How many of you already have questions for the panel? Okay, so we have 2 right now, and maybe it'll become 5 or 7 by the time they give their opening remarks. So I'm seeking to learn from you through the questions that you will ask us. Global economy, I really don't know where to start from. Since 20th of January 2025, the global economy has been rocking and tumbling and being disrupted in newer and newer ways of the kind that I've never seen before. And the fact that it is coming from a nation that apparently stands for the liberal order or the good economics and good politics is kind of a kick in the gut for most countries anywhere around the world. I find the behavior of America today no different from any other country that America itself condemns or has been condemning for a long time. I'm going to start on tariffs and turbulence with Dr. Renu Kohli. She needs to leave early, so if you have any good questions for her, set them up immediately. We're going to have 5 minutes each, then a conversation with all of you, and then a conversation among us. Over to you, Dr. Kohli.
Am I audible? Yeah. Thank you, first of all, to the ORF and to Hindu College for inviting me here and giving me an opportunity to speak. I have an indirect association with Hindu College. My son graduated from here in economics 15 years ago. And I have been here on a couple of occasions, but on eco-festivals as a panelist. So this is the first time I'm on something which is non-economic, but at the same time impinges a lot upon, seriously upon actually the international order, political order as it were. So yes, as Gautam said about the April 2 last year, 2025, Liberation Day, the tariff impact and how it caused ructions all over the world in financial markets, across countries, and in global trade, so much so that it led the President of the United States to announce a 90-day pause. And it is true that as a result of that, the US tariffs have created a lot of uncertainty, and that is impacting investment and production across countries, particularly in the major economies, including in the United States. So that is an uncertainty which is in addition to the other geopolitical and geoeconomic shocks that the world economy has had since 2022 actually, recovering from the pandemic, followed by the Russia-Ukraine war, and a spate of other shocks. So that is an uncertainty that the world has learned or is learning and will continue to learn to live with. There is, however, a very positive side to it, or I would not say that it's a positive spin-off, but at the same time, it can be looked at as a silver lining, and developments in the last 3 years reflect that. First of all, the world economy remained resilient and grew very robustly. Second, more important than that, despite the tariffs and uncertainties and all that, actually global trade grew very fast. And in fact, in 2025 itself, it grew faster than the world economy. And that's a first. It's the first time since the global financial crisis that it has done so. Before that, in the go-go years, boom years of 2004 to right up to the GFC, actually global trade typically used to grow about 1.5 times over that of world economic growth. So that's the good news for last year. Now, some of the forces as to why trade outstripped world economic growth and grew so robustly last year is due to some cyclical factors, and there are some structural forces as well. First of all, because countries were anticipating the tariffs, and there was a set date for these to kick in, so there was a lot of front loading of exports. So all exporters across all the world, they just rushed to, export more. So that's what also propelled growth. The second reason was that unlike historically, like the 1940s and before that, the Smoot-Hawley Act of 1935, no country really retaliated against the United States. And that lack of retaliatory action actually helped. And so the countries just readjusted and regrouped amongst each other, but global trade kept growing. And that's a very good development. And that is a positive development because it tells you, if you extend that and look at all the kinds of trade deals, bilateral and amongst the trading blocs which are already existing, that has been a very welcome development in the last 1 year. This is also accompanied by a lot of digital trade agreements, and that is also fundamental because post-COVID, digital trade has taken off in a big way. Third is the servicification of trade. Services trade also took off, and it is now growing faster than goods trade also. And that's also a fundamental development which has been accelerated by the pandemic itself. What would have happened in the next 10 years got compressed and fast forwarded into about, like, say, 5 years. The fourth factor has been China. I mean, or maybe the rejigging of trade. Trade didn't really stop. It actually just diverted. So if you see China-US exports fell down, but at the same time, China's exports to, particularly of inputs and machinery, and especially to its neighbors, they grew very smartly. So China's actually continued to export and continue to be a factory to the world, and it has helped other factories emerge in the region, particularly the ASEAN, but also elsewhere. So these are a number of forces which are quite on the positive side. They also indicate that there is a convergence, there is a belief in an open trading system, which is unlike the history of the global economy. All countries, in fact, look at the fact that post-World War II period, which is the glorious period of an open trading system, has been beneficial for the countries at large. To all countries, it has helped lift millions out of poverty, particularly in China and India, where much of the world's population resides. And so that belief is keeping going, and that belief is now bringing the ex-US powers together to converge amongst themselves. I would also like to add here that, and then have for the next round, hand over to my other speakers, which is that the convergence or the agreements amongst the middle powers do not rule out the China shock. They're very much cognizant of that, and they're wary of that. They're very wary of one-sided trade. I mean, actually, you cannot call it trade. Trade is based upon comparative advantage. It's an exchange between two countries. And if it's only one-sided and it's only built upon one country exporting and another importing, it aggravates imbalances, bilateral ones, and at the global level itself. Thank you.
Dr. Kohli, please retain the mic. You're talking about trade growth, etc. And I was looking at GDP numbers. Global GDP is 111 trillion today. Last year, the growth was 3.3. This year, it's expected to be 3.1. So the total impact on GDP, despite all the disruptions, has been 0.1, which is roughly around $1.4 trillion to the global growth. Is it really a cause for worry, the way we are worrying about it?
There is a very big force which I omitted speaking about, which was, we don't know as yet whether it is fundamental, but it's certainly a technology development, and that has been the AI. And a lot of the growth and the investment and the trade also last year was driven by artificial intelligence investments. In the United States, it has spurred in turn semiconductor, etc. So yes, it is very imbalanced, and it's sitting on one leg, as it were. So to that extent, the contribution to GDP on the demand side in terms of investment, it is there. But on the other side, where you talk about consumption, there are reports that it isn't really supporting that. I'm not sure whether I've answered the question properly.
No, you haven't. You have given a direction, but I'm going to carry this question right down to here to Rajat, who I was going to come to you last. But since she has poked us with the artificial intelligence, how do you read it? You are on the front lines as an entrepreneur, doing AI, semiconductor, sensors, etc. In defense. And do you really see AI? Even if we take the entire stack, from energy to semiconductors to cloud, etc., do you really see that as the driver? Because there is a counter view that says that AI may replace jobs for people like me, but the factories are going to return very soon, because you can't outsource building, you can't outsource car making, you can't outsource road building to AI. Your 5 minutes, and if you can answer this question.
So first of all, thank you, Gautam sir, and thank you, everyone. It's such a distinguished panel, and speaking as a practitioner, I'll try to add some more flavor. Now that the tradition goes, I have to talk about the association that I have with Delhi University. Again, Other than my wife coming from Miranda, I have virtually no correlation with the Delhi University. In fact, when I was in school and trying to apply for Delhi University, my friends, they frightened me, "Yeah, English bahut bolni padegi." So I got so frightened that I ended up going to, in the nerdy college, IIT, and decided not to come here. That's my sort of limited association with Delhi University, but again, a pleasure to be here.
For those who don't know, he's a highly qualified engineer, IIT, Harvard, MIT, etc., etc. I've even forgotten the names of the top trunk colleges. And he's an optimist who wears the garb of a pessimist.
Okay, so let me, don upon my pessimist hat. Now, let's talk about how the factors of production have changed. There used to be this Overton window of how global economic order is organized. And go back to the 80s and the early 19th century and even the 20th century, where trade and free trade, the liberal economic order used to be the dominant value system. Ricardo famously talked about comparative advantage. Not every country has to build everything on their own, and they should actually rely upon other countries who are good at doing something else, and allow a free trade between the countries so that you can take advantage of each other. Now that entire Overton window has completely shifted into a newer value system where Atmanirbharta or autarkic forces, that everybody has to become self-sufficient in all things, in all factors of production which matters. That has become the dominant sort of value system in current day and age. Now in this system, nobody wants that the kill switch of any supply chain should be outside my control. So everybody wants to ensure that China tomorrow cannot just go out and switch off and all my technological stack or the semiconductor stack goes for a toss. We also have to be very worried that all the artificial intelligence is now dominated by the big tech, and the big tech can at any moment in time have that kill switch and switch off all the access to AI technology to us. Now this is a deeply vulnerable position that a lot of countries in global south are entering into. Now, just at an ORF Raisena dialogue, the Deputy Secretary of State of the US has the galls to come out and say in India that we will not allow India to grow the way China has grown. Now, these kind of conversations used to be limited in certain thinking quarters in the US. Certain ultra neocon, neoconservative nationalists used to think about this. But now the sitting official, a senior one, is talking about it openly, which clearly means that we Indians are left on our own. We cannot rely upon a peaceful liberal economic order that allowed China to grow and become such a big economic behemoth. Unfortunately for us, things have, this autarkic forces, inward-looking forces have gone around the world and is currently bothering us. I mean, we were talking about artificial intelligence. There are two critical things. One is technology and the other is capital. I'll come to the capital first. Over the last 5 years, the net foreign direct investment is negative. The amount of venture capital, big capital around the world, which used to come to India around 2018s and 2019s, just prior to COVID, now you don't see, a global VC firm like Tiger Global and those kind of companies coming into this country. We are left for domestic capital to attract domestic capital into the venture activity. Now, no matter how much our domestic capital yearns to come out and invest in deep technologies, the big ticket, the big checks are still available in the West. We don't have that. I can tell you that my juniors from IIT, from the dorm rooms, are raising capital 60 million, 70 million in artificial intelligence and are leaving the country and going straight into Silicon Valley. Because there is neither market nor acceptance nor those deep capital in order to build out technology. The second thing around AI is a winner takes all market scenario. A lot of Indian enterprises which are coming about are getting gobbled by Googles and OpenAI of the world because they have the distribution, they have the scale, and they have the capital to go after models and kill these startups at the very young age itself. Just yesterday, there was this company which was making artificial intelligence models for clothing companies and startups to sell clothes without having the need to deploy real models. Now, Google Studio launched this product at a very, very big scale just last month, and that entire startup has gone bankrupt. is another Indian startup, again one of my juniors, who built out a company which was creating joint entrance examination training AI application. Now, Google launched a free product to train the future generation of students into JEE. Now that startup, which barely had raised $5 million to come out and grow big, has been gobbled up. So the problem with artificial intelligence is that the entire stack, the stack of course does not start with applications. It starts with the very, very basic. It starts with the critical minerals which are required to make the GPUs. Then the GPUs have to all come together in form of a data center. Then the data center has to be powered with enormous amount of energy. We do not have the energy resources with us. Then it has to go up and add up to the layers of deep models, deep learning models, which have to go out and use these capacities of hardware and sit on top of it. And in the very last layer comes the distribution layer or the application layer. Now, India and very well-meaning policymakers in India are thinking that we should only worry about the application layer because rest of the stack we have nothing in control. Now, this is the very loser's lament. I mean, we are not even being audacious enough that we need to do something in order to go deeper into this stack and control our future. Otherwise, I worry that all of you, the kind of jobs that you're going to look for, are up for massive, massive, massive disruption. Look at what the global consensus is. There are papers being written. Some of the best minds in the US, Silicon Valley, are writing papers as to how the future is going to unfold in 5 years from now. All the jobs of the IT sector that we all used to look up to, there will be a big hole that will be put in this. What is that additional set of sectors which are going to fill this hole? Our IT industry is a $300 billion industry even now. The challenge is that do we have enough alternate sectors to come in and fill the void that is being left because of this AI's dominant winner-takes-all behemoths, the big tech which are trying to colonize us in the garb of trying to democratize AI and all of that. Those are some very, very serious challenges which are potential threats to India's growth story, India's 2047 vision, and all things that our leaders are currently assuming.
So how would you answer this question that global capital generally follows a fashion statement, and there is a fashion statement of a time which lasts for around 2 to 3 years, sometimes 4. And today's fashion statement is AI, and the ecosystem of finance, of venture funding, of technology, etc., is in the US, and that's where it's likely to be. Is this a permanent fund transfer, or is there at some point the fashion statement, it will go out of fashion and new things will come? That's how I'm seeing global capital. How do you see that?
So again, this is a good question. Any kind of an investment follows a cycle of 7 years maximum. So you have to invest in those 7 years and generate returns in those 7 years in order to pump the money again into the next set of sectors. Now, big bets have been put in the place for AI. Now those bets have to generate returns, but then once the returns come in, those returns have to be reinvested. Where will they go? Will they come to India? My answer is no. Because we do not have enough leverage chips with us to ensure that we are able to attract capital. And I think one force which we need to keep in our mind is that nationalism has come about very strongly in technology. Like today, if you want to develop, every country is trying to say that we want to develop in-house. The same effect even capital is having. Capital is also becoming nationalist. Capital is not freely flowing around the world. Capital is trying to back the technology bets that each country is trying to make.
Capital is seeking the highest return, so which today is in AI. We'll just continue with this. Dr. Kumar, I was going to again come to you after this, but he has provoked me into asking you a question where you may have in your career engaged with, which is that if security is the primary issue around which everything else, economy, technology, culture, narratives are built, then what is the future of trade here? And this and I agree with it that given the current state of affairs, Atmanirbharta or self-sufficiency to the maximum extent possible is the way forward, because otherwise you're being shut down. So you may start late, but it's better to start late than to remain constantly watching all these trends go by. How do you see this particular security and trade?
So thank you very much, Gautam. Since everybody is fond of saying that I was here, I studied in the college opposite, let me also put my 2 cents bit. I think I studied at FMS, not far from here, but that was like 100 years ago, so that's my introduction. But very quickly, coming on to what you asked me, I think what is interesting for students to note is that geopolitics is now driving geoeconomics. And not so long ago, this was not true. When I was negotiating at the WTO in Geneva, we were told that Washington Consensus was the thing, and that governments should not have much to do with trade. You liberalize trade, and United States was this hegemon which was driving WTO. So the first point I want to make...
There was also, sorry to interrupt, there was that mantra, when countries trade, they cannot fight.
Absolutely. And Thomas Friedman said 2 countries which have McDonald's cannot fight. I mean, I've never heard of a more stupid theory than that. But anyway, India, Pakistan being the classic case, never mind. We will not go down that road. But so the first proposition for you to digest is geopolitics is driving geoeconomics, which to begin with for a pure trade expert like me is the lousiest option, because then countries like India, which have missed the globalization bus, the GVC bus, the global value chain bus, will find it much more difficult. So that's one. The second thing I want to say is that I think the WTO, the World Trade Organization, is dead as a doornail. After the recent ministerial conference, I regret having spent 10 years of my life in Geneva negotiating at the WTO while I should have been playing golf like many other diplomats. So that's one regret I have, I will always have. But that is where we are. I think as far as India is concerned, the trouble I have with Atmanirbharta is that 40% of India's GDP is foreign trade. So you can only be Atmanirbhar to the extent of 60% of GDP. You are already a miserable 4 trillion, and NVIDIA's market cap is more than your entire GDP. So let me bring India back to earth. The previous panel was waxing eloquent about how India should be doing this and doing that. You are a 4 trillion economy, and you have overtaken countries which are the size of Delhi University. I'm exaggerating, Canada, France, but you know, they're the size of Delhi University. 50 million population, and you are thrilled that you have overtaken these countries. Your comparison should be with only one country in the world. There is only one country which is like you, which is China. So that's I think, so a long way to go in terms of economics and trade. I think when it comes to India's trade policy, so what I'm saying, Gautam, is that Atmanirbharta needs to be kept in context. You are far too integrated into the global economy now to become autarkic and say, I will manufacture everything in India. Not going to happen.
But the supply chains that are coming, that will help you do what you need to do, are shutting down. So I don't think countries like, not just India, any other rising country, Brazil or Japan, not Japan, maybe South Korea, I don't think they have that kind of flexibility anymore not to be focused on making things on their own.
Trade is getting fragmented into 2 things. One is strategic trade, the other is non-strategic trade. I don't care what shoes you buy from where. I don't care what undergarments you wear. I don't care what fragrances you wear. But active pharmaceutical ingredients, yes. Semiconductors, yes. So those are strategic. Rare earths, critical minerals. So I think you're going to see a fragmentation of trade also from a product point of view. I think India's trade policy, to me, faces a fork in the road. We've gone on to do FTAs to the west of India. All our former FTAs were to the east of India. Our first FTAs were with Sri Lanka, ASEAN, Japan, Korea. That has not worked out because your manufacturing is fundamentally uncompetitive. So the China factor comes into play. Now you have decided that we will go the western route, which is you're signing FTAs with UAE, UK, EFTA countries, EU, the most important. And now the point I'm making is India has 5 partners with whom it has a bilateral trade of $100 billion or more. I call it the $100 billion club. You've got China, with which you can't do an FTA for obvious reasons. I'll not get into it. ASEAN, we do $100 billion. We already have an FTA that was exploited much more by ASEAN than by India. Again, manufacturing uncompetitiveness, a variety of reasons. That leaves 3 entities with which you have $100 billion. EU, and I'm glad you have signed an FTA with EU, almost existential for India. I don't think we could have not signed an FTA with EU. It was absolutely essential, should have been done 10 years ago in my view, but anyway, that is my personal view. Then you have UAE in the Gulf, with which you have almost close to $100 billion trade.
You're forgetting US.
They are in trouble, and I now come to US. United States of America has stopped signing FTAs with anybody. Just so the students understand, there is a concept called MFN in international trade. Everybody pretends to know it, but nobody really does, and it's a misnomer. Most favored nation. It is anything but most favored nation, actually. It's non-discrimination, which means you import something at 10% customs duty from Senegal, you are supposed to make this available unconditionally to all WTO partners. That's what MFN means. FTA, the Free Trade Agreement, is an exception to the MFN recognized by WTO. It's an exception to Article 1, which is the bedrock of international trading system, which is the MFN. Now, having said that, I think India's problem is with the United States, you cannot have an FTA. US has stopped signing FTAs because in the US, of course, President Trump doesn't choose to go to the Congress for anything. Otherwise, you would have had to go to the Congress to get fast-track authority to sign FTAs. What we are signing with US, therefore, is a pure and simple, arbitrary, bilateral trade agreement which completely falls foul of WTO. But then who cares about the WTO?
WTO itself is dead.
Yeah, who cares
I'll
about
come
the
back to you,
WTO?
Dr. Kumar.
Sure.
Let me get, you mentioned EU, and here we have Mr. Sotomis, who is from EU, and he is not negotiating, you are tracking the trade there. We just signed the deal. It's supposed to be the mother of all deals, and there was a great celebration, as there should be. But I think there are still 6 steps left, and maybe we are jumping the gun, and it has to be translated into those languages. The countries have to come back. We'll go to the European Parliament, Council. It will go to the Parliament. Parliament will say yes. It will come to India for the final ratification. And so there are 6 more steps left. Do you think the India-EU FTA, that the mother of all FTAs, is actually going to happen?
Well, thank you very much, Gautam, first of all, and thank you also to the Hindu College and the ORF for inviting me. I'm all the more honored since I seem to be the only foreigner sitting on the panel today. I'm afraid I have no correlation to Hindu College or to any neighboring university, but I'm extremely glad to be here and to be able to exchange with the students. Now, allow me, of course, to give a bit of the European Union perspective on all these issues. I mean, we have heard a lot about the geopolitical and geoeconomic tensions. I will not list them. You all know about them. But my point, a bit different from what probably you have heard since this morning, is that from the European perspective, we continue being strong believers to an international rules-based order. This is also because this is our DNA. This is how we ourselves were created as European Union, and corresponds to our values, corresponds to our existential, if you like, features. And we believe that we can continue, of course, promoting such international rules as order in a different manner, obviously, given the circumstances that we face. So I would say that against unpredictability or fragmentation or turbulence, we take action on our side to promote predictability, reliability, trust, diversification, or resilience. And when you speak to business people, when you speak to stakeholders, that's what they want, of course. Now, we do that by taking bilateral action, and I will, of course, come to the EU-India FTA, and we do that also multilaterally, and I would like perhaps to finish with a few words on the WTO. to reply also to what Ambassador Kumar has just said. Now, the EU-India FTA, I mean, the FTA itself has been indeed mentioned as the mother of all deals. When it comes to the EU-India relationship, I mean, a lot of people say it is the EU-India moment. And there I would very much agree with what we heard from Sriram Cholia in the previous panel, which was highlighting that this is not only due to the current turbulences that we see, to the tariffs or to the war in Ukraine, etc. I mean, this building on India-EU relationship is a process that has been there for a long period. It is a deliberate choice. There has been a lot of investment. And of course, it culminated last year, as we all know, with President von der Leyen and the entire college coming to India with, in the end, the conclusion of the FTA negotiations, but also the endorsement of a very broad joint strategic agenda and partnership. So I just wanted to make this point that it is not a sort of coincidence or something that happens because only of other elements. I mean, no doubt, obviously, the current context has given more motivation to both sides to conclude this partnership and these negotiations. Now, the FTA itself, I mean, we don't have time, of course, to go through a description of it, but just to highlight its importance, I would say that, I mean, it is the largest free trade area that has been negotiated so far. We are talking about close to a quarter of GDP and 20% of world population. It is certainly the most ambitious and far-reaching FTA that India has engaged in. On the EU side, I couldn't say the same because we had, of course, to recalibrate a bit our approach in order precisely to meet the middle ground with India and to be able to conclude this agreement. But it nevertheless is very comprehensive and very ambitious. I mean, the figures of trade liberalization in themselves, I think, are very telling, since we will eliminate tariffs on both sides for more than 90% of trade. And if you include to the total elimination also the liberalization, the partial liberalization, we are reaching figures close to 97% of trade, which is extremely high, of course, compared also to other agreements that we have negotiated. It is a win-win situation, I would say. I mean, you have heard a lot of India getting a competitive advantage for all the labor-intensive products that it wants to export to the EU. You have heard a lot about EU opening partly the market for products like cars, like wines and spirits, for machinery, etc. But I would say it's win-win because it's also good, of course, for India and for its ambition to become a manufacturing hub, to have access to cheaper machinery also from the EU. I mean, it shouldn't only be seen as an advantage that the EU is getting because it can export more easily, in better terms, these products. I mean, we simplify a lot the customs procedure in the agreement. We have very stringent and detailed product-specific rules of origin to avoid the circumvention of the agreement. We have a very good coverage of the services, and there again, I would say in a win-win situation, there are sectors like financial services, maritime, which are of high interest to us. There are sectors, the so-called Mode 4, the temporary movement of service providers in highly skilled sectors where Indian professionals, of course, will take advantage of the agreement. There is a strong sustainability dimension, which is very important politically for the EU in order to sell the agreement within the institutions. So, I mean, the figures have been mentioned also by Ambassador Kumar. We are in the club of more than 100 billion. Actually, we have 120 billion trade in goods between the EU and India. If you add services, we are reaching 180 billion. If you mention the FDI, European FDI in India, the stock is around 140 billion euros. So the figures are significant, but given the scale of the country, I mean, the potential is huge. So that's also to keep in mind. Now, all efforts are, and I'm coming to your question about ensuring as early an implementation as possible of the agreement. So currently we are undertaking what we call the legal scrubbing of the text. The lawyers on both sides are examining the text to sort of scrub it and make sure that the formulations are legally correct. And further to that, we will, on the EU side, prepare a proposal for the Council of Ministers, which is EU member states, to be authorized to sign the agreement.
Let me rephrase the question.
The first step, I think, which will be very important, will be the signing of the agreement, and we are aiming at signing the agreement during the course of this year, which will then allow the European Parliament to examine the agreement in order to give what we call its consent, and this will complete the ratification procedure on the EU side. But I think, importantly now, we are focusing on sort of being able to sign the agreement before the end of this year. This will, as I said, both require that there is a legal scrubbing, but also that the agreement is indeed translated in all official EU languages and agreed by the member states. Now, I think what is important, because you read a lot also about the public debate in Europe about FTAs. I mean, you have seen a lot of comments made on agreements like Mercosur, etc. The very good thing is that the reactions that we have had so far in Europe, be it on the member state side, be it on the European Parliament side, on the stakeholders side, is very positive towards the EU-India FTA. And that, we think, will facilitate and accelerate the adoption procedure of the agreement.
Thank you, thank you. So, Dr. Kumar and Mr. Sethi, we see a lot of optimism and hope coming from Europe, from EU, and the two of you have painted a picture where India is, we are overstretching ourselves, or the money is not coming to India, etc. So, EU is one. A few days ago, I was in a track 2 with another country, supremely optimistic, hopeful about, if India is not really there, why are countries lining up? Why are they so enthusiastic? Where is this enthusiasm to sign FTA with India? You talk to any ambassador in this city, FTA is the starting point. Why is this happening? What are they seeing that the two of you aren't?
So that's very obvious, Gautam. There are only 2 virgin markets in the world left. Every European has a Rolex watch. Why would you buy a second Rolex watch? Where do you sell your damn Rolex watches? Where do you sell your Gucci shoes? There are only 2 markets left in the world, India and Africa. Everybody else already has them. So unexploited market, India, yes. And you have huge tariff and non-tariff barriers in this country. So if I'm trying to sell something, I mean, I was walking into a lift, and one of the pleasures of being an Indian ambassador to France is you get to walk along with Aishwarya Rai on the red carpet in Cannes Film Festival, which I did. Of course, she just looked through me like I was a chaprasi, never mind. So I was doing that when I also met the CEO of Hermes, pronounced Hermes and Hermes by people in Delhi. It's Hermes. So anyway, I talked to that guy and I said, why aren't you in India? He said, look, your country is very big, but I have 100 million people in India who can buy Hermes Birkin bags, handbags, each handbag costing 10,000 euros. 100 million people, Gautam, is much more than many countries in Europe. So there is a market here, make no mistake. And we do everything to kind of confuse the foreigners by issuing quality control orders, non-tariff barriers, tariff barriers. So there is an interest. The question for me is, and I don't want to, keep being a traveling salesman for my book, I think 500 million people in India live in what I call relative poverty, not extreme poverty, but relative poverty defined by the World Bank as $3.2 a day. And you know what you can do in Delhi with $3.2, nothing. But there are 500 million people. That 500 million people is what is acting as a drag on India. And that is a huge problem. We have to make sure that economic growth is inclusive and it takes all these people up. Now, last point. None of these FTAs will work. I've said this publicly and I'm going to say it publicly again. None of these FTAs that you are signing with such flourish will work if you do not carry out deep internal economic reforms. These reforms have to do with land, they have to do with labor, they have to do with agriculture, they have to do with soft infrastructure. Hard infrastructure is getting better, but soft infrastructure. When are you going to replace red tape with red carpet? That's what investors want from India. If you do that, then these FTAs become force multipliers. Otherwise, it's difficult. So I think in this country, we are reformers by compulsion, not by conviction. Everybody knows how we reformed in 91. The country was broke. There was no option. This is another moment. I would say this is a 1991 redux moment for India. If we don't reform now, we may never reform.
Thanks. Mr. Sethi, any questions for them? Okay, enough. I'm going to come to you right after this.
So I think while FTAs are done between the top government to government leadership, in order for the private sector to feel the impact and the benefits of FTA, things have to, those agreements between two entities have to work out. There has to be an economic rationale for ensuring that certain manufacturing from Europe comes into India. There has to be a rationale that Indian students can go out and study in Europe. Let me tell you, while all these FTAs with Canada, with UK and with Europe is being signed, there is a parallel regime which is going on, which is trying to obstruct Indian students to go out and study in UK. There is a quota system which has been brought in place. So there is a quota system which has been brought in place whereby there is a deterministic number to curtail the number of students from India who want to go and do higher studies either in Canada or in UK. So these are the parallel forces which are working. On one side, you are celebrating the FTAs, but you are not allowing human mobility to go out and basically go out and acquire education, forge deeper human-to-human relationship. Nobody wants to increase illegal immigration per se in their countries. It is primarily because these ultra-nationalistic forces which are dominant around the world and even in our country has forced all these societies to look inward. This is the fundamental sort of undertone that we are seeing in all decision-making where rubber is hitting the road. That is where the complexities arise. While goody-goody, all the top leader-to-leader discussions will come out as if everything is rosy, but deep down there will be a set of challenges which is extremely hard to negotiate. It is extremely hard to find ways out. Otherwise, why is India's Global AI Summit was such a success? All the big AI companies were here, their CEOs were here. The reason is because they see India as a hugely ready AI market. Where else are they going to show the numbers that is required to generate the returns that they have to ensure to their investors? So India is currently being seen around the world as a ready market which needs to be gobbled up, and permanent dependencies have to be created where the locus of these dependencies are outside our borders. And this is neo-colonialism of a different nature, and we have to be wary around it. And this is where, again, as Sir said, we're not worried about where you're getting your shoes and your fragrances from. You can have all the French fragrances come into our country, not a problem. But there are certain existential forces, you need to control that no matter what.
Thanks. Dr. Kohli, you wanted to leave?
Yeah, so I just, I'm afraid I have to leave, so I would just like to add some, respond to some of the discussion that has taken place. So first of all, on capital coming and not coming to India, I think the essence of capital, as was rightly said, is that it always follows the rate of return. And it is very obvious that investors are not seeing the rate of return or the relative rate of return, because global capital is always looking at relative rate of returns. So obviously the returns in India are much lower, or they're not justified. At least one symptom is very clear, which is the overinflated stock market, and that has to correct very deeply before the short-term variety of capital comes to India. As far as FDI is concerned, that has been, it's a very serious cause of concern. Second, I think that it's important to, it's far too easy to blame others and blame, as we have for a long time, past FTAs and other countries for gobbling up, market shares and so on. I'm sorry, it's a ruthless world out there, and there is nothing in the world else other than which proves competitiveness is the ability to export. The production or the export frontier in the world, global frontier, is the competitiveness mark. And India's always had, even when it has had FTAs or not, it has always managed to put in tariffs and non-tariff barriers, notably overt and increasing tariff rates from 2017 onwards until very recently, until about last year, and when there has been a radical U-turn in India's trade policy. And those are the effects of those tariffs that have been playing out that we see now. What do tariffs do actually? They actually push up domestic costs, and they help a certain very small producer segment which benefits because it is able to sell low quality, low productivity and costlier products, and as consumers we all suffer. So India has done that very marvelously, and it's, you know, besides the things that Ambassador Kumar pointed out to, features like red tape, etc., I'd like to add one more, which I think that may be actually the biggest one, which is the response of the Indian business or the Indian industry. Why is it so uncompetitive? It is anti-openness by and large. So, you know, on the surface we may not find very many on the surface we may not find any hostility to agreements or whatever, but behind the scenes it operates in the form of non-tariff barriers, quality control orders and so on. And this goes on, and it has been there. One final point on market seeking versus there are two kinds of FDIs or investments. The point was made that India is a large market, and yes, until now the story of foreign investment into India has been one of seeking the Indian market. So they have expanded domestically, including, you know, Amazon or any of them. Why do they want to come here? There are millions of consumers out here. But what has happened is that in India, we have never been able to attract export-oriented foreign direct investments. Now that is the investment which is beneficial. It raises productivity growth, it is job creating, and it is export-oriented, and it is hugely beneficial in terms of technology spillovers, learnings and so on. We have not had that. It has come to China, it is then from there on it's ASEAN, and then of late the China plus one story, that's the most recent example. It did not materialize. There was so much hype and hoopla within India for the last 5 years about China plus, and why it was like a given that it has to come to India. But that hasn't played out. It's been actually a disappointment. It has gone to Vietnam and some other countries. And there is a stickiness to the kind of scale of investments that are there in China, the foreign investment. Companies just cannot get out because that kind of capacity, large scale, just is impossible to replicate in the rest of the world. What has happened is that Apple actually proved that some part of it could relocate and fairly quickly in less than a year. But then even Apple is stuck, that's about only 20% of its production. It's stuck at like about 40 to 60, it's still stuck in China. It's not able to, you know, replicate that. I think that's about all.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you for joining us. She'll be leaving now. Mr. Sormelis, before you answer, I have another question for you, and I'm sorry for taking your time. I'm going to come to all of those hands up there. Just this last question. These two gentlemen have said that you are interested in neo-colonial. All these FTAs are being signed because you want to colonize our country in a new way. What's your view? How does EU see this?
Well, I mean, obviously I wouldn't agree with that, but I would agree very much with what I heard by different speakers on the importance of addressing all these regulatory issues and the need for reforms. I mean, that is, I think, very important. That is perhaps what also explains, in combination with the sort of high level of tariffs that exist in India, that is perhaps what explains also the time needed to conclude these negotiations, since we all know that they started a long time ago. And this is why we have also worked a lot in this agreement to include not only tariff concessions, but a number of regulatory chapters. And in this respect, I would invite also the students here to go to the website either of the Ministry of Commerce here or the European Commission to see the text of the FTA, because I mean all of that has been published now. So it's very interesting, I think, to go there to see chapters like technical barriers to trade, like good regulatory practices, like sanitary and phytosanitary issues, which are precisely addressing the non-tariff side of the difficulties that we could face. But one point I wanted to make also is about investment. I mean, we all see in the different statistics that India needs more FDI for its ambitious development perspectives. And the FTA is a formidable platform for cooperation, but there is some unfinished business, because in parallel to the FTA, we had also launched 2 other negotiations. One is on investment protection agreement, one on geographical indications. And here I would like to make the point precisely on investment protection agreement that, I mean, it is very important to sort of build a business-friendly environment which will attract investments. And I think in this context, being able to negotiate an investment protection agreement is really extremely important. And we of course now try to make progress after we have finished the FTA to make progress on this agreement. And perhaps a word on the WTO, if you allow me, because I wouldn't want the entire panel to take place without even mentioning the WTO, although Ambassador Kumar mentioned it in his remarks. But I mean, to us, the WTO is essential. Its reform is also essential, but it is an essential organization. And let's not forget that today, I mean, we have concluded negotiations of the FTA, but our bilateral trade between the EU and India is under WTO terms. I mean, we are trading, as you said, Ambassador, under the MFN rule. And this is the bedrock for still the majority of international trade that happens today. So let's also keep that into perspective.
Thank you.
Obviously, we need to reform it, and obviously this reform will also have to tackle issues, I mean, of different nature, but also issues related to the functioning and the flexibility of the WTO, because the consensus rule that applies there has sometimes been applied a bit like in the UN, like veto right, and has blocked a number of decisions from being made.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll take the questions now. Wow, that's great. So you're going to go last. Yeah, we'll start from there. Where are the mics?
Thank you, panel, for your very insightful discussion, which took place just now. My question is to partner from the European mission here in New Delhi. Sir, I had a question regarding the energy security of Europe. Now, as we know that certain news outlets have pointed out that Europe or the EU is importing LNG from America at a comparatively high rate compared to what they export from the Russian Federation. Now, I had the opportunity to meet the EU ambassador and the Spanish ambassador, the former saying that they will phase out imports from Russia by 2027, while yesterday in a hypothetical situation...
Can you get to the question, please?
Yes, certainly, sir. So, with regards to energy security, so I wanted to know that will the EU import energy export from the United States at a comparatively high price, and that to a very unreliable partner right now, or will it consider importing gas from the Russian Federation in the future if diplomatic ties become normalized again, sir?
I mean, we all know the background. We had an energy dependency vis-à-vis Russia, which was weaponized through the war in Ukraine, of course, and we had made very, very significant efforts to limit as much as possible our dependency on Russia regarding energy resources, be it oil or LNG. So we started with a very high rate of dependency, and it took immense efforts to now bring it down to almost zero, and we will continue in this course of action. And obviously, since we are no longer importing from Russia, we need to diversify and import from other countries. And of course, the United States is an important energy resource provider, so we are also obviously importing and will continue doing so from the US.
Okay, so I don't want to get stuck to this side. I just want to see finally how many hands are there. So we'll take 2 questions from here, and then how many mics do we have? 1 only? Okay, so give this young woman there, then the pink shirt behind, and then we will shift to that side.
Good afternoon, panel. I am Ria from Kirorimal College. My question is to Rajat sir. It's very simple. We know that India already has high tariffs, especially when compared to all ASEAN countries. My question is, how do these high tariffs impact MSMEs that rely on intermediate goods? And could this weaken the very manufacturing base that we aim to protect? And why there has been a policy deficit in this area? Because the union budget does talk about an MSME growth fund, SME growth fund to help these MSMEs with equity. But considering the geopolitical turbulence that we are witnessing, there is no policy over there. That's my question.
Thank you. She's from my college, so please answer with great caution.
This is such a tough question.
Can you take it to that pink shirt there?
Yeah. So, yes, the MSMEs have been impacted more so in sectors like textile, where there was tariff arbitrage, where countries like Vietnam and Bangladesh were put at a lower tariff for the time being. But the problem with trade is that even a shock wave that goes in, MSMEs losing business and they are not able to, sustain that period when the tariffs are suddenly 50% on you. That a lot of MSMEs are not able to overcome those intermittent shocks, and then they go bust in the process. A lot of turbulence we were seeing and observing in certain sectors which were labor intensive. Tamil Nadu and the textile sector based out of Tamil Nadu was one of the most exposed sector all of a sudden, and this is why Indian government came in, stepped in, that we will provide certain credit guarantees so that you can take and borrow some money with certain guarantees and sustain the salary structures of your employees and all of that and just stay afloat. Now that the entire tariff structure has been struck down by the Supreme Court in the US, I believe that a lot of these ailing MSMEs who were suffering this jolt have now sort of gotten into a breather. But we need to understand that we have to constantly race past the competing markets who are trying to fill in these order books of the Europeans or of the Americans. And our competition therefore is from Indonesia and from Vietnam and from Bangladesh and these set of countries. So our MSMEs have to be resilient, especially the labor intensive ones, and they need to have some kind of a financial cushion to ensure that they stay afloat when such external shocks are presented to them.
So the good news is I've been told we have a lot of time, and we have a lot of questions. The pink shirt there, and then I shift. Who's managing the mic on this side? Yeah, so somebody has to manage the mic on this side and somebody here. Yeah, please go on.
Greetings, sir. I'm Bhavya Batra, an alumnus of the Political Science Department of Hindu. So I have 2 short questions for different panelists, if I may be permitted to ask. One question is first to Ambassador Mohan Kumar, sir. Sir, one question, the first question pertains to the fact that once when the United States, it withdrew from the JCPOA in 2018 under President Trump, it was then forced upon India to stop its oil imports from Iran in 2019. And later, the similar happened when we were forced to withdraw our imports from Venezuela. And again, we were being pressurized to not do so from Russia in the case of the Russia-Ukraine war. So the first question simply pertains to the fact that do we believe that India has a position of strategic autonomy, or do we have a place of strategic subservience? And that strategic subservience, if it is, then what sort of a position do we envisage for India in the evolving multilateral order and its leadership of the global South? The second question...
Thank you. We'll come to the second question after one round. Yeah.
So that is probably the toughest question asked. You should have asked it to the first panel who were waxing eloquent about geopolitics. Anyway, I'm happy to respond to it. I think strategic autonomy also means you work within the constraints that you have. And one of the main constraints we have, I have said publicly, openly, Your 4 trillion is grossly insufficient for a country of 1.4 billion people. You have 500 million people living in poverty, so the growth is not inclusive. In such a situation, it would be naive to pretend that you have 100% strategic autonomy. You are trying to get as much strategic space as possible. The government of India needs to be commended for getting as much space as possible. But if you want complete strategic autonomy, we are a far way from there. And I would say there are only 2 countries in the world which enjoy near perfect strategic autonomy, and no prizes for guessing which those 2 countries are. All the others, we are trying to jostle for strategic space and trying to see how we can make do with whatever constraints you have. All the things that you mentioned about Iran, Venezuela, Russia, it's just real politics. Welcome to geopolitics. It's brute power. I mean, in the WTO, India used to block things, in the past. But our share of world trade, it was 2.5%, 3%. China's share is 15% and America's is 25%. So, I mean, today, when somebody tells me, why don't you put your foot down vis-a-vis America? For God's sake, we are a 4 trillion economy. They are a 30 trillion economy. Do you see this difference or not? Why talk of India? And I don't expect my colleague who's a serving diplomat, unlike me, he has to be more careful about what he speaks, not like me. I'm much retired, so it's all right. But EU, which is much more significant in terms of economic clout, still has to deal with US. So that should not surprise you at all, but it should not prevent your march towards complete strategic autonomy.
Thank you. Questions from that side? Yeah.
Greetings of the day. Good afternoon, speakers. I'm Chaitanya and I'm from Ramdas College. A little throwback to when President Trump imposed reciprocal tariffs and 25%, reversed, and then India got a share of 10% back, since it was a clear violation of the Trade Act of 1974. So the question is that this leads us to the dichotomy. With the policy reversal, is it safe for us to continue instilling our faith in institutions, in and out, and international, to keep a check on erratic and irrational actors when heads of state like President Trump have absolutely forgotten that institutions like Congress still exist?
I think he's answered the question in the question itself, but you want to give a short synopsis?
Just leave it on, don't switch it on.
So very briefly, I think you are right about institutions, and this is a separate debate happening in America, so we can't get involved in it. It's about checks and balances between the 3 wings of government. On the tariff issue, I just finished talking to some exporters before I came to this meeting. The present situation is actually one which we can live with. This is a much better situation for India to be in, because we should thank the Supreme Court judgment. We had punitive tariffs and MFN tariffs both coming up to 50%. Today it is 10% plus MFN, which comes to 13.5%. All Indian exporters tell me if the present situation can continue indefinitely, they're quite happy. Which is why the Commerce Minister has said what he has said yesterday, which is we will negotiate with the United States. With the US, our policy has been no confrontation. Obviously, you can't confront them. They are a 30 trillion, you are a 4 trillion. No capitulation. You are still a big country, so don't fold. And lastly, yes to conversation. Keep talking. Indian diplomats are good at talking. We can talk till the cows come home, and that is what we should do. Thank you.
Mr. Sarmalis.
Yeah. I mean, the legal situation in the US is often quite complex, and on this issue, I mean, I think one has to keep in mind also that the Supreme Court decision was on the reciprocal tariffs. But there are other tariffs that have been imposed by President Trump under different legal bases, and in particular Section 232 on national security, which have not been questioned, of course, in this Supreme Court case, and which are still applying. And this concerns significant products such as steel, such as aluminium, such as cars and car parts. And recently, 1 or 2 days ago, there was the announcement on pharmaceutical products. There are other products that are under investigation under Section 232. So I think this element has also to be factored in to have a broader picture.
Thank you. Couple of more questions. Yeah. And then you hand it to that person there at the corner.
Warm greetings to the panel. I am Abhay Yadav and I am from Motilal Nehru College. I study political science there. Sir, my question is to Ambassador Mohar Kumar, sir. Sir, in the previous panel, Indra Bagchi ma'am mentioned that mediating countries should have the power or ability to bring the two parties involved in the conflict to the table. But sir, when we see the government constantly lying to its people, we understand that...
Government is lying to its people?
In the sense that...
Which government are you talking about?
The current government. In the sense that they are constantly being told that we are Vishwaguru, and the advertisements like War Rukvadi Papa, which means that Modi ji ne War Rukvadi.
I think this is getting very political. We'll take the next question over there. Thank you.
Sir,
Thank you very much. We'll take the next question. This is a trade geo-economics conversation.
So my question is to Mr. Surmeis and Mr. Kumar. So my question is that it was mentioned that the growth for India is coming from the tier 2 cities. So my question to Mr. Kumar is really, because I don't think so, the education imparted in those areas is not up to the mark that will grow so much. And my question to Mr. Surmeis is, how can EU help us in achieving this growth? Because we took almost 20 years to get an FTA. So as a friend, India and Europe, how can we have this much faster and strategically?
What was your first question? Can you repeat? I didn't understand.
Yeah. So my question was that it was mentioned that the growth will come from tier 2 cities of India. They have a lot of growth potential, but really do we have that? That was my question to Mr. Kumar.
Who mentioned that? Anybody?
No. Look, the growth has to come from tier 2, tier 3 cities. The 500 million people that I constantly talk about as people below the poverty line, from my perspective, not extreme poverty, as I said, there's controversy about what constitutes the poverty line. But if you accept my contention that there are 500 million people, you have to move them from farm to industry, a point which was made by Samir Saran this morning. Most countries have managed to move the labor from farm to making Nike shoes, to making textiles, making garments. The problem is, China already makes 70% of all these goods. So what are you going to make with your farm labor? You can't turn them into computer engineers overnight. So that is the challenge that awaits India. Our manufacturing is not competitive. Our manufacturing does not provide jobs. IT is not going to provide jobs for 500 million people. That is only for the IITs and the NITs. So that is the challenge to me, and therefore the need to invest in education and reschooling. But growth has to come from tier 2, tier 3. Make no mistake. It can't just be one Gurgaon and one Noida and one Delhi and one Mumbai. India is much bigger than that.
Okay, thank you. I mean, if I understand correctly, the question was how we can help.
Yes, why is it taking time and how?
Yeah, I mean, I think essentially two aspects here to highlight. One, obviously, a free trade agreement, as its name stands, I mean, will allow better access for a number of Indian products to the EU market. And here I'm talking essentially about consumer products and the so-called labor-intensive products, textiles, footwear, fishery products, etc. But I think another aspect which is extremely important is the cooperation that will allow a better integration of India into the global value chains. I mean, this is what ultimately will help India increase its, the manufacturing share of its economy and meeting its ambition of becoming a manufacturing hub for exports.
Thank you. Rajat, you wanted to comment?
So I think to the former question, I just wanted to add one point that India, for a very long time, almost 3 decades or so, we have played upon this labor arbitrage as the core principle around which our economic and business strategies have centered upon. This has served us well to climb up the economic ladder, but going forward, this formula that you can, you can create this labor arbitrage just because you have such a big demography, this is being called into question. Increasingly, we are seeing that unicorns around the world that are being built by a handful of employees. So there will be enormous economic surplus that will be created by a certain set of highly productive skilled people, and rest everything would be turned into a demographic dust. And that is what should haunt us, because a lot of our economic thinking has been like, okay, if Europe can produce something at X price, we can do it 10th of that price. But we fail in this process that, increasingly you will have robots manning these factories which will do the job at 1/100th the price. Now, how are you going to fill this void? And this is why when I go out and speak to several CEOs in Bangalore, who have been so used to of how IT as an industry has grown to a $300 billion behemoth, that we've forgotten that there is an end date, there is an expiry date to our IT success story. And that IT success story, once it pauses, are all our assumptions that we have baked into that by 2047 we will be a developed country because we will continue to grow at 7%. All of these assumptions will be called into question. So once all of these questions gets called into question, you'll find it increasingly difficult to attract capital, because capital will be like, okay, here we were assuming that you are going to grow continuously in a Goldilocks scenario, but now that is being questioned because you might not grow because the new age industries, the new age sunrise sectors, you don't have any control over, because you've always pivoted around labor arbitrage. So these are some of the challenges which whether tier 1 will solve it or tier 2 or tier 5 is going to solve, but these are questions we need to find answers quite urgently.
They need to leave, so...
Let's first, give him the honor and then you continue.
Okay, so 5 more minutes. So we'll take one question here, and then I'll come to you, Professor, for your last question.
Let me first do this honors to him and then you can...
A huge round of applause for Sir.
Sure.
Okay, your question.
Hi, Ambassador Kumar. Sorry for taking too long of
Can't hear you. Speak into the...
Hi, Ambassador Kumar. My question was not a very flashy one, but other than reading your wonderful books on the matter, what else would you suggest we read up on international trade and related matters to, equip ourselves better and empower ourselves to understand the situation? Because there's a lot of conspiracy theory also going around, and I would rather not waste my time. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Very briefly, excellent question, and I wish some of you would specialize in international trade. Look, the WTO's website is very good, and pick up the GATT Article 1 and 3. Article 1 is MFN, and Article 3 is national treatment. In the Uruguay round dispute settlement results, you will find jurisprudence for Article 1 and Article 3. Again, all available on the website. So don't read it like a Harold Robbins novel. Harold Robbins was my era. I don't know what you guys read now, but whatever you read, I think what I'm saying is concentrate on Article 1, Article 3. Every international trade agreement is dependent on 2 principles, MFN, national treatment, and exceptions to it. It doesn't sound as simple as I'm putting it. I'm oversimplifying it. Highly complicated. People have spent PhDs doing this, but I think begin with those 2. And WTO website is good. I would also suggest some of you should go for the course on WTO. They have orientation courses for students, and subject to visa and the money you can pay. I would suggest the 3-week course in WTO Geneva is not bad at all. We used to use it for our diplomats because in our system, an IAS officer who's district collector, Jhumri Talaya, becomes the ambassador to WTO, as you know. So we also train them, by the way. So we do that as well.
Mr. Sarmalis, one last question from the host.
I didn't want to ask a question. It's more about if you could just expand, because I'm just taking a cue from what you said. 2 weeks ago, there was a podcast that I watched of Fareed Zakaria, And Farid had an argument to make, and he says that, well, if you look to the big economies of the world, the current big economies of the world, most of them are service economies, not manufacturing economies, right? Given the kind, and you yourself said, given the fact that, competing with manufacturing economies is quite tough, given the kind of red tapeism and other bottlenecks that we do have, my question to you is, if we do intend to push up the kind of service sector that we wish to, how do you think we should gear up, particularly at the universities, where we need to cut down a lot of top-down directives as well, in order to prepare the next generation of students to be good enough to be pushing up themselves and creating a place in the service sector? So what's your take on that? Because, the rhetoric of Vishwa Guru and other things is all good, but the fact is, are we really doing enough in terms of courses, curriculum, and the cutting edge kind of edge that we need to push ourselves up, maybe in the service sector? Thank you.
So very briefly, I think I've asked for a fundamental reassessment of our education system, where I think practitioners should come and teach you. We are trying to do it in a modest way at Jindal Global University, where I teach diplomatic practice, and students tell me it's much better I teach them rather than somebody who comes and says constructivist theory, realist theory, those kind of things. Maybe there is a place for them as well. I don't mean to belittle them, but I think it's good if you can we have a banking school, and we have bankers come and teach the students what is banking. Similarly, I think if you have economics, it's very good if the chief economists of different companies and the government of India can come and teach you at least one course, because otherwise you end up learning what is already on the website. The other thing I would say is, if education has to impart critical thinking skills. I mean, I'll be honest, I don't know if what I'm teaching my students today is going to be relevant 10 years from now. I'll be lying if I told him, yes, it's going to be very relevant your whole life. No. But if I can encourage critical thinking skills, then I think that will keep them in good stead. Last point, and I don't know how to do this. I met some of you, and I'll be honest with you, almost every student I met said, they're doing political science and they want to write the civil service exam. That is fine. I was myself a foreign service officer, so I don't denigrate that. But I was hoping somebody would tell me I want to become a multi-millionaire. What is wrong with that? Why aren't you guys thinking of that? Everybody wants to go and join the civil service, which is fine if that is what you want to do. I cannot believe that in a class of 100 people, I cannot find 5 people who tell me I want to become a bloody multi-millionaire and employ 1,000 people. What is wrong with that? And what is wrong if some of you tell me I want to be an entrepreneur and a job creator rather than a job seeker? So those are things that I want to hear from students. And frankly, somebody telling me I topped the exam after 9 attempts, I feel like telling him you've got to be a blithering idiot if you have to take the exam 9 times to top it, right? So we have to review that. I would say there is, I think, dignity of labor which lacks in this country. I built a house recently in Greater Noida, putting all my wealth, and it was difficult to get a plumber. It's difficult to get a painter, difficult to get a carpenter. When are we going to, in this country, have some dignity of labor that somebody comes and says, I'm a carpenter, what's wrong with that? My daughter lives in Canada, and their carpenters come and talk eye to eye with somebody who works in banking. So we have these absolutely screwed up notions of success. There is no other way to put it. Forgive my language. I mean, you have to be a white-collar person. And the fact that people want to be peons in the government offices sickens me. Because there is so much you can do with your life. But you just want to be giving chai to officers. If that is your fundamental objective in life, then God help India, isn't it? Anyway, a long-winding answer.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Usually, when I moderate panels, I find people leaving. Here, the panelists are beginning to leave. And before we get empty, I just call it a day. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure talking to all of you. Thank you.
We are deeply grateful to our distinguished panelists for their thought-provoking insights and for adding immense value to this dialogue. As a gesture of our gratitude, I would like to invite Professor Manisha Pandey to felicitate our distinguished panelists.
Sure. Last thing I want to do is give you the impression I'm very... I have to put Sony, I don't.
The dean has already left for Sudeepa. He could have saved some fuel.
I would also like to invite Professor Kasturi Datta ma'am to please felicitate our panelists.
Thank you all for the engaging discussion. I extend my sincere gratitude to our esteemed panelists for their valuable perspectives, which have truly enriched our understanding of today's economic challenges.
Okay, friends, sorry for coming in. So we will have lunch right now. The panel post-lunch is already here, and therefore we'll start sharp at 2 o'clock, is it? We'll all have lunch together. Gautam, are you leaving? Why not have lunch? Okay. You have a luncheon meeting, is it? Okay, so we'll have lunch, but please, the next 3 panels are as engaging as the 2 other panels were. So I would request everyone to be here sharp at 2. The lunch is being served in the lawns on my left side. So for you, it will be on the right side. You can get out of this and then take a U-turn and come there. Please queue up and do the lunch. All those who have a band in their hands are the ones who will be served lunch. And then we meet back again at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the third panel of the Conclave. Here we'll reflect on 2 pressing challenges, namely energy security and climate action. Given the fragmented geopolity that we have touched upon in our previous panels, the nature of relationship between these 2 imperatives have somewhat become more complex. Resurgent nationalism, ideological polarization, and ongoing geopolitical conflicts are reshaping global energy politics. At the same time, the global transition towards decarbonization is unfolding unevenly. It is within this broader context that today's discussion takes shape through panel 3, which is fueling the new world order, energy security, and climate action.
Before we begin with the proceedings of the third panel, we would take a moment to thank our associate partner, Konrad Adenauer Stiftung India, for the wonderful collaboration. With that, I would like to invite our distinguished speakers, Ms. Shubha Raha, Mr. Balwant Joshi, Mr. Kedar Sawant, and the moderator, Ms. Aparna Roy, to proceed towards the stage. With a round of applause, we welcome our distinguished panelists. To begin with, we have Ms. Shubha Raha, a fellow and lead of the International Cooperation Program of Council on Energy, Environment and Water. Ms. Raha also anchors CEW's advisory to multilaterals such as the G20, G7, BRICS, and the UN, and has been a UNFCCC COP observer since 2016. Next, we have Mr. Balwant Joshi. He is the founder and managing director of IDAM Infrastructure Advisory, founder member and secretary of the Indian Renewable Energy Federation, and serves on the advisory board of Power Exchange India Limited. A pioneer of mechanisms like feed-in tariffs and renewable certificates, he offers expertise shaping sustainable energy transitions and regulatory frameworks.
Moving ahead, we have Mr. Kedar Sawant, who is the Senior Portfolio Manager in Energy Transitions and Water Sector at the French Development Agency. He specializes in energy transition, development finance institutions modus operandi, climate finance and associated taxonomies and water domain. An alumnus of the London School of Economics and École des Mines, he also provides ad hoc support to the French Embassy and corresponding institutions. Then I introduce before you Ms. Aparna Roy, Fellow and Lead on Climate Change and Energy at the Center of New Economic Diplomacy. Ms. Roy was the coordinator of India's Think 20 Secretariat's Task Force on Refueling Growth, Clean Energy and Green Transitions. Her work examines climate change risks to sustainable development in the Global South and the future of resilience in a climate-constrained world. Ms. Roy will be the moderator for this panel. With that, I thank all our guests for joining us on stage and hand over to Ms. Roy for initiating the discussion. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and a very warm welcome to this ironic session that we are hosting right now on called Fueling the New World Order, Climate Action and Energy Security. And today we meet at a moment where the old certainties are fading, right? There's nothing certain. We were just out for lunch. We got to know we have to come back and reconvene in a session. We have energy markets that are no longer just about efficiency. We have climate cooperation that is no longer insulated from geopolitics. We have transitions that are no longer linear. Instead, we are navigating a world that is fragmented, that is transactional, and that is often unpredictable. And this is more challenging for countries like India, where this kind of an episode raises the most fundamental question. Can we secure energy, sustain growth, and still stay committed to climate ambition all at the same time? And like you see, I have been joined today by a stellar panel to discuss this. But before we move on to question, I would like to start this panel with 3 provocations. First, are we quietly witnessing the end of globalization in energy? And if so, does that make energy transition faster because it's becoming more local, or slower because it becomes more fragmented? Second, has climate action now become a byproduct of energy security rather than a goal in itself? And third, in a PAX transactional world where every partnership is interest-driven, is climate cooperation still about collective good or just strategic advantage in disguise? Shubha, I'll first turn to you with my opening question. Like I said, in a world that is increasingly defined as PAX transactional, which is also the theme of this conclave, where strategic interests override shared norms, how do you see climate cooperation surviving or evolving when trust between more powers has or is seen as eroding?
Hi, good afternoon. Pleasure to be here. Thanks, Aparna. I'm going to counter your provocation with another provocation, saying that transactional is not necessarily a bad thing. A bad faith transaction is a bad thing, but good faith transactions we have every minute in our lives. Every time we buy something, we're having a transaction. We give money, we get something in return. So transaction per se is not a bad word. It has been given that sort of impression because of the second part of the thing that you said, that transactions versus shared values and norms, etc. And there comes my second counter provocation to this. Who was sharing what with whom? And why has it fallen apart? We need to go back to the first principles of this thing, because the assumption that certain shared values were working need to be reevaluated. Whose values were we sharing? So when I come into this from a developing country's perspective, if I look at the multilateral system, were the credit rating system shared values? Were the sanctions that were unilaterally put shared values? Were the help that did not come during supply chain disruptions over the years? We've seen that during COVID, we saw that during Ukraine, we're seeing this right now, but these go back many decades. Did they come when we wanted? So this whole position that certain shared values have been disrupted, certain consensus are not being reached, that's not true. Anybody can transact with anybody in good faith over a long period of time. So that is point one to the Pax transactionalism. What has happened, what is causing the discomfort is that compliance to certain so-called norms and values have reduced because certain players in this game have decided that no, we have our own priorities, we have our own interests, we have our own circumstances, our own realities, our own constraints, and we need to operate within that. And within this construct is also energy security, but any other security also follows the same norms. If we do not have something to eat right now, our priority is going to be to secure that to ensure our existential survival. So within this, if you kind of put energy security or transaction, it doesn't seem like a bad thing. You're supposed to go and get it from partners who are in the same boat as you, I would say. So having the correct tactics, which then feed into a bigger strategy, which in an ideal world can also serve multilateral goals, is where we need to be. But at the very base, and this session is happening at a very nice time, in the sense that we're in the middle of a hot potato political moment. It's not the first time that we're having a West Asia crisis. We've had even this before. But now it's on social media, so a lot of people have access to the photos, the news that's breaking. But if, let's say, the Strait of Hormuz is closed, our priority is to make sure our tankers get through it. So that our people, right now we're having an LPG cylinder crisis, any government's priority is to make sure that their people have existential systems that serve them. So in this sort of a circumstance, to say that we're being transactional, this was a question raised during Ukraine, that why was India buying Russian oil? It's been asked for us before, why are you doing a nuclear program? We've been sanctioned for that. It's always been asked. But a government, a country, a people's priority is their own existential thing, their security. Within that, affordability, accessibility, equity, justice. And within that, if we can have sustainability, great. If we can have multilateralism, great. So my point is, we have finally come back to the first principles of how countries behave. A lot of CW's research that we're doing right now is no longer quant-led, the numbers. We're going into why countries over millennia have behaved a certain way, what's the nature of a country. And in that, you can kind of have a little bit of foresight into how a country might behave. India has called on its millennia-old relationship with Iran to get our tanker through. If that works, is that transactional? Is that civilizational? Who's to decide that?
Thanks, Shruva. That was an interesting perspective. And taking forward what you just said, that it's not that we are for the first time in a more conflict-ridden world. We know much better, but at the same time, given these conflict and uncertainty, we have to make sure, any nation has to make sure that their priority is to insulate their country from the disruption that this might create. Balwant, bringing home the point that, kind of wanting to translate the global shift that is happening into India's domestic and infrastructure reality, with the ongoing supply chain disruption because of the Strait of Hormuz, etc., and also right from critical mineral to manufacturing, how should India balance cost, resilience, self-reliance in the middle of this transition?
Thanks a lot, Aparna. Thanks ORF, thanks Hindu College for inviting me here. It's a privilege. A very interesting question and very interesting perspective from Shua in terms of the PAX transactional. Certainly the world is becoming far more transactional. And the shared value, shared culture, and following the certain norms, certain global norms is kind of a aberration today than the norm, right? And whether it's a good or bad, I don't want to get into that. You know, there is, if the transaction is done in a bad faith, it's obviously bad. But moving from the global norm to the transactional is actually just going to increase the every transaction cost, right, for everybody. Having said that, the question about energy security and what is happening today in the West Asia, the impact is going to be immediately felt on two counts, right? One is natural gas and LPG. Third impact is going to be on the crude oil or the petrochemical or petroleum products. But the first two immediate impacts, the first one would be LPG, second one would be LNG that is needed in the country. And this is going to have significant impact on the people in the country and at every level. Especially the LPG impact is going to have significant impact everywhere. What we read yesterday in, I think, the Hindu was there has been a lot of reverse migration that has already started taking place. People from Mumbai, Delhi moving back to Bihar, saying that, okay, at least hum yahan pe kam se kam chulha to jala sakte hai, right? And this is where the energy security paradigm comes into play. And what needs to be done to achieve that kind of energy security? India, we don't have petroleum, we don't have crude, we don't have gas, so nothing can be done about it. What we have to do is we have to work with what we have, correct? And what do we have? We have got vast expanse, the territory, we have got a huge coastline, we have got a huge resources, other resources. So in terms of the energy security, I have got a kind of a 5-pronged strategy for the country. The first one is to kind of look at this particular reducing the dependence on the petroleum products, gas and LPG, LNG and LPG. We have to have significant electrification of the appliances, significant. Sir talked about, instead of using LPG, we should be using induction, and for using those inductions, you need certain permissions, right? I think that electrification is just one part of it, but there is a huge amount of electrification opportunities. How many people know over here what is the kind of a share of electricity into the primary energy consumption of the country? You will be surprised, it's around 20%. So 80% are other fossil fuels, right? And increasing that 20% to 40% to 60% is going to kind of lead to creation of or production of the domestic energy, domestic electricity, and the usage of that. So the first strategy would be rapid electrification. Second strategy has to be resource acquisition. We have got resources, solar is there, wind is there, hydro is there within the country. But as it is done in case of other resources, like, we use OVL or ONGC Videsh to acquire fields outside India. The same way we need to look at in the neighborhood and see hydro resources are abundant in Nepal, Bhutan, probably kind of enter into MOU to develop 100,000 megawatt of hydro, okay, which would also be compatible with our existing renewable energy potential and capacity. Third strategy, which I would put it, is a distributed renewables, okay? And why distributed renewables? Large renewables has got huge problem with land acquisition, transmission, etc. So distributed renewables, there are several case studies. If we get a time, I will come back to those particular case studies. The fourth one, again, resource related, that is coal. It's obvious that we can't abandon the coal, but at the same time, we can't give up our responsibility on climate action. So all new projects, all new coal-based capacity that we would bring has to be CCUS ready to begin with. That is the technology which would enable us to reduce the carbon emissions or sequester the carbon emissions. So that is something that has to be done. And the fifth and last, again, very important, after the yesterday's announcement by DAE, Department of Atomic Energy, that the Kalpakam has entered into the criticality of the second phase of the fast breeder reactor program or FBR program. So the first project anywhere in the world, 500 megawatt, reaching that criticality is very, very important from the technology development. But that also gives a lot of hope to all of us that we would be able to achieve energy security without actually getting into the actions which would kind of damage our environment, damage our climate, and be a responsible citizen of the world. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you, Balwant. I think very beautifully put and very structured sort of insights on what the strategies for India going forward in a otherwise disturbed era would be. Now, the question comes to that as we are approaching this transition and as these transition advances, what needs to be funded and by whom? So finance sit at the core of any transition, including energy that we are talking about. And this takes me to Kedar for my next question, that Kedar, so public money has its own limitation, right? We are an emerging economy, we have a lot to achieve, we have different front and direction and the pipelines where we would put our funds to. Now, at the same time, an energy security like theme sits at the heart of India's growth story. In the absence of enough capital, what will it take to unlock large-scale private capital for energy transition in emerging economies, including India? What's your opening thought on that?
Yeah. Hello. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you, Arif, first of all. Just on a lighter note, we were outside for the lunch and we rushed in order to start the program. So I would like to self-congratulate myself and other fellow panelists for showing the adaptability and the resilience, which are also indispensable part of the climate action. So starting with the question, Aparna, the pertinent question that you asked about how the Public Development Bank can finance these more riskier sectors in order to accelerate the energy transition, not just by providing the concessional financing, but I would like to emphasize that the AFD, which is a French development agency for which I work, provides a long-term concessional loan as well as technical assistance to the government of India and state PSUs and central PSUs. So these technical assistance which come in the terms of peer-to-peer exchanges as well as establishment of the joint working groups, also policy support, effectuate the dialogue and influence the policymakers, and also strengthening the governance of the state government as well as central government. That makes the things pretty much seamless at the first when we look at very difficult projects. For example, the critical minerals processing as well as the support to the manufacturing systems for the clean tech manufacturing ecosystem. It is going to be embedded part of our strategy. So the technical assistance which we will be bringing apart from the long-term concessional financing, that will be much more dedicated and will resolve the problems at such an extent that the private sector could be little bit relaxed in order to have the comfort to go further for investing, for doing more research and development, and also leverage on their strength and working along with the government of India. So the added value will always come from the bilaterals or multilaterals, which will be in the terms of technical assistance. So for example, even if the technical assistance is only 1% of the total loan that we provide, but it's a crucial one, which will be able to create the very significant effect in the ecosystem in order to go further on the technical subjects and to prove the technical feasibility as well as commercial feasibility of the pilot projects and studies. I will basically more emphasize on this new energy order where we can see the critical minerals and processing is very important, indispensable part of the manufacturing services that we will be heading on, and there will be emergence of the SMEs, which will be also the spine of the Indian economy. So the AFD being a bilateral development financing institute fully owned by the government of France is working with the 19 other nations in order to have the policy dialogue to draft, articulate the interministerial policies with the different countries. And out of them, I would like to mention Indonesia, South Africa, Argentina, Peru, Brazil, which are some of the countries are part of the BRICS country. So there will be more south to south knowledge transfer. It's not just us preaching from the one side, and India also has a lot of things to tell to the world when it comes to the energy transition and tackling with the challenges. So much more alignment that we are seeing the cooperation between southern countries, but of course they are endorsed by the global north countries in order to have much more collaborative approach and comprehensive approach.
I'll take forward the last line that you mentioned, that India has a lot to take to the world, right? And India is also sort of trying to be the blueprint or the practical experimentation lab for the countries of Global South to adopt, that what local level successes could be, and if something fails, what could other countries then do it right. Shubha, in the second round of question, we have discussed, and Balwanji had pointed out, 5 very clear strategies that we should take forward in order to shield our economy from the energy insecurity if it hits us, right? And then when we talk about energy security and securitizing or building resilience of our system to any sort of risk or threat, we do understand it comes at a cost. When you grow, especially for emerging economies like India, you may not be able to associate or take along, say, climate action that you were trying to lead on. Your immediate thought then is to secure your community and or people and make sure that energy reaches large mile to the people or community who are in need of it. So how do you think that countries like India can ensure the equity and climate justice be embedded and not sidelined as the geopolitics becomes to dominate or comes to dominate the climate decision making or the energy security decision making?
Thank you. There's this wicked problem that we face where climate change is a global problem and security is a national issue. So within a global construct, all countries are trying to figure their path out. So it's important to keep this in mind because we're speaking of finance, if I can take a second to address that. We have now found out over the last 15, 17 years of trying to do transitions at a global scale, one-size-fits-all transitions, that it does not work because the same finance is not available in the same country at the same time that they need it. So what country is doing what at which time, these are not synchronous between countries. So the availability of finance or resource or your supply chain, not just of your energy sector, but all other dependent sectors have to develop at the same time, right? So that is when, if you kind of take the global goal and your national priorities or restraints, that's where the disconnect starts happening. And that's why right now, in the middle we spoke a little bit about blended finance. Everybody kept talking about blended finance, markets will come in and so on and so forth. That is not going to happen because around 75 to 80% of these deliveries have to be done by the nation, as in the sovereign. So we are again going back to public development banks, what can the sovereign itself fund. So you can see the focus returning to within countries, and that is where it becomes important as to which country has done what how. And again, if we take a developed versus developing or north versus south, etc. position, we're assuming that the countries of the north and the south are homogeneous to each other, which is not true. So something like, let's say, India could have more in common with a global north country, and not just a global south country simply because of the classification of that. So that is where you sort of, we call it the like-minded countries. That's a phrase that's coming in right now. But more than that, which countries have the same resources or the same constraints at you? So at CEW, for instance, we call it the string of pearls. So it's like a long straight line. You make round circles on it of any value chain. And you figure out which one of these are indigenous to you, which ones of these are with countries that are amenable to you, and which of these things are with countries that are totally not with you, or it's a high risk position. And then you see if you can embark on that journey. So while doing that, you have to see who has the tech. Is it indigenous to you? Is it somebody else's? Do you have to license it? If it's to be licensed, is the country at a point, or is the risk to you such that if they withdraw the license, what happens to you at that point of time? So the risks are very micro and they're mapped at a very specific level, and that's where the tactics come in to the strategies that Balwant sir said, that this how we do it. So even if you take something like electrification, if we electrify more than 20, let's say, I don't want to take household electrification, let's take the railways, for instance. India has one of the largest railways networks in the world. It's pretty much entirely electrified. It's also going to be net zero by 2030. It has a very high percentage of renewables in it. Now this is on a grid. I don't know what kind of fail-safes we are building into our railway network. So in case our power grid comes under attack, our transport system starts collapsing along with it. So then every decision we make, we have to see what are the ripple effects of that, who else gets impacted by this. India being a very large country with a range of geographies, first of all, we have many, many geographic conditions. We have a lot of terrain differences. We have different income brackets, but we also have different regional impacts within the country. States of India are almost as large as many large countries. So we can find similarities not just between India and other countries, but Indian states and other countries who have done certain things. And one of the things that India, because we've been at the receiving end of IPR restrictions, we've been at the receiving end of traditional knowledge being not respected or being acknowledged as actual solutions. We are very hot and humid. We have our own problems that do not suit the Western technologies that exist at this point of time. What Professor Mohan Kumar was saying in the session before this, that we cannot only be taking and servicing. That's not an option for us. We have to develop our own things, and within that we need to find which countries can be our partners, transactional partners, or maybe value-based partners, and which countries are going to be the recipients of what we are doing. That could be, you know, as aid, as developmental sharing, it could be market mechanisms, whatever it is. But these are individual countries that we need to identify, not blocks or groups of entities. Only then can you make a block of people who have certain tactical or strategic interests as you. And I say this because the mistake we keep making is trying to ally with people saying, you know, we have the same democratic values, we have the same XYZ values, we have the same moral values, we have the same ethical values. But that is not the same thing as having the supply chain that you need at that point of time to deliver security. So at which point, what do we prioritize becomes very, very important. One final point to this is, political moments matter, global circumstances matter. While the Iran war, etc., is an extreme version, people have actually forgotten the tariff situation that was happening in the year before that. People have forgotten before that Gaza was happening, before that Ukraine, Russia was happening, before that COVID was happening. It's only 5 years ago that we were in a lockdown, 23rd March, something like that. So in this sort of a landscape, what the other country does becomes very, very important. So it's not just what you want to do. What is the partner entity trying to do? I mean, for instance, we have France with its AFD. Is France in a position right now to solve the problems of the Indo-Pacific or the developed or the global south? Has to be asked, right? What's going on over there? So it's finally we have come to a position where everybody needs to look at every option to execute, whether we do renewables, how much of renewables. India was doing renewables in the 70s. We were doing solar then, we were doing biofuels, and these are not new to us. We were doing this for energy security, not for transition, not for climate action. And final point of scale, in the 1970s, our GDP was about $1.2 trillion. Right now, we're about $4.5 trillion. Within a $0.2 trillion economy, we went and scoped out Bombay High at a cost of $150 million because oil shocks happened and we were going to go out of energy altogether. So this country took a bet on an offshore oil platform, started in 73, started producing in 76, $150 million that we really could not spare at that point of time, and yet we took that big bet. And that is how we are going to go forward over here. And technology is agnostic. We can choose multiple technologies. We can choose emissions technologies. We can choose RE technologies. We can choose conventional technologies. We don't know how we are doing what we are doing in 2050. The way we live will change, what we eat will change, what we use will change, how we drive will change. Technologies will come and go. Security will stay. And I want to leave with that message that we will keep developing new technologies, so there's no point getting hung up on any one particular technology. Yeah. And countries have also, now with AI, digitalization, etc. coming up, new energy consumption sources have come out. And how do we handle this becomes a completely new conversation.
Yeah. Shubha, this is the point I want to take to Balwant actually. One is about scale, the second is about energy consumpji, so Balwantji, a lot of what we would need to consume and a lot of what would shield us against the shock is basically advancing our renewable potential, which we have significantly expanded our capacity over. In the new NDCs, we have now sort of promised to generate about 60% of our electricity, if I'm not wrong, by 2030 to 35 from renewable energy sources. And we have done huge in terms of, in the aspect of developing our capacity for renewable. But when it comes to actually lightening, say, this auditorium or making communities use that particular energy that is generated, reach homes in an affordable, reliable manner that you can trust on, we are pretty low in terms of percentage, right? That speed need to come up. So from an infrastructure, market design perspective, what do you think are the biggest bottleneck that is preventing or sort of hindering India turn its clean energy ambition into, say, scalable projects?
Thanks. I think I will take from the Shubha what she was talking about, and certainly we need to have the energy security which is built on the resources that are available within the country, and while doing that we need to look at what are the climate commitments. NDCs that you talked about, the 60% is not energy terms, 60% is in capacity terms by 2035 that the government announced very, very recently. Also what was earlier is a 2030 was a 50%, which we have already achieved. So many a times there is a misnomer that we are lagging substantially behind in terms of our climate commitments. That is not true. We have been kind of ahead of our climate commitment. Our climate commitment was a 50% of the capacity by 2030, and we have already achieved 50% of the capacity. We already, I think, 52 or 53% of the capacity comes from the non-fossil fuel sources. Having said that, what really does that mean everything is hunky-dory? Certainly not. Okay. There have been challenges with respect to developing the bankable, scalable projects. All of us know over here about the kind of a challenge that we have with the 42 gigawatt of renewable energy project contracts that have not been where the PPAs have been signed, PSAs have not been able to sign, and we also know the challenge with respect to the transmission. If I have to look at what are the bigger challenges for the renewable energy from contributing in energy terms to the entire energy mix, I will put up the challenges into three major baskets. One is the land. Okay, we are a big country, vast expanse I talked about at the beginning, but we are also the country with the highest population, 1.4 billion. So if you see the population density of India, which is very, very high, and there is no reason to see that, that population growth is going to recede. It is continuing. So we are going to grow in terms of the population. And so our land requirement will continue to increase, which is not easy. We are not going to have any additional land. So land is the biggest and critical issue. And this is where I will again come back to my theory. I'm a big proponent of the distributed renewable energy. Okay, we can't be expected to have Khavda, Pavagada kind of a huge projects, 10,000 megawatt, 20,000 megawatt. We have to go for rooftop solar. Every house, every potential area wherever the solar can be deployed should be deployed. So that is the land parameter within the challenges that the sector faces. The second is a transmission infrastructure. If we deal with the distributed renewables, obviously you need to have lesser need for the transmission infrastructure. We already have got a significant infrastructure. Whatever infrastructure that we have, in fact, one of the studies shows there is at least 20,000 megawatt of capacity that could be added using the existing available infrastructure. And that is something that one should be utilized. But in my view, these are the physical problems, this could be taken care of. I think the biggest challenge today is still, despite having the renewable energy in the sector, she talked about, biogas, which has been going on since 90s for the energy security purposes. Still, there is within the sector, within the power sector, there is a significant opposition to the renewable energy, right? And we come across that every now and then. If you are sitting in any meeting with the distribution company, they would denigrate renewable energy, saying that it's a variable, it's intermittent. And that brings me to the last problem. That is the mentality, that is the psychology of the power sector that is not changing, and there is a need to change that. And the associated physical issue about the storage and the rapid deployment of the storage, that's the need of the hour. And I think these are the 3-4 challenges that one need to deal with and address those. But out of that, the most important is the way of looking at the renewable energy within the core power sector in India. Thank you.
Thank you, Balwant. Kedar, my last sort of question where I require you to deep dive in detail is to you that, do you think that the current financial framework has the flexibility to respond to the global shocks that we are talking about, or do we need to think of a fundamental redesign into how the sort of transition finance is structured?
Yes, thank you for the question, Aparna. In the context of the globally volatilely changing the things aspect, there is no evidence needed that the interest rate is going to be high, the cost of borrowing is going to be high. So for the development banks like AFD, we have to really insist upon the blending from the other sources, from the philanthropical sources or other pools of the sources that can reduce and provide a buffer for the interest rate in order to get it borrowed for the very important sectors that we have been defining right now. The other thing also which is coming into my mind with respect to the energy security is, which is directly related to decarbonization of hard to abate sectors, where we need a tremendous amount of monies. The pipeline of the projects can be worth of some trillions. And in this context, when the question is big and the amount of money is also tremendous in terms of the quantum, so I think conveying the different development finance organizations to come together and form a coalition is very much important. So that's why we can discuss about the best practices, innovation in the finance, what can be done in the turbulent time like as of now, like today's, how we can reduce the borrowing costs, how the banks can absorb the effect, the borrower can absorb the FX risk. So these kind of things are not only the innovation in technology, but innovation in finance is also needed. And to be frank, the finance in common, which is endorsed by the AFD group, by the French government. It is a network of more than 500 public development banks, nationalized banks all over the world, which is trying to help these banks to translate their climate actions, which are undergoing through silos, into the indices. So in order to make that kind of effort, the coalition of the different financial actors is very important. And basically for the sectors like the manufacturing sector, hard to abate sectors, this kind of conveying and the creation of the coalition, I think, is much more needed at this time. Thank you.
Okay, before I pause and get the participants come in to ask you direct question, I want to end with a very quick rapid fire, just based on instinct and no detailed comments. We have spent last 40 minutes bringing the Strait of Hormuz again and again in whatever we looked at, and that is the reality and the current geopolitical situation we are in terms of energy security. So if tomorrow the Strait of Hormuz is going to be blocked for 30 days, what is the first policy decision that you would take to protect the energy security without derailing your climate goals? I'll start with...
It's difficult questions, and to dodge this bullet, I think odd and even and nothing politically linked over here. So odd and even policy could be the first answer. Odd, yes, odd and even.
Shiva.
I'm going to assume I run this country. So as the government, my priority would be to shield the population from the shock. So I would try to get into my reserves and kind of roll back the excise, etc. The cost of my current supply does not change to the extent possible. We have reserves to some extent, so I'm going to see how long that's going to last, and then I'm going to immediately get into tactical arrangements, even with people I don't like, countries I don't like, to secure my supply. But this is from India. I want to take an extra second to say that all countries do not have the luxury of such large buffers of petroleum or cash, sovereign money. For them, this is a real crisis, so they would do as they're going into would be austerity measures, but that makes your population panic, that has political costs, that leads to many, many ripple effects. But for India, I would do what we did also during COVID, is kind of try to put sovereign money into the system to keep it afloat.
Yeah, thanks. Shubha Balvanji.
I think my policy decision would be to protect the poorest of poor. Okay, in urban areas, metro areas, we have got various means to protect ourselves, and that I've seen even in the COVID period. So the first impact of the Strait of Hormuz, as I said at the beginning only, is going to be the problem with LPG. And we have got very limited resources for LPG to get. So my first, or the only decision that I would take it is that provide every household, rural, ultra poor households with solar plus battery plus induction stoves. Okay, that is, we need that technologies, we still don't exist, the integration of those, but that is something that need to be done and that need to be provided to every poor household, because that's what we need to save first.
So the clear takeaway of this conversation, and just to conclude, is basically on three layers. First is, as Shubha rightly said, that always transactional isn't a bad thing. If we have to talk about security, and that too at a more national and global lens, in an otherwise globalized world, we have to start thinking about transactional, which is based on trust, which is based on mutual cooperation. In the second layer, when it comes to shielding your nation from any such shock and making sure that you securitize your resource and energy, do focus on what are your challenges, but also what are your strengths. Resource acquisition, providing last mile people or the community in need with the kind of resources that a country like India already has, and decentralized in terms of energy structure. And third, build blocks and coalition in terms of finance where the risks are, and there is no one framework of finance in the current state of affairs that we can think of. We have to multiply sources, we have to think and identify who would help us in what way. Thank you everyone for listening in. I'll now open the stage to interventions and asking questions. Yeah, please. Can somebody pass on the mic? The participants, please.
My one question is to the panelists. Ma'am, you can allot it to whomsoever you wish to. Ma'am, the question is that we talk about the energy security, and one of the phrases we have been hearing since the pandemic is supply chain resilience. Concerning the same, my question is that in the present situation, we have the Strait of Hormuz blocked. And this has very much to do with the international politics. My question is that in case, let's assume an international situation in future that China attacks Taiwan, and we know that Taiwan has mutual defense bilateral arrangements with United States. In that case, could the jeopardizing of international straits, which are not only economic but have energy ramifications, for instance, Strait of Malacca. China has 70% of its energy imports from the Strait of Malacca. If the Strait of Malacca is blocked in future at some point by the Western NATO alliance, what impact could it have on the energy security of the entire globe? And definitely it will have an impact. The question I'm asking is that how do we shield the global economy from such shocks to the energy security, or we come up with a very permanent mechanism by which we can have international cooperation to prevent such international political developments from upending the global economy?
Thank you. Shubha, Balwant, who will want to take the question?
Okay. The short answer to this is that any rules, global rules, norms, etc., only work till somebody is obeying them. If somebody chooses to not obey these norms mean nothing. We had a discussion on WTO in the session before. We've seen where that goes. To the specific question, if China blocks something, then what are China's risks in that, right? So China is blocking a strait, and China is an export-based economy, so obviously no one's buying Chinese stuff. So China then has to calculate what would be the global reaction. Its consumer countries will react against it, because blocking a supply chain means that even you are not part of that supply chain, and supply has stopped at that point of time. So there are risks to the countries that are doing this. So Iran, for instance, has gone in for a zero-sum game because they are being bound by a country that is not respecting so-called international norms, etc. So that's an extreme case, which is a situation. If India gets stuck in something like that, we will take I would say all options would be on the table. There are diplomatic channels, there are blockade channels, there are all sorts of boycott channels, there are sanctions, anything can be done, depends. But I would really see what is the risk to which country is initiating such a supply chain disruption.
Yeah, I think what Shubha said is absolutely right. You can't talk international cooperation and PAX transactional in the same phrase, in the same sentence, right? These are two totally different theories, conflicts. So what would happen to Strait of Malacca if that is blocked by either of the parties, by the China or by NATO or any alliance which is supported by US? The implications would be similar, and I think the solutions also will have to be similar. Fortunately, India is not so much dependent on Strait of Malacca for energy security, okay? So we are far more dependent on the Strait of Hormuz for the energy security, but the solution is same. You know, I think we have to look for the local resources. We have to figure out how do we make best use of local resources while keeping in mind the principles or commitments that we have made to ourselves. Okay, I'm not even talking about NDCs and what commitment we have made under Paris Agreement. This is the commitment that we have made to ourselves, and we have to fulfill that commitment.
I want to add one point for the perspective of countries on international cooperation. Nepal is a landlocked country, and Nepal depends on India for its oil, gas, energy, many supplies, because it doesn't have access to oceans. It is for India to maintain the red line that no matter what we have with Nepal, we are not going to disrupt this flow of critical supplies to a country. This is being done to Cuba right now, where we have a blockade of oil, which has shut down their government, their people are dying, it's mayhem over there. Because that's a line that you cross as a country which has no rationale behind it. You just choose to do it or you choose not to do it. And that is why I said in the beginning that the behavior of countries is more than the sum total of numbers that involve in that country.
Yeah. We have 5 minutes more. There are 3 hands. Yeah. Go ahead.
Hello, warm greetings to the panel, and thank you for a great presentation. My name is Bowen Staley, and I'm a political science student at Vanderbilt University in the U.S. My question is about hydropower and water and energy security, specifically with the hydropower mega dam that China is currently building on the Great Bend of the Yarlung Tsangpo and Brahmaputra River, which will be the largest dam in the world and may impact the flow of the Brahmaputra in India. My question is, what risks do you assess this project may have for Indian energy and water security? And based on those risks, how do those risks impact how you think India should respond to the dam? Thank you.
Yeah, again, a China-India question. Yeah, we can take 2-3 more questions and then we can answer them together. Yes, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, sir. So my question is, according to International Energy Agency, India is said to account for nearly 1/4 of global energy demand, with total energy demand expected to nearly double by the 2040s due to rapid industrialization, urbanization, and the rising living standards. So at the same time, coal still dominates the 70% of India's electricity mix. And continued reliance on this infrastructure risk locking in high emissions for decades. So in this context, considering equity principles emphasized in global climate discourse, is it fair to expect an aggressive decarbonization from developing countries like India? Or does such pressure risk undermining their energy security and developmental priorities while shifting the burden of climate action disproportionately? Thank you.
So, very good afternoon, panel. Thank you very much for this very insightful discussion. My name is Harshvardhan Singh, and I am an alumnus of Department of Political Science, Banaras Hindu University, and currently a law student at Delhi University. So, we all have seen how the Strait of Hormuz accounts for nearly around 1/5 of the entire oil trade across the global south region, particularly the Indian Ocean region and the Asian subcontinent. Whether post-COVID world order, where the rare earth minerals and the semiconductor have taken precedence, and the climate goals and the climate funding financing have taken a backseat. So how would you access this in future? Like India being a leader in International Solar Alliance could navigate this particular crisis and mandate it into a viable solution for the entire subcontinent. And also, like the setup we had in I2U2, where Israel, India, USA and UAE come together to build something substantive upon energy security and food security. Can similar structure can be made in the Asian subcontinent? Thank you.
We'll pause for the question. I think let's answer these 3 and then see if we have more time. I think we are running very short of time. Kedar, Shubha, Balwant, the questions that you want to answer. Yeah.
Okay. Let me try to respond to the questions. The 3 questions. The first question is about the projects that China is building on the Brahmaputra, on the upper side, that is essentially the upstream of the Brahmaputra, and what would be the impact of that onto the hydro. So the question is about what would be the impact, what is the risk assessment of those projects from the Indian perspective. Those projects, again, I actually don't want to discuss a project-specific cases over here, but what we believe is that those projects, as far as the rationale that is given for those projects is for the flood control. But what we have seen even in the past is that while some projects were being talked about as a flood control, actually have been the reason for causing the flood downstream. So that is something that India will have to evaluate. India has already launched a protest against those projects, but I think it's futile. We will have to develop the projects, on the downstream side to able to take care of the risk. The second question was about the tripling of the energy demand of India by 2040. That's true. It's going to triple. And that's the reason why it's becoming very, very important to kind of develop our own resources, right? No point in increasing the demand, triple the demand by being dependent on somebody else. And that's where we need to go aggressively. And there have been challenges with respect to one is the electricity sector. But again, in the non-electricity sector also, there are enough challenges with respect to the center state, right? And with that's one of the reasons why GST is not being levied onto the petroleum products, correct? So the one will have to deal with, the answer is very clear. It's a localization of the resources, harnessing as much local resources as possible, whether it's in the form of solar, whether it's a form of hydro, biothermal, offshore wind, whatever is the type of resource, that is something that needs to be done. The third question about International Alliance and International Solar Alliance and the A2I2 alliance, that I2U2, I2U2, yeah. So, I think right now all those international cooperations are, irrelevant, to be frank enough, okay? So, we will have to wait for these wars to get over, the world to stabilize, then only one can talk about any of this cooperation having any significant impact. As far as International Solar Alliance is concerned, it is having significant impact in the global south, I would put it, Asian subcontinent, I would put it, by way of kind of promoting solar to the maximum extent. You would like to add?
2 points, because climate was mentioned, that how do we balance climate in the middle of all of these things. For India and for a large part, I would say, of the global south as well, one, we are really, our emissions are not commensurate to what the developed countries' emissions are. That's a negotiation point that we use. But also because we started developing at a later time, more options are available to us to start on decarbonization methods. So for instance, solar was not this cheap when the other country, even when India tried to do it before the 2000s. So the technologies that are available become very important, because the transition is not only at the energy source level, it has to happen at the process level, the upstream. So everything that we use and do, that has an upstream system that needs to be changed. And those transitions are where the capex is built in. That's where it's not about renewables, etc. It's about how do you change your industrial processes, how do you change your urban systems, how do you change your maritime activities. These are the questions that require research. This is where the money needs to go. This is not entirely easy to do, and that is where the climate challenge comes in. I just want to say one more thing. Related to this is that there is a difference between administrative activities and foresighted activities. And what India or most developing countries do is administer on a day-to-day basis. Our deficiency versus developed countries is the lack of foresight and planning from the future backwards, where we are just not doing day-to-day things. So the frustration that you expressed with the power sector people, etc., is because of administration. They're not looking at the long term, what we need to do, etc., and therefore we keep going round and round. And so climate action has to be built into your economic story. It cannot be something you do on the side. Unless it's part of your national budgets, it's part of every company's operational portfolio, not the ESG portfolio. It has to be part of the operational portfolio. Only then can we have deep transition, not without that.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So for the second question, with respect to the energy demand, electricity demand, which has been growing and which will be 4 times than the existing one in the upcoming years. So as we have seen, India has seen this experience witness significant growth in the expansion of the renewable energy sources. Down the line we started with the solar, then down the line it came with the storages. Then now we are talking about the firm dispatchable renewable energy, which is very much important and essential in terms of providing the reliable source of the power. So the development of the pump storage systems is going to be very much key challenge, daunting challenge, because they are there will be some on-ground technical issues and also a lot of things to be learned from the previous expenses. So the government's target of 100 gigawatt development of the hydropower systems, including the pump hydro, which has to be taken very seriously in order to support the reliable, secure supply of the electricity when it comes to the all facets of the energy sector. Third question was about the ISA, International Solar Alliance, and France and India has been the both co-founders of this initiative, where down the line in the previous recent years, both countries have worked together in order to start working with African countries where there was no any policy or any institution available in order to draft or aggregate or to conduct any kind of study with respect to the solar energy. So it has come a long way from starting from the zero till helping the governments to have the institutional reinforcement for the deployment of solar energy, also improving the governance and to set up the international procurement guidelines while launching the tenders. So that has got a lot of attraction from the other players and started increasing the investment in the solar sector in the African countries. And last point, also in terms of the capacity building, France has been focusing on funding the training centers in Africa under these ISA initiatives. So some of them are led by the Schneider Electric, or some of them are in the jointly cooperated with those pertinent institutions of those governments in Africa. So story is long and a long way to go also, but right now in the middle we are on the good track, I would say. Thank you.
Thank you everyone. I think we should pause here. The speakers are available and you can always have a bilateral conversation with them to try and understand and get into more depth of the for the geopolitics of energy security. And thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. Now, as we conclude panel 3, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to our distinguished speakers for sharing such insightful perspectives on one of the most pressing challenges of our time. I would also like to thank our moderator for guiding this conversation.
As a gesture of honor, I would now invite Professor Manisha Pandey and Professor Anirudh Kumar Prasad to present a token of gratitude to our distinguished guests.
Thank you. Picture. Yeah. Yes.
We will now be moving on to the fourth session of the conclave. The strongest partnerships are not built on trust alone. They are tested by self-interest and defined by how much of it each side is willing to surrender. Our next panel invites us to examine a partnership under visible strain. What followed the US President's declaration in April 2025 was not a single negotiation cycle, but a year-long test of strategy and endurance for New Delhi. Over the past year, President Trump's sweeping tariffs and surcharge on H-1B visas have marked a distinctly unilateral turn in economic engagement. Even after the February deal between India and the US, the story is far from over. Global uncertainties, from the West Asian conflicts to shifting US trade policy, continue to cast a shadow on this relationship. Yet paradoxically, even amidst these tensions, symbolic affirmations of partnership continue. So we ask, is this partnership enduring or increasingly transactional? Let us commence this important discussion to find answer to these complex questions. Presenting to you panel number 4, India-US relations between promise and peril. With that, I now invite our distinguished guests, Mr. Pramit Pal Chaudhary, Ms. Priyanka Chaturvedi, Mr. Manu Pabi, Mr. Akshay Mathur, and our moderator, Ms. Rachel Rizzo, on the stage.
Mr. Pramit Pal Chaudhary, the head of the South Asia practice at Eurasia Group, fellow at the Ananta Aspen Center, and former member of India's National Security Advisory Board. Our second panelist is Ms. Priyanka Chaturvedi, a powerful voice on foreign policy, an advocate for a range of issues, and has served as a member of parliament in the Rajya Sabha. I also extend my warm welcome to Mr. Manu Pabi, who is a senior editor at The Economic Times and an award-winning journalist covering national security and defense. We also have Mr. Akshay Mathur with us on this panel, who is a senior editor at the Asia Policy Institute, an expert in the field of geoeconomics, global trading system, and global economic governance. Moderating today's discussion, we have Ms. Rachel Rizzo, who is a senior fellow from ORF Strategic Study Program, specializing in US foreign and defense policy. Please join me in extending a very warm welcome and round of applause for all our panelists. And with that, I hand it over to our moderator, Ms. Rizzo, to take this conversation forward.
Okay. Thank you so much for the kind introduction, and welcome and hello to our panelists. You know, today has, I think, been a little bit like the US-India relationship over the last year. It's needed patience. We've had some unforeseen events that have maybe thrown us a little bit off schedule, but we're still here, we're still having conversations, and I'm so thrilled to be able to moderate this panel. I think we're a little bit short on time. We have about 40 minutes or so, or so I've been told. So we'll do a back and forth conversation for a little bit, but I want to make sure I get it to the audience as well. You know, I remember coming to India last March, this is before I moved here, and everyone seemed like they were pretty excited about the return of Donald Trump. If not excited, certainly no one was expecting the relationship to veer off course, I think, in the way that it ended up doing just over the course of a few months after his re-election. You had steep tariffs that were imposed upon India. The relationship between Modi and Trump didn't seem to save anything. Everyone thought that that might be the basis of the relationship. You had the $100,000 fee imposed on H-1B visas. You have the US weaponizing the global geoeconomic system. And so there's a lot here that the US and India have had to work through together. And it seems that maybe now we might be in an okay spot, at least better than we were. But that's exactly the conversation I want to have today. So, you know, Pramit, I want to kind of start with you to kick us off. You know, you've looked at the gap between the reality of, you know, US-India strategic convergence and the actual rhetoric that we might hear about it. You've looked at that for a very long time. Are we, or have we, seen a structural rupture in that relationship? Or is that relationship on a better path now after the trade agreement was potentially reached? And what would maybe a genuine reset in this relationship look like? Basically, where are we now in the US-India relationship?
Hello, yeah, okay. So I think there'll be two bookmarks that I would point out. In 2005, I think it was, Condoleezza Rice, the Secretary of State to George W. Bush, her key advisor, Philip Zelikow, had made a press conference statement in the State Department saying, the United States now sees it, I mean, I paraphrase, sees it in its interest to build up India, to invest and develop India and make it more powerful as a nation. And we just saw a few months ago at the Raisina dialogue held by ORF, Landau, the US Deputy Secretary of State, say it's no longer in America's interest to build up India. We build a relationship, we have a relationship, but we're no longer going to develop, we're not going to go out of our way to invest in your country and build it up for fear that you'll become another China. So in many ways you see roughly a 20-year period when America largely, to a large extent, I would argue because of its concerns, common concerns about China that they had with India, say that building up India makes sense. Now it's moving to a phase where it doesn't want to build up anybody. It's not just about India, it's about, and that is clearly part of the Trump administration's more unilateral, isolationist, if you wish, worldview. But the point is, I would argue it's structural because in the United States, this is also the worldview of the progressive Democrats, a left group that is now destroying the Democratic Party establishment, whether it's under Mamdani, Shekhar Chakraborty, and so on. Their worldview is very similar in the sense that they're not necessarily hostile to India, but their view is very straightforward. America can no longer afford to sit down and try to build up another country. America has to focus on its internal problems, build its own manufacturing, and the international system that America had developed post-World War II and the Cold War is no longer in America's interest to hold up, which includes things like the WTO and so on. So in many ways, this is now a consensus in the United States, and that is the big rupture, the big shift that's taken place in America. Now, President Trump adds his own personal whimsy, if you wish, on top of that. Tariffs, for example, are not part of anybody's strategy. Even a J.D. Vance, if you look at when he was running to be the president, made it clear he didn't see how tariffs would help the United States. That's a personal Trump touch to it. But it represents an America that has fundamentally changed. Where does the Indo-US relationship therefore go from here? It has to be recalibrated. The point is, neither country is hostile to each other. It is not in America's interest to undermine India or see India as an enemy. That, I think, is pretty clear from what we can see in the national security strategy America's released and what we know of its unpublished segments, of the parts that have not come out in public. They've talked about I think it's an E5 core set of countries, Russia, China, US, Japan, and India that should sort of run the world, but India is part of that story. And we also have J.D. Vance's speech in May last year when he was in Jaipur, where he says, we're no longer going to be quite the partner we used to be. We can't afford to be. But you're still the kind of partner we prefer to have over the Europeans. Actually, it's quite interesting that he was so violently anti-European in Munich. Then he comes to India and says, but you're actually a better partner than the Europeans are because you don't freeload the way the Europeans do. You don't ask for American troops to die for you. You pay for your weapons system. So there's a basis for a relationship there. So I see a recalibration of a relationship, but it's definitely not going to be anything quite the level it was over the past 20 years. But the good thing about it is that India is also a very different country than it was 20 years ago. 20 years ago, when the Bush administration dedicated itself to the building up of India, India's GDP was about $200 billion. And today we're about $4.5 trillion. So we are in a much better position to be an equal or a partner to the United States rather than just a recipient of support. And America remains fundamentally important. It is our largest FDI source, our largest FII source, our largest remittance source, our largest, most successful diaspora. Even with everything that Trump has done, none of that has changed as far as the bilateral relationship is concerned.
Thank you. No, you make a really interesting point, especially with the remarks that Chris Landau made when he was at Raisina. You know, he stood up and said the United States is not going to make the same mistake with India that we made with China when we supported it in the early and late 90s. But at the same time, Europe is economically dying, and all the growth is happening in India and in Asia. So it was sort of these like two competing remarks that he made that I thought were really interesting. And Priyanka, I want to come to you because I want you to give us a sense of sort of what this means for India. You know, India has prided itself on this approach of strategic autonomy, non-alignment, now multi-alignment, hedging across multiple blocks. This is a mainstay of Indian foreign policy. But that was designed at a time when the world perhaps wasn't as chaotic and in a moment of vast transformation as it is right now. So my first question is, is India, does it have the strategic agility to withstand pressure from what could potentially be a coercive partner, in this case, the United States? And how do you see that recalibration between the United States and India moving forward in the coming months and even years?
I think that's a question that the world is dealing with right now, not just India. The world is dealing with an idea of United States of America, which has been brought forward by Donald Trump. And the reason your lunch was delayed is you all can please thank Donald Trump, because he chose to do what he's doing in Iran. So having said that, as far as India is concerned, of course, we moved from non-alignment to multi-alignment, as well as strategic autonomy that we keep speaking about. That, like you said, it comes from a space where there is a flexibility of being able to maneuver our choices. Right now that space is also shrinking. So India will have to figure out a way forward in having to manage decision making rather than having to make those decisions which make it look like it has made its choices towards a particular bloc. That is something India has always stayed away from. But we are living in times where India, at this point in time, where I see, as far as our pushback came through the tariff, where we did not concede at the time when Donald Trump was expecting the United States of America was looking at India totally, agreeing with whatever they are asking for in terms of Russian oil, etc., and taking those strategic decisions that are important for India. India saw through the 55% tariffs as well, and while the 55% tariffs were in place, we were going and signing free trade agreements with the EU. We were signing free trade agreements with Australia, New Zealand. So those are ways where we are hedging and leveraging our ability to find new economies to deal with. So that gives us the, I can say we are punching above our weight, but that is something that is a choice that we have chosen to make. Keeping in mind a 1.4 billion populous nation with our own needs and our per capita income, where we are trying to ensure that while we are the 4th largest economy globally, but how do we ensure per capita income rising? So those are things we have done. Of course, it is something that India would, moving forward, and considering how things are playing out with Donald Trump every day, we hear what is happening in terms of Iran, decisions that are being made in terms of Iran. So India would need to treat that like everyone is trading that space, trying to figure out how to go forward. But what I see is India has comfortably managed to keep its relations with various nations, have issued their support has been issue-based, their partnerships are issue-based, and that is how I think the world will be playing out. But I think India is in a comfortable space where it's engaging with the world. For example, recently when the Raisina dialogue happened, Iran, Israel, US are 2:1 side, but all three were discussing in Delhi. They were having a dialogue in Delhi and talking to the world. So that is where I think India can leverage its space, use its relationship with various countries, and become the dialogue center to be able to find solutions. But that is for India to leverage its ability to engage with the world.
I want to dig into a couple specific sectors, mostly economics and then defense, because I think those are major conversations we're having in terms of the India-US relationship. And then I want to bring us back out a little bit and take maybe a 30,000 foot view. Actually, I want to come to you to talk about the economic side of the US-India relationship, partnership, however you want to put it. It seems as though, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, the United States has been weaponizing in many ways the global economic order, or at least using it or shifting it to its advantage and trying to bend other states to its will. This is obviously not new for the United States, but I think that Donald Trump has taken this to another level with coercive economics, coercive defense mechanisms, however you want to put it. How is India, first of all, do you agree with that? And second, how would you say India is responding to this? And do you think that there are new partnerships and alliances that are emerging as a quest for economic security as part of especially India's geopolitical calculations?
I think that the United States has always had the power to weaponize different parts of the global financial system simply because it has been the largest economy now for many decades, and it's so intricately plugged in into the international financial architecture. So as a $30 trillion economy, with multinationals and all around the world, it certainly had that power. Also recognize that, it's not just the US government, but the US companies which have been, dominating global business for so long. I don't know how many in the audience would know this, but most of the global supply chains, at least the number that is used in our research is about 70 to 80% of global supply chains are led by OECD-based multinationals, which means multinationals largely based in the West, the Americas, Europe, Japan, and so on. Which means that they've always had at least some leverage and some tools at their disposal to shape where they want to plant or where they want to keep their supply chains. Yes, they've weaponized it, especially whenever they've had a beef with another country. With India, probably not weaponized, but they're certainly asymmetrically utilizing it at the moment because they can put pressure in certain areas. There are two things which are really different under the Trump administration. One is that, the way the US government is now taking on trade negotiations is really quite different. It's not just that they're dismissing the World Trade Organization and the international trading system. It's the president and the president's office taking that kind of interest in trade negotiations. Remember that the United States took a lot of pride in keeping business away from government. But here you have a president who's saying, wait, here's the trade agreement. I will only make this agreement if you commit $90 billion, $100 billion. Europe has committed $600 billion. Japan has committed $550 billion, and so on. So that's one big change. And the second is that Trump is taking direct interest in business deals When was the last time we saw the president take a direct interest in saying, listen, we want to buy up we want to buy up the Panama ports, and we ended up making a deal for 40 plus ports which the United States has taken over from a Hong Kong based company. So this makes the Trump administration a very active leader when it comes to international finance and international business. And as far as I'm concerned, for India, it remains the country, United States, remains very consequential. We've had some pressure points in the last year or so, which we have seen, but it could get worse if the pressure was also extended to, say, pharmaceuticals and services and so on, which we've not seen yet. I'm happy to talk a little bit more about that if that makes sense, but for us, the US and the US interest in India's economy is huge. And if we start seeing a pullback, which we have seen in certain areas like certain foreign capital being pulled back, or India being left out of certain global supply chains that the US companies are leading, then we will certainly have a problem that we have to address.
And I'll ask you a couple follow-ups in just a second, maybe how India is looking at other partners like Europe in the face of the US unpredictability. But Manu, I'd like to come to you because you've spent a lot of time looking at the defense side of the US-India relationship. Obviously, these are key partners. It's been a priority for the US defense industry for a long time. But as I mentioned, and I say we as an American, we've used coercive economic instruments to try to get states to agree to certain terms or agreements on our end. And I'm wondering if there is a threat that those coercive instruments might somehow translate into the defense space. I'm thinking of things like, tech denial, export controls, ITAR, which, governs how third parties can, sell our weapons or move them, delays in critical systems. Are there platforms where you could see this materialize? And then maybe just more broadly, how are you looking at the current state of the US-India defense relationship, and is it looking up or not?
Thank you for the question. To answer the question, I just want to go back a few decades. The end of the 60s, in the 60s, India and the US were very close in terms of defense. A lot of people don't know this, but American troops were actually based in India. They were flying spy missions from here. They had a whole spy plane base. The U-2 base was in India. And from then, when the interest of America shifted towards China and, taking it away from the Russians, Pakistan became their partner, and we lost out and we went the Soviet way. So trust was broken for many decades. And in the 90s, when we started opening up our economy, then we again went closer to the Americans. Then we did our nuclear tests, and we got tech denial. We were at that time making our fighter jets, the LCA Tejas. They were with American engines, and those engines were withdrawn, and our whole programs derailed. What happened in the past 25 years is very interesting. We were at a stage where we were getting close to the Americans again in terms of defense tech. And defense tech is the highest level of trust you can have because it is national security. And the trust was building up again slowly. It took a lot of time, took successive administrations to build that trust up. We were getting to a point where India could actually get some actual tech on defense from the US. There were a few programs which are running very well. What I've seen is in the past 1.5 years, everything has gone slow. And there is no denial as such because we actually don't have any high-end American tech in our system. We run a few aircraft, we have some radars, we have some missile systems, but real technology, which is how to make a fighter jet engine, how to manufacture it, what goes into it. We're still negotiating with them for the past 2 years. So we have not reached the stage in which they can deny us tech. But what we have seen is there's a lack of trust that you see now from the Indian system when they talk to these guys, because we can foresee them using these tools against us. So if India is now embarking on a next generation fighter jet program or a new submarine or a frigate or a warship, basically a very cutting edge program, they will think twice before going into an American partner. They would prefer a partner, say, from Israel or Europe, because there are lesser restrictions on that. So the trust has taken a hit. I have not seen them using it right now. There's nothing that we are actually operating which can get impacted by American tech sanctions. What we have seen is in the past, again, year or so, a lot of Indian defense startups, especially that are trying to work in AI, space tech, deep tech, they are not getting the kind of support they thought they would get when they go to the US. And I think it's not because of anything else, it's also that American priorities are different. They don't have time to maybe help out a little startup here. But whenever I talk to my friends who are actually running these startups, they say that we are facing issues with chips, we are facing issues with really deep tech when we want to go down deep into it, because then ownership becomes a problem, Indian ownership is a problem. So there are problems there. My simple thing that I see is we were coming to a point where we could have really done good things together. There were successive agreements. We had ISET and the Trust Initiative. We had some things before that. That has plateaued for now. Whether that rebuilds post the Trump administration is something we have to see. But for now, there is a pause from the Indian side when you talk of defense tech, deep tech from the US. There is a rethink, a pause, and moving to other sources of technology, perhaps.
Just to have a quick follow-up to this, I mean, the free trade agreement that was signed between the EU and India, obviously a lot of pomp and circumstance around it, but there was also a security and defense partnership that was signed between the EU and India a few months ago. And with that, I think they're negotiating a security of information agreement as well, which would open up intelligence sharing between the two sides. Do you see Europe and the EU becoming a viable replacement for the United States in the tech space, or I mean in the defense space? I mean, I wouldn't look at Europe as a bastion of startup culture, but it does seem like there are interests on both sides here in building those relationships from the ground up, including on the startup side. And I'd be interested if you think that there is real opportunity there that could be built over the coming years.
For sure. I mean, if you look at it from India's perspective, our biggest challenge is going to be China. It already is. Pakistan is a proxy of China that in terms of the military domain when you look at defense domain. So we need technology which counters China's technologies. Our traditional partner was Russia. Unfortunately, they have not invested in defense enough. There's no real tech that we can use from there. We need cutting-edge Western solutions to counter the Chinese threat. And yes, Europe is the viable option. If you see, the Indian defense partnership is strongest with Europe right now. France is a big partner. We are building our partnership with the Germans. Italy is coming in a big way. So they are not, the problem with Europe and India is that European technology is extremely costly. They don't have scale. They develop a few systems, so the per unit cost, for example, of a Rafale is much higher than of an F-18. So the cost has to be borne, but in terms of technology, they will not be able to provide you the top-end technology that the Americans have, but what we need to counter the Chinese, perhaps the Europeans can. And that is why you are seeing in the trade agreement, the side agreement on defense technologies. And I see a lot of Indian companies are traveling to Europe in the past 6 months, 8 months. They are making partnerships. We're also looking at Europe as a market to sell our products. They have the biggest defense budget on the planet right now, bigger than ours. So we're looking at a two-way relationship there. And from the question that India needs to answer is that technology will never come cheap. It's going to come at an expense. Do you want to pay more and have a no strings attached tech, or do you want to pay less and have technology which might not be fully given to you? So that's a decision the government has to make. We are hoping they make it soon. But yes, for sure, Europe is an alternate viable tech partner for India.
Actually, I would ask you a similar question in the trade and economic space as well. You had the FTA that was signed, the mother of all deals. It hasn't been obviously signed or implemented yet. We're probably looking at about a year from now, the FTA between the EU and India. And there's some debate over, what the impetus behind that deal finally getting signed really was. Some people say, yes, the United States definitely had something to do with this. Its unpredictability had something to do with this. But other people say, no, it wasn't that. It was because there was a recognition that there really is economic opportunity between the two sides, and it's time to, get that down on paper and start working towards a stronger EU-India relationship. So do you look at the EU-India trade and economic partnership as, India turning away from the United States and looking for new partners at this time? And do you think that there are, will this FTA truly develop into something that will take the EU-India partnership into a next level?
I mean, there's a little bit of everything. Could it be possible that we found this as an opportune time to really clinch that deal with the Europeans because, we've had a harder time with the United States? Sure. I mean, that applies to Europe as well. I think they've, even if when we had the motivation, they didn't. So I think that is in the public domain, that even the Europeans have been a little bit more excited and motivated to finish the deal. I think the more important question is that will we be able to leverage the deal that has been signed? In my mind, actually, I think the onus now has moved to the industry. Before the string of FTAs, the Indian industry usage of FTAs was between 4 and 15% or something, which means that only about between 4 and 15% of total FTA, all the exports and imports that we did, went through a clause or leveraged a clause in the free trade agreement. That's very little utilization of an agreement, right? So we have to see what the industry can do now to leverage these trade agreements. I think in my mind, I think the government has done its part. Perhaps it could do better, but I think for now, with the deal with Europe, it's done its part. Can it replace what we want to do with the United States? It's going to be hard. Pramit was referring to it earlier. The largest source of FDI, since we started to track foreign direct investments, the United States has been the largest source of FDI. It has the largest foreign investments in our capital markets, largest source of remittances, largest source of venture capital funding. It has, United States is also one of our largest technology transfer partners. This is not easy to replace. But certainly Europe provides a good market. Europe also provides a high value market. And recall that now everybody is reading about the rupee everywhere and foreign exchange. So providing and engaging with Europe, where Indian companies can actually earn some revenue in euros or possibly even in dollars, I think is a really important for this phase of Indian economy or financial system. So will it happen immediately? No. But I think that's our next big bet. Frankly, the only other place I thought India could ever get its capital besides the United States and Europe are the only two other places I thought were the Gulf and Japan. And Gulf is in a bit of a quagmire right now. So I really think that focusing on Europe is a good idea. There is one more country which I don't know if you'll give me a chance, I mean, if this round is going to come back, but I want to mention South Korea, which is not often discussed here. And I think that's another important country, at least in Asia, with whom India can do a good business. But I think maybe let me just stop here and let you.
Okay, so I think we have about 15 or so minutes. So I want to come to Priyanka and Pramit and ask maybe a double-sided question and have you close before we go to the audience for questions. The first, Priyanka, you had mentioned in your opening remarks that India has comfortably managed its relationships, and many of those partnerships have been issue-based. There was a foreign affairs article that was written, gosh, I think it was probably like a year ago at this point, and I think it was by Jake Sullivan and Kurt Campbell, who was Biden's Indo-Pacific coordinator, that said the US needs an alliance with India. Obviously, given how India conducts its foreign policy, that's probably not possible. But I'm wondering on your end, do you think that India needs to rethink the way it engages and be more willing to be an active architect of whatever new world order is beginning to emerge? So I would ask you that. And then Pramit, I would ask you to sort of focus on, we talk about the difficulties in the US-India relationship. where is there growth potential, growth opportunities? Where are there what priorities should the two sides be focusing on? Where are the bright spots? So Priyanka, I'll start with you, and then Pramit, I'll come to you.
So I totally agree with you that India would have to take on the mantle of becoming the architect of a new order. And I think India's time has come. It's just for India to let go of its system that it has created over the years, to play it safe, to manage relationships. Rather than managing relationships, it should be now shaping these relationships. When we talk about a new world order, now we see the absolute crumbling of so-called national sovereignty, rules-based order, global trade order. Maybe India and perhaps EU can reshape this order, because we have shared, I would say there are many convergences that we have in terms of democracy, in terms of how we believe the world should be more inclusive, should be taking everyone along, and how rules-based order is something that we need to follow. So that is something which I have always believed it's time for India to step up. But India, it could be out of the bureaucratic functioning or its own mindset that we need to not confront the Western powers or the powerful nations. I remember watching an interview of Foreign Minister where he said, look, China is a bigger nation economically as well as in terms of power, so we just want to continue to manage our relationship with them. India would need to reshape this. India would need to rework with allies who understand that there is a new order emerging, the old order is crumbling, everyone's doing their own thing, and the world is in a disarray. So that is where I've started to believe that if India is willing to take that position, and we just heard Mark Carney at the WEF where he spoke about the World Economic Forum, where he spoke about middle powers also feeling like they do not know where to go, which way to move forward. So I think it is the right time for middle powers to just leverage their strength, come together, and hold everybody to account, as well as by being, if you look at India's role during COVID, when other countries were reluctant to share vaccines, India was doing that globally, especially in nations which were lesser empowered. So we were doing that. So if we do something like this, there is something, I'm very hopeful. You can look at the African continent, you can look at the European continent, you can look at the global south. That in itself carries a lot of the world's population as well as the ability to shape the world's economy.
So yeah, just on the point of middle powers, I'll point out that actually India laid that out in January last year. Jai Shankar, the foreign minister, had given a speech at the Nani Palkiwala Memorial Lecture. We actually said we have a problem with both the US and China are weaponizing supply chains and economic power, are no longer willing to underwrite the international system, and we will embrace a middle power strategy. In fact, Japan was the first country that India adopted, that came to India and said, we'd like to be part of that same story. Led to the Economic Security Initiative with Japan, which now began with 4 supply chains, now covers 8, in which the two countries are literally trying to create supply chains which are independent of the US and China. The EU has been the next segment, which is really a cluster of middle powers. Canada is the next one in line. We already have a functional relationship, obviously, with Australia. We were kind of hoping the United Arab Emirates would be part of this as well. But another country, though, we still work with is Russia, a middle power as well, that is quite happy to work with us, at least in a certain set of areas. So where does America still lie? So as you said, economically and technologically, it's still by far our most important partner. I mean, what's striking is that in the midst of our problems with the Trump administration on a free trade agreement, we saw almost every major Silicon Valley company and Amazon and so on announce $67 billion worth of investments in India. In other words, we don't care what the FTA says. We're still going to invest in India. We're going to build AI infrastructure here. We're going to keep pouring money into this. We were talking about H-1B. H-1B is about a dying economic model, which is a BPO structure. And you talk to Infosys and others, they said that's really yesterday's story. It's only 60,000 visas, which is frankly quite almost nothing. The real story in the rise of, and the massive explosion in Indian service exports, which continues to rise even as the IT BPO story dies, is the global capability centers. So we've seen our share of global service exports go triple in just the past 15 years, from 2 to 6%. In fact, that's really the driving force of our economy today. We have over 2,000 GCCs. 2/3 of them are American, right? When you talk to a Boeing, their second largest workforce is in India. A Microsoft, their second largest workforce in the world is in India. And it goes on. The American investment continues to be overwhelmingly it really dwarfs almost any other country, especially in these type of areas. The technology story between Bangalore and Silicon Valley continues almost untouched. Whatever happens in Washington or in Delhi. Nobody comes yet close. We're kind of hoping the Europeans will come to something similar, but ultimately they're not quite the technology story. I really see them as a manufacturing story. They are the third largest industrial, they're actually the second largest manufacturing base in the world after China. What we are seeing also, though, and it's important to realize that what we do need, and this is why the middle power strategy is important, it's a useful way to hedge against American unilateralism or Chinese weaponization of supply chains. If China says no permanent magnets, well, the good thing is that who invented a permanent magnet was Japan, not China. And Japan still has a massive amount of technology, which they're more than happy to pass over, because a lot of the companies which have those technologies are literally dying out in Japan because of demographic reasons. And we're starting to trying to get these companies to come to India and say, pass this on to us before you pass away. And and I've literally met Japanese companies and I talked to them. They said, yeah, well, I'm the last in my family and we used to dominate, micromotors around the world, but nobody's there. And that's one of the things the Japanese government is actually supporting. They're saying, we'll try to see what we can do to bring those companies to India, or preferably Indian companies come to Japan, learn how to do this, and take that back. So we're seeing a lot of that all of that is there. But it's important that America still has to be core to this, because a lot of the countries we're working with, in fact, all the core countries, other than Russia, I would argue, are American allies. Whether it's in Israel for defense and water, whether it is Japan on a whole host of technologies, whether it is the UAE for investments, and most of the and almost all the European countries, or even in Canada, these are all American allies. And one of the reasons they began working with us in the beginning was the confidence they felt that if you are working, or the Americans see you as strategically stable, then this is a country we can work with. America has now become unreliable, and they're the first to say that, but they're saying, but you're actually continuing to be much more stable than the Americans are, so we'll continue the relationship.
Okay, so we have a few more minutes left, and I want to make sure that we get to the audience and have you all have an opportunity to jump into the conversation and ask your questions. So if you can go ahead, I see a woman right here on the third row, second one in. We'll probably have time for a few, just based on how long your question is, though. So just kind of make it snappy. And if you have a specific panelist that you'd like to direct it to, please do so. Okay, thanks. Go ahead.
Good evening, panelists. I'm Anushka from Miranda House, University of Delhi. My question to the whole panel would be that BRICS promised us a new currency, which is the BRICS for foreign trade and foreign exchange. And in the growing debate of de-dollarization, where where India is talking about shaping the world order by shifting from dollar to their own currency, my question would be, how would India institutionalize the process of de-dollarization and simultaneously maintain strategic relations with the US, while US dollar is the dominant one in the world right now? How would de-dollarization impact the India-US relations?
Thank you. Americans love having discussions about de-dollarization, especially this administration. Who would like to, yes, go ahead.
Okay.
If anyone else would like to jump in, please feel free
so
to.
there's a key reason why the BRICS currency doesn't take off, which is that BRICS countries don't agree on it. So you have, the heart of it has been that Brazil and India have led the battle against the BRICS currency for a simple reason that it will be dominated by China. So they will say this is just a renminbi in disguise. So therefore we're not interested. We're not going to replace dollarization with renminbiization in a country that is hostile to us. So the battle within the BRICS has always been Russia and China on one side, India and Brazil on the other, with South Africa flipping back and forth, but there is no consensus on it. India has officially said we do not support de-dollarization. These are things that should be determined effectively by market forces. If the Americans undermine their own dollar, then it will automatically happen. And we're seeing a little drop off on the dollar. In fact, this crisis, this present Gulf crisis, has been very interesting because the traditional safe havens in a crisis have been the dollar and gold. Ironically, both have fallen. Gold has dropped off. And we've actually seen bond yields on US Treasury rise. So you actually have an interesting situation because as far as I know, for the first time in which both the dollar and gold have failed to be safe havens, nobody has a safe haven right now. So that opens up a space, potentially. What India could consider at some point is to sit down and think about this, but plan a 10 to 15-year strategy, or maybe a 10-year plan, into making the rupee fully convertible. If you do not make it fully convertible, it cannot be a reserve currency. That's why the renminbi is not seen as a potential dollar replacement, because the renminbi is not fully convertible. The Chinese government does not, always maintains capital controls. I should add, I was in a conference one where an IMF person told the Indian side, the Indian delegation, why don't you consider bringing the rupee into it becoming a reserve currency? The IMF would support this. The Indian side said no.
Does anyone else want to hop in on the BRIC side of things, or?
I mean, only thing that I'd add here is that you need to, there's some technical concepts, like you need to make a distinction now between de-dollarization and having an alternate payment system where interoperability is under focus. So when you talk about de-dollarization, that's moving away from the dollar and having other currencies or other markets in which you can invest and so on. It requires whole monetary system. It requires a review of the international monetary system. But what BRICS is focused on more lately is interoperability, so that payments can be made for trade, energy, and so on. And BRICS Pay, etc., those conversations have moved forward, and the underlying infrastructure is being put in place so that a payment could be made, which does not have to go through a global system. And there are reasons for that, so it can't be sanctioned. So I think, anyway, the BRICS currency was a bit of a far shot, but the BRICS interoperability is certainly more doable.
All right. Gentleman on the second row here, you had your hand up right to start.
Ma'am, in the current Trump administration, when US trade pressure and Iran crisis directly affect India, how should India distinguish between pressure and partnership from the US? Because some people suggest that strategic partnership with the US is more important for long term, while some suggest that bowing down to the pressure of US would be a position of compromise to India's strategic autonomy.
So a strategic partnership is important, it's established, and it is the only way forward is to continue being in a constant dialogue with the United States of America. We also understand that the governments keep changing, even in the United States of America. And if you look at the midterm poll popularity, as far as Trump is concerned, it's only plummeting down. So things are likely to change. But India and US are absolutely engaged, and it's a very important strategic partnership for both sides. Even United States realizes that. I think they do this, the pressure bit, as far as they're concerned, for a narrative that he has to serve domestically, which is about making America great again. But they also, it's like, I can say, we are in at this current point in time, we are in an uncomfortably comfortable relationship. So, but it's a relationship which is everlasting. There's no divorce coming our way. So this is something that we are very clear about. So pressure, push, pulls keep happening. And we have seen a little more pressure and a little more downward hill trajectory as far as the upward movement that we were seeing over the years, over the past 2 decades. But that is also something which I'm sure India would be able to. India has built itself quite, I would say, has created a place for itself where it can manage all the push and pulls that come through changes of governments and changes of, the presidency and how presidency thinks.
Go ahead, in the white shirt right there.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for such an interesting discussion. So, moderator can pose this question to anyone they set fit. When we talk of the architect of a new world order, I think the multilateral organizations that India are part of are already a stepping stone that India has climbed. So with their commonality and differences already existing. But when we see the world order and UN rendering itself not that effective, and multilateral organizations such as BRICS, Quad or SAARC together working, so do they have what it takes to downsize the global complications together, working together and have a common ground to, work in this global uncertainty and have a common authority and common ground to, challenge and become a new world order?
Okay, so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to take 2 final questions from the audience. I see you right in the middle here, ma'am, right there. And then right there. Okay, so the 2 of you, let's just make them quick and make them pointed if possible. And then what we're going to do is we're just going to start with Manu and go down along the row and offer answers and any final comments you'd like. So over to you, and then, gentleman right here on the edge.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Ria from Kirodimal College. My question is to Priyanka ma'am. It's very simple, but has 2 parts. A, do you think that India's rising skepticism and caution towards USA has been a product of the leadership attribute rather than a permanent policy makeshift? And will this situation sober down once a new leadership comes in place? And B, will Iran's rising posture towards US, which earlier panelists also termed as emergent great power, affect US's negotiating capabilities or potential when it comes to developing economies like India? Thank you.
Great questions. Okay, go ahead. You have Okay, we'll take 2 more. We'll just please be quick.
My question is, with the midterms scheduled in November, where Democratic Party is projected to win both Senate and House, as evident by their recent win in Florida District Housing Mar-a-Lago, the prospect of impeaching President Trump is quite high. Keeping that in mind, do you think Trump's policies are going to be influenced by these domestic political pressures? Thank you.
Interesting. Good question about the midterms. Okay, and then final one to this gentleman here. Oh, come down. Down, right here in the vest. Come on, keep going. Nope. Yep. Yes, you.
So I'm Akshit Raj from Christ University, Bangalore. Ma'am, my question especially to Priyanka ma'am, the question is, as we talk about transactionality, if we relate the transactionality to the real world, especially the Middle East war, do you think that this war has affected the world's transactionality in other than oil crisis? And if yes, then how the world should use its strategic autonomy to ensure its transactionality even in that situation?
Okay, so lots of stuff to unpack here. Architects of the New World Order, sort of multilateralism, rising US skepticism in India, looking at the US midterms. So basically, you can talk about anything you want. So Manu, I'm going to start with you and then move down the line, and we'll go ahead and close.
So I start? Or he can begin with Manu.
I'll just address a couple of things. One on the long-term India-US relationship. I don't think it's going anywhere spiraling down. India looks at relationships as the US over decades and not years. So Trump is now, things going to change. The overall partnership trajectory is positive because it's a national alignment because both of them see China as a larger long-term threat. On the UN system, there is a whole session waiting there, a lot of problems with it. Right now, it's almost non-functional. It has to be replaced. It has to be much more consensus-based. I don't see any solution coming to that anytime soon. Unfortunately, we are stuck with it. That's why multilaterals organizations are doing much better.
So to your first question about these blocks that already exist and can we see a new emergence of any kind of a body, I would say if these blocks put pressure on United Nations to first bring India on the table, UNSC table, till that, and reforms within the United Nations and more flexibility, till then we don't see any convergence of a body which will emerge through these various blocks that have been created. These blocks are again have come together on the basis of certain issues, certain economic interests, certain strategic interests, and that's why these blocks exist. But only if these blocks build pressure on the United Nations to be able to be more functional in its performance, then I think it would be a better opportunity for the world to reshape the narrative. And India should be taking the lead. India should be at the UNSC. With regards to the leadership, yes, it's absolutely the question here. India, US, like he said, Manu just spoke about more convergences that we see, the similar challenges that we see. So it is a more leadership style that we are seeing. And both sides, whether it's the Indian leadership or whether it's the US leadership, they are catering to a huge domestic audience as well. They have been voted into power by the virtue of, the strong man strategy. So for either side right now, it has to do a lot with leadership. India will also have to see through this entire phase where we are seeing a lot of pressure coming in from the US in terms of a lot of talk that we see, a lot of noise also coming from MAGA and various other spaces. So that is something that is there, but they also realize the convergences are far deeper. And US also will have to take the responsibility, because over the past 2 decades we were talking about how do we rebuild hesitations of history that India-US relationship had. I remember 4 years ago, 5 years ago, I was at the Heritage Foundation where we were talking about how do we take it forward? How do we ensure that the Indian people, if you look at Indian people, even now if there's an opinion poll, they would veer towards Russia's, having more faith in Russia over US. So how do we rebuild that faction and that negotiation? So that is something which we will continue to work on. And that would be a bigger pressure on the US to ensure that this relationship continues to be strategically important. India is just waiting for its moment.
So the international system, none of the organizations, BRICS, SARC, and so on, are in a position to replace the international system. They're far too small, too weak. Most of them are often internally very divided. And most of them have a very small remit. Quad is only about strategic technology cooperation and largely designed to counter China. So it can't obviously be an international organization of the kind you're describing. So what you're really looking at is trying to hold up as much of the existing international system as you can and modify them according to whatever strategies you may have. To some degree, that's what the middle power strategy is. None of the middle powers are interested in undermining the present international system. Quite the opposite. They're trying to uphold it because the two superpowers are undermining it or unwilling to underwrite it. So the point about a Canada or an EU is far from trying to undermine the WTO. They want to hold it up, but they know that the WTO is now virtually a zombie organization, as its tribunal system and the principle of MFN are basically now dead. But you have a whole mess of other things that you have to do, whether in terms of not just trade, but in terms of technology standards, which are still evolving. And so on the economic side. The weakness the middle powers have is on the security side. None of them are powerful enough to become globally able to secure, let's say, maritime security in an ocean on the other side of the world. Do they have the cooperative capacity to work together? More likely it's about persuading superpowers that you need to work with us. It's still in your benefit to do so. But that is going to be probably the biggest challenge the middle power strategy will have. So no, but what we are also seeing simultaneously, and I'll just point this out, is China trying to build a set, which is the only other superpower obviously, trying to build up a separate group of organizations designed deliberately to undermine existing Western organizations. So China looks at the BRICS as the alternative G20. It's been trying at the last Munich Security Conference, Chinese officials said, we have our own version of an E5 that the Americans have talked about, in which we, Russia, and even included India, but deliberately kept out any Europeans and said this could be the next G7. In other words, a G7, but one in which there is no Western country except maybe the United States. And the Chinese are now slowly, progressively working their way, trying to see who's interested. But their problem is fundamentally they have no allies at all. other than Pakistan and North Korea, which are almost irrelevant into the international system right now.
Closing thoughts?
The only thing I'd add is, because there was a question on midterms, if you're looking for the agents that are going to influence Trump and Trump's decision making, of course the midterm elections is one thing, but also keep an eye on the US economy and the business interests. All these business leaders have a vested interest in ensuring that their commercial interests are not hit, because all their companies are running global supply chains. So if there is another indicator, I would really pay attention to what the US economy and US business leaders are saying.
All right, thank you so much. Please join me in thanking our panelists for an excellent discussion.
What a truly remarkable discussion that was. From the corridors of the parliament to the newsrooms, from strategic think tanks to the halls of international governance, this panel brought together perspectives that were as diverse as they were deeply insightful.
As a gesture of gratitude, now I request Professor Dr. Chandrachud Singh to kindly present a token of appreciation to our distinguished guests.
Coming back to teach you guys, so don't worry.
We will now be breaking for lunch for 20 minutes. Our volunteers present here will assist you with the necessary directions. We will reconvene post-lunch with panel number 5. Thank you.
Face to face with an inevitably shared characteristic of the daily lives of all of us present here today. History has always been defined by the architecture of power, be it from the ancient Silk routes that bridged the East and the West to the maritime routes that built our modern world. The era we live in has always been shaped by the tools we have used to connect. But today, the geography of power is changing. No longer is it found in the ports and mountain passes. Rather, it is found in the nanometers of a semiconductor chip.
We are transitioning from a world of physical borders to a world of digital borders. In this new landscape, sovereignty means protecting the algorithms that drive our economies and the data that defines our identities. It is a moment where we have stopped being participants in a system built by others. We are now the architects of our own destiny.
But as we build this new technological piece, we must confront a difficult question. Is this architecture designed to empower our citizens, or is it a new, invisible method of controlling them? Without further ado, I proudly present to you the last panel of the day, Pax Technologica, Power Chips and Architecture of Control.
I now have the privilege of inviting the esteemed speakers of our panel, Mr. Praneet Mehta, Mr. Akash Guglani, Ms. Meghna Bal, and Mr. Basu Chandola. Please welcome them to the stage. Mr. Pranit Mehta, who is the first speaker, is the co-founder and vice president of business development at Galaxy Space, a deep technology startup developing the world's first multi-sensor imaging satellite constellation, integrating optical and synthetic aperture radar sensors on a single platform. An alumnus of IIT Madras, batch of 2022, his work centers on geospatial intelligence, space-based defense applications, and the development of India's private space sector.
Going forward, we have Mr. Akash Kuklani, who is a senior manager at Digital India Foundation, where he works at the intersection of digital public infrastructure, AI governance, and global technology cooperation. A Young India Fellow and postgraduate in Liberal Studies from Ashoka University, he has represented India at forums including the Quad Conference in Melbourne, the BRICS AI Journey, and the T20 track of the G20. He has authored a chapter in the Palgrave Handbook of Malicious Use of AI and Psychological Security, and has taught at Ashoka University and our very own Hindu college. Next up, we have Ms. Meghna Bal, who is the director of the ASIAC Center, a technology policy think tank based in New Delhi, where her research addresses digital governance, data protection, artificial intelligence regulation, and emerging technology law. She has previously established and led the India Office for Consensus, the world's largest blockchain technology company, and managed legal and policy strategy at the Walt Disney Company. She's a co-author of The Dazzle of the Digital, a study of digital technology and development in contemporary India.
Lastly, we have Mr. Basu Chandola, the moderator for this panel, who is an associate fellow at ORF, where his research spans the digital economy, artificial intelligence, data governance, cybersecurity, and digital public infrastructure. He has contributed to the India AI Impact Summit Secretariat under the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. He also served with the G20 Secretariat during India's presidency. With that, I request Mr. Chandola to take this conversation forward.
Thank you for the kind introduction. Good afternoon, everyone, and I hope since everyone is well fed, we'll have a lot of attention and a few questions at the end of the session. This session is on Pax Technologica. After a day-long discussions on geopolitics, the global economy, energy security, we now come to a topic that sits at the core of each and every one of them, technology and power. If the 20th century was defined by military interventions and alliances and competition on territory, the 21st century is increasingly being defined by control over data, platforms, digital infrastructure, and algorithms. Today, influence is exercised not only by the military, but through technological systems that basically determine how states project power, secure strategic advantages, and compete in the global order. At the same time, these technologies are instrumental for development purposes and are reshaping how we live our everyday lives. Over the next 50 minutes, we'll explore what digital transformation means for power, security, and sovereignty, from space infrastructure, digital platforms, and regulations. With that broad framing in mind, we'll first explore what this transformation means for power. I'll ask each and every one of the participants to basically explain how digital means power in their respective domains, and how technology is basically translating in geopolitical power today. My first question is to you, Pranit. Space was traditionally the domain of the governments. How do private space companies reshape national technology capabilities and strategic power today?
Firstly, very happy to be here. And I think it's a very important question, right? Before I really get to how space particularly is evolving, one of the things that, at least we often take for granted is technology that is being developed. It is changing every bit of our lives, right? I'll give you an example. From the cabs we book via Ola and Uber to the food that we order, all of these are powered by space technologies. But not once did we ever realize when booking our cab over the last couple of days or ordering a meal or whatnot, right? So even in industry like space that seemed always like something that the government had kept working on, it comes down to our lives in so many different ways. This shift that we're particularly talking about of moving away from the government, or let's just not say away from the government, right? Let's just look at it from expanding beyond the scope of the government to a lot more private sector that allows for that last mile delivery. If GPS existed as a technology with the government, we wouldn't have these capabilities that we have, right? So when we look at expansion, one is how do we utilize technology that the government is building for end-use applications? And secondly is how can I build on top of that technology stack itself? And that's where companies like us come in, right? So at Galaxy, we are not using existing space technology to build applications on top of it. We're building new space technologies that the government could not build so far, right? Where the government did R&D on how to build satellites. They've built satellites so far. What we're building is a satellite that has not been built before, right? We're building radar-based imaging satellites. We're building the X-rays and CT scans equivalent that can see through smoke and clouds, right? Those are kinds of capabilities that expanding beyond the government allow us for. And that changes the way we look at technology itself, right? Because today we are not thinking about, let's just build technology. Our conversations go from what is the ROI, right? If you're building technology, what does that entail? So I think that's a shift that's really happening.
So essentially, if I had to summarize it, so government built the initial stack and now you're building upon it. Understood. I'll come back to you on this, but talking about government building a technology and private sector building further upon it, Akash, large-scale digital systems are becoming core digital infrastructure today. How do these platforms translate into strategic power for a country like India?
Thank you very much, Basu, for that question, and thank you everyone. Post lunch, I understand. So I'll give you a very interesting analysis on this. India already has, all of you right now have an Aadhaar card, and we all do UPI transactions, payment transactions. So let's say India has 1.3 billion Aadhaar card users, 22.6 billion transactions monthly we do on UPI. Now that is the kind of power you have. You have a distribution engine, which is your identity engine, and you have a payment engine which actually creates revenues. You asked me how that create strategic power? I think in three manners. First is norm setting. Before 2022, 2023, no one used to hear about digital public infrastructure. India institutionalized it, whether it's in G20, whether it's in Global Partnership of AI Summit. Digital public infrastructure became a norm-setting conversation, a standard setting. So when you say about strategic power, first component was whatever your strengths were, you put those kind of standards for the world. Second is diffusion power. When I call about diffusion, you have 22.6 billion transactions happening on UPI, internally, domestically. What if you want to internationalize this? Right now, UPI is live in 8 countries. We have DPI MEUs with more than 23 countries. What we call MOSIP, your Aadhaar kind of technology stack, is live in 18 countries. And which are these countries? UAE, Singapore, Ghana, Namibia, some parts of Europe also. So what you're doing is, first you help in standard setting, second you help in diffusion. And third element is, which is quite important. Recently you must have heard of Naira technology, Naira Energy, Rosneft, and their payments stopped working. In 2022, in Ukraine-Russia war, SWIFT stopped working. Apple Pay, Google Pay stopped working. Because deep level, the integration was weaponized. SWIFT was weaponized. Recently, Microsoft services were weaponized. So third element is sanctions resilience. Can your infrastructure, at the deep level, can your infrastructure be sanction resilience? Or you are too much dependent upon the core infrastructure of big Western companies? The interesting part is 22.6 billion transactions happen on a monthly basis, but 84% of them happen through Google Pay and Phone Pay. So what you have is our core strengths. The protocol is independent. Your infrastructure is independent. but the companies which build on those infrastructure are Western companies. So you have this classic trade-off where you use your individual strengths of identity and payments, but you also create metrics where Western companies or Western societies don't feel threatened. So that's the kind of strategic power which this kind of two distribution system has given us.
Thanks, Akash. Akash, you spoke about norm-setting power of India and like how DPI helped through it. Meghna, my question to you is, in today's digital economy, how much geopolitical influence can be gained from setting the rules that govern platforms, data, and AI, especially in the light of how India has been very active through the AI Impact Summit, GPI, and G20? So how do you think that India is able to gain significant geopolitical power through that?
Hello? Yeah, okay. So I'll speak in a general sense on at least my view on what happens when you try to leverage rules to when you try to leverage rules to, wield influence. We've seen that in the case of chips, yes, export controls have been used to limit access, but these rules have been bypassed through loopholes. And what is also clear is that if you do not have technological capabilities, if you just create rules either to weaponize them against platforms or different entities, maybe for a sovereignty bid, it comes back to hurt you because you create a compliance burden for your own industry, and your industry, whatever it may be, will never take off. So a good example is the GDPR, which was brought out primarily to target large tech platforms from the US. And the effect it had was basically, and there's a lot of empirical data now that's come from the EU on this, is that it killed data-driven businesses in the EU. It made compliance really, really expensive because it is an extremely complex law. And it further entrenched the position of these large tech platforms. So the structure of those rules also matters. So again, if you think about the strategic or taking a strategic decision to not regulate, let's say horizontally, so when I say horizontal regulation, I mean one regulation is regulating across sectors. There's no sectoral distinction. As vertically, it would be a sectoral application. So there'd be different rules for health, different rules for finance, and things like that. So in the US, they've taken a decision, or they don't have a federal omnibus legislation, horizontal legislation. They regulate sectorally. They regulate data sectorally. And over there, I mean, there are some state regulations that are now coming out, but more or less we're seeing consensus. But basically, because it is limited in regulation, you're not seeing innovation being challenged in the way that it is being challenged in jurisdictions where there is rule after rule after rule, or law after law after law coming out, trying to fix the mistakes of the previous one. So because the GDPR entrenched big tech, then you saw something like the Digital Markets Act, which is again, an ex-ante competition law that has been brought out to try to dislodge their position as, they say, so-called gatekeepers. So all these rules, and as a consequence of the Digital Markets Act, actually, and the EU AI Act, we see that a lot of technology is just not being released in the EU. So. And that is important from a technology transfer perspective, right? Because you have some, let's say, advanced technology come in, you have your own firms learn from it, maybe adapt it and build on it, but you're not going to, that is also kind of going away, at least in the EU. And the last thing I'll say, of course, is that if you keep bringing out rules, which is what you see over here in India, if you keep kind of bringing out rules and there's a lot of uncertainty and unpredictability, then you see one chilling of investment. And of course, the chilling of innovation as well, because again, small firms, harder for them to meet with these kind of shifting standards or comply with these shifting standards. So I wouldn't say that rules translate into influence, but there's certain necessarily, it depends again what context you're talking about when it comes to technology, but they certainly can play a role in seeding influence, because they more often than not, if not thoughtfully brought out or thoughtfully introduced, they will lead to a disruption of your own domestic capacity. So just one example for India, we have the Digital Personal Data Protection Act. Now the problem with this law is that it makes consent almost the sole basis of data processing, which means, as I was just telling Pranit here, it means that space companies that are doing any kind of image processing or imagery processing can't do it, because technically if they take a picture of your house, that constitutes your personal data, and they would need your consent to process it. Now how are they going to get your consent? It's insane. So for these kinds of situations, all other laws, I mean all other omnibus data protection laws, which is horizontal data protection laws across the world, have exceptions known as legitimate interest and contractual necessity. They have introduced these exemptions to consent because, of course, there are many situations where it would be completely undesirable for a company to keep asking consent. So, for instance, for spam protection, technically, if now a spammer does not consent to the company using their number for any kind of spam protection software, they won't be able to say that this is spam, just as an example. So there are many kind of counterintuitive ways in which it plays out. So yeah, I mean, I see that as being massively disruptive. We've done a study on it as well, not only to businesses, not only to digital businesses, but I would say businesses in general, because obviously everyone's processing data digitally, right? So I'll stop there.
Thanks, Meghna. Pranit, basically, Meghna was expanding on how basically regulations, there is a possibility of them hampering innovation. Like, how is it for the space sector in India, and how is it for deep space startups? Like, how does regulation impact them in India right now? Like, is it like, does it favor them? Like, how has the growth trajectory been?
So I think the Indian private space sector is, let's just say, formally less than a decade old, right? We've only been 5 years since the industry got privatized, and a handful of companies that have existed before that. So we're now seeing the first wave of regulations really come into effect. So over the last 5 years, we've had almost one policy every year. And when I say policy, I'm speaking of very broad policies, like you have the NGP, which is for geospatial, then you have the Indian space policy, and then things like DPDP, and there's a load of things that come in together, right? Regulations for us so far have been helpful, because we've come from nothing to something. We see our own waves, right? And I think I do believe that these regulatory cycles, they're cycles for a reason, right? You can't expect to solve them on day one. For example, when we started out, there was no rule that an Indian entity could really own and operate a satellite. Today, that hurdle is removed, and I can own, launch, and operate my own satellite. I can provide that data to global entities. Right? Now, what is the next problem? The next problem is the type of satellite that I launch has its limitations, right? I cannot go finer than a particular resolution. I cannot go to certain frequencies because that is limited by the International Telecommunications Union. I cannot get some supply chain from US because of ITAR and all of those things, right? So now that's a second level of regulatory hurdle where you see there are companies that can build capability, that can solve for problems and really make an impact at a global stage. But then there are growth hurdles, right? So I think what we've solved for as the space sector is the kickoff hurdles are through, and in the last 3 years we've seen our growth from 10 startups to 250 space startups in the country. Now the question is, how do these 250 go from their 0 to 1 journey to their 1 to 10 journey, right? And that's the regulatory cycle that we need to take.
Thanks. Akash, on the issue of basically rule making, since for a lot of DPIs, government basically essentially owns the whole track and the private sectors build upon it. And often there are regulations such as on, for UPI, there is a NPCI has been trying to impose a restriction on the market share. So how do you see that private players, why will private players basically put in the effort or in developing solutions when they see that basically any rule can be imposed on them anytime?
I think that's a very interesting question, and whenever we go and I have conversations regarding DPI, this question becomes quite pertinent. Specifically, this question and another question is, how do you sustain DPIs if you don't allow private sector to make money out of it? Now, the design question you're asking, it is a very interesting insight here. So if you look at it specifically, MasterCard and Visa, pre-UPI, they never were able to go and penetrate deeper into Indian market. Their MDR system didn't work. The POS machines never reached the merchants, the vegetable vendors. So their design choice, which they were operating in a very highly affluent societies of the West, could not work in global South. So the DPI's design choice comes out of our own social economic positioning. So if they want to scale an Indian kind of market, or let's say a market which has a lower per capita kind of wider participants, they need to have some sort of what you call crop subsidization. And what I mean by this? So the basic layer or the infrastructure layer would always be, will never make you money. Unlike in the West, you can't charge for the pipelines or the basic infrastructure in India. So for make sure for the students here, UPI, you can't charge for per transaction on UPI because it will create disincentives for people to adopt it. People will stop using UPI. How can you make money is providing value-added services, which Google Pay started doing. You start charging affiliate commissions on utility payments. You start charging affiliate commissions on these electricity bills. Or you start providing ads. That's the mechanism. And the rule making in India would be more techno-legal, where the technical solution is you do mandatorily interoperability, and you do pricing on value-added services. So you provide loans, you partner with Amazon Pay, can partner with NBFCs, it can partner with banks to offer services. But the design choice is very crucial to India's unique socioeconomic conditioning, and that's the design choice which has been, we are getting a lot of requests from, let's say, African countries. Where I'll give you an example of Kenya. M-Pesa used to have this same mechanism where wallets transfer used to happen, like a Paytm in India. But the penetration of banking system never worked. In India, because you have zero banking, the Jandhans, that created a cycle of where you can create massive credit uptake. So for Indian rule making, always remember, would be as per our socioeconomic conditioning. And I can say a lot of private companies might feel that this is not the perfect market to penetrate, but I can tell you, we can say with UPI, it is owned by, let's say, a DPI or NPCI, but 85% of the volumes are by, let's say, Google Pay and Walmart. So I think they do see value to stay here and make money out of other value-added services. So rule making has to adjust to this reality.
Thanks, Akash. Meghna, coming back to you. So basically, in your last intervention, you said that excessive regulation and control can hamper innovation. What do you think? How should India regulate so that it becomes a producer of advanced technology rather than just a technology market?
So let's start with policy choices first. The US has a really amazing program called the Small Business Innovation Research Program. And it's basically premised on this consideration that as a government, you do not care about pecuniary returns when it comes to investment. Your risk appetite is basically limitless because you're not looking for immediate ROI. And so that is why you see from the US so much foundational innovation emerging on which private sector has built, like GPS, like the internet, which was ARPANET originally, then DARPANET, and all these things. And small business innovation research, the SBIR is a continuation of that, where basically it was a program that was started to ensure that small businesses in the US had access to procurement. Now, why is procurement important? Particularly for innovation, because it guarantees you a market. It is like massive market access. The problem with procurement in India is that most often, even for highly technical specialized things, it is based on L1, which means lowest bidder wins. Small companies can't compete on that, right? Because it would basically it would basically be, I mean, they would basically run at a loss. It wouldn't make sense, financial sense for them to compete, to participate in any tender. And also, I mean, we have many other considerations, like if you're completely green, if you don't have a certain amount of turnover for the last 3 years, etc. All these other constraints that are basically rig bids for big companies exclude smaller companies that may have more innovative offerings, because we don't gauge tenders, even for highly technical specialized things, on the merit of that of the technical solution that's been presented. So again, and coming back to SBIR, another thing that's amazing about it is that they are even willing to fund companies that are that will be able to take an idea from impossible to merely plausible, which means that you're not getting any kind of real return, but you're basically shifting the needle a little bit on something that was absolutely thought impossible to now, yes, maybe it is plausible. And I mean, the whole premise here is that it kind of bridges this valley of death which most startups face, which is the, you know, the gap between having an MVP and then taking it to market, that funding area, funding crunch where no VC is going to come in. That is something that it bridges. So graduates of this SBIR program include, or you know, companies that have benefited from it include Qualcomm, which is a massive company. There's a lot of like really, really big companies today that benefited from this program in the 80s and the 90s and continue to benefit from it. So that is one thing. I mean, introduce an SBIR, don't have any like short-term pecuniary interest on R&D. Don't think about your ROI because your ROI is what the national interest is doing your nation proud, essentially. It shouldn't be monetary in nature. And of course, give startups or give small companies a legitimate access to procurement, which means that do away with L1 and basically create capacity at the level of procurement for people to be able to gauge solutions on their technical merits. From that, you see a lot of, you will see, I mean, I know we haven't got to the point on digital sovereignty yet, but that is where your digital sovereignty is going to emanate from, essentially. If you create these opportunities for small businesses, as the government, bridge those gaps in funding which the market does not afford for, which is what the government is supposed to do in a sense. I think that is one major way in ensuring that we are not just a market but also a producer. And of course, like the other thing is that to not have so many rule changes, to have greater transparency in rule making, so we understand where, you know, different kinds of prescriptions are coming from, who is making them. All these kinds of things are also important because we've seen in India that there is a bit of opacity that is prevalent that tends to favor certain entities, and that of course is also very harmful for smaller domestic companies.
Akash, talking about digital sovereignty, how can India reduce its dependence on foreign platforms and still remain integrated in the global technological ecosystem?
That's a very important question. And for students here, I think the most important element is how many of you use Android operating system here? I think that's the dependency right now. Other people must be doing iOS. How many of you use Amazon Cloud, Google Cloud, Microsoft Cloud? I think that's another dependency. So how should we solve for this when 95% of semiconductors, let's say the fuel of your AI comes out of India? Your operating systems, 95% are, that's 100% are effectively owned by foreign entities. And your cloud, the data storage systems are effectively owned by other, let's say, foreign companies. Because you have such a massive dependence, India, let's say on a tap, can't change. So what you have to have a layered strategy. What I call it a sovereign hedge. So right now I can tell you, all government systems have moved to Zoho Cloud. So what you're doing is, you are doing merit-based competitive ecosystem building. Right now in India, we have what you call graphic processing units, more than 38,000. And you provide 40% subsidy on its usage. So what you can do is, if you look at the AI ecosystem, so let me just for a minute give you a sense of an AI ecosystem for data sovereignty and digital sovereignty. AI ecosystem consists of the infrastructure layer, which I think Meghna talked about, chips, compute. Then you have what we call as data repositories, your data sources. Third is the LLMs. And fourth is application layer, the agriculture, education. And fifth is your data governance. So there is 5 layers. So consider, if you want digital sovereignty, you need to ensure you have some say in all these 5 layers. And how we are going about it. In the let's say, the infrastructure layer, you already have subsidized compute, very minimal. Let's say digital sovereignty conversation is, how can you get digitally sovereign in a sustainable manner in a 20-year pipeline? And no country in the world can be totally digitally sovereign. Sovereignty means you have some sort of protocol independence, but diverse suppliers. So that's what I'm defining sovereignty. It is not total control over the supply chain. You already have some element of compute. Second element is data resources, data repositories. So India has a digital, let's say, national data sets platform. Third is LLMs. So you must have heard in the AI summit, Sarvam AI, Bharat GPT. You're trying to solve for specific Indic use cases. Fourth is you have these application layers. So you will have specific sectoral LLMs for education, health, agriculture. AgriStack is one of the examples. And fifth is like your data governance layer, which is AI safety institutes. You have DPDP, some consent mechanism. So when I talked about sovereignty, it is let's say a hedge. You provide and promote compute, PLIs, manufacturing at the base level. You promote, let's say, zero tax for national data centers. That's also some sort of sovereignty hedge. You locate yourself in India to 2047. Till 25 years, I'm foregoing my revenue so that I can have some control over data. So that's a trade-off. And third is you promote LLMs like Sarvam, like Bharat GPT for Indic use cases. And fourth is AgriStack. You specifically promote, or Diksha, or for education. You specifically promote use cases where there is not a general use cases for the world. And lastly, the trust conversation, the AI safety institutes. That's the standard setting comes in, the AI summits of the world, the GPI of the world. You provide leadership there. So that's how you do what you call a management of infrastructure, where there's infrastructure independence, but diverse polarity of people. So you're not dependent on one single vendor. That's how you can do it.
Yeah, sorry, just to add to what I was saying earlier as to, what will help us kind of be a producer of technology rather than just an adopter, is that the state needs to avoid entering markets. It's a strong trend here. And the second the state enters a market, it essentially signals to other players that, it signals to others who may have wanted to enter that there's no point in entering. It's interesting, every time I talk about the government, it signals to them that there's no point in entering because the state has an endless corpus of money to operate in a market. So for instance, in ride hailing now, there's state supported. I think both of them are allowed. And basically the idea behind that was to make it cheaper. To ensure that taxi drivers retain more of a commission, and to basically improve their prospects. Now, state is subsidized by taxpayer money, right? So it's basically an endless corpus through which they can subsidize taxi drivers. That's fine. The intent is good. And the intent is always good whenever the state enters the market. Obviously, there is no malintent there. But the consequences are such that you deter any kind of actual entrepreneurship. And there are many avenues where the state has entered, even in the context of DPI, where it has just been a deterrent, where it could have been, where another solution could have been created by the market. So I would say the state should stop entering markets in India.
Pranit, on what Akash and Meghna just said, how do you envision digital sovereignty in the space tech space? Like whether it's about building capacity, infrastructure, like what are the policy elements? And at the same time, because the space sector was open to the private sector recently, do you agree with Meghna on her point that basically governments should not compete in such sectors?
Should the government not compete? I agree, right? Especially for a domain like space, because space is a very strategic domain, right? It's not a consumer market. So if it's a strategic domain, the government is the mover and shaker. If the government is investing money, the natural mandate is I have another government body that's giving it. Why do I have to flow money through the private sector? In fact, it's a very funny anecdote where ISRO built SSLV, right, which is a small satellite launch vehicle, and there was a transfer of technology that was rolled out to be given to the private sector because ISRO wanted to focus on a lot more research missions. And guess who took the TOT? HAL, right? So the joke in the VC ecosystem is the government gave money to itself, right? So where is TOT in that, right? So if the government comes in, it changes the dynamics of the game. Now, it's hard for a startup like ours in the space sector to compete with the government, number one. Number two, how can we still achieve digital sovereignty? So honestly, it's a very layered, definition. Sovereignty is a very loose word in my opinion, right? Today, people define sovereignty as if I have, some control anywhere in the chain, I call it sovereign, right? But there's different levels to it. I'll speak of satellite imagery, for instance. If I own satellite imagery, even if I buy imagery data from a US or a European company, if I own imagery, that does not make my data sovereign. I am just a customer. Right. Then a layer to it is, instead of having to give all the information to the foreign vendor, can I take control of the process where the asset is still owned internationally and I lease the asset for some part of it. I lease either the process of getting an imagery down, I restrict where the image gets downlinked, where the image is not accessible to any other foreign vendor, where I take some control of the process. So that's some part of sovereignty. Where it really kicks in is when I take full control of the asset, right? Where I am not at mercy of somebody else really allowing me to do what I want to do, right? A very classic example, 2 days back, there's a listed company in the US called Planet. They're a leading satellite imagery provider. The US government mandated the company to not provide a single satellite image to anyone in the world for an indefinite period of time, to cover any of the conflicted regions today. Thankfully, we are not part of the conflict. Imagine if we were, right? We have 0 images only because somebody in the US government stood up and said, I don't think you should give imagery, so don't give, right? So you're at the mercy, right? That is sovereignty that we're speaking of, that the day we're in trouble, nobody can come and stop us from doing what we want to do, right? That's when you say you attain sovereignty. I agree with Akash, it can never be 100%. It is how far in the process can you go? For example, because we don't have space assets beyond ISRO today, our process is limited to, downlinking within country, having local data centers, and that's what we're playing. But if the government decides, I can't let you operate my satellites, no matter, you put $1 billion on the table, they're not going to let you do it. Right? So it is about taking the next step, allowing for private companies who are homegrown here to launch and operate their own satellites and have that control within the geography. That's how I think sovereignty can be attained in a sector like space.
Just one question, since like space tech is a dual use technology, right? So obviously, I wouldn't agree completely that basically governments should not intervene it or should not participate in that because of the dual use nature. What do you say?
That is true. I'm not saying the government should not participate. I'm saying they shouldn't compete, right? The government still has imaging satellites, and we will have our own imaging satellites. So we coexist in the sense that the government, whatever imagery they provide, they are then meant to be for certain use cases and applications. So there's a policy that says anything above 5-meter resolution is given out for free to the public, right? So you and I can go online, get imagery data without paying a penny. The government for free rolls out potential fishing zones across the coastline to the fishermen for free. As a company, I would never go into something like that, right? But if the government comes in and says that I will build the exact satellite that you are building and give it to the government, give it to another body in the same government, that's where the problem is. Dual use, 100%, right? It's just that it's a very thin line of where do you promote the ecosystem and at the same time contain them.
Thanks. So I'll pose one last question and then we'll turn to the audience for more questions. All three speakers, what technological development, according to you, poses the greatest strategic risk or opportunities for countries in the coming 10 years? Meghna, would you like to take it?
So I think that when we think about technology, we shouldn't automatically assume risk. I think that's not necessarily a strategic way to think about it. Any technology even now that currently exists is prone to weaponization, what you said, dual use, right? So I think the risk is, honestly, the biggest risk is the weaponization of technologies by the state. And what that will translate into. Of course, people talk about quantum and the fact that all encryption will basically be blown out of the water and everything will become insecure, so that is a risk. But the biggest risk is not, I would say, states not understanding the dual use nature of technology and how it is weaponized, and too focused on very narrow outcomes when it comes to any kind of regulation of technologies. It's typically, from what I've seen, is that it is about ensuring that it isn't, certain entities are held accountable, or adding compliance to make their life harder, or thinking about it from a narrow competitiveness perspective without really considering how bad actors can misuse this. And so I think that the biggest risk is the kind of blind spot that is currently seems to be developing in the nature of regulation of technology, whereas that it's extremely personalized. It seems to be based largely on belief, and it doesn't fully consider how people who are bad and have malintent will be weaponizing different things. Of course, on a broader scale, like I said, like quantum, even with AI, there are concerns and there are movements towards solving for existential risks. I don't see that happening much over here, and that is a concern to me. So globally, yes, of course, these things are being considered to some extent in some jurisdictions, depends on the technology. With AI and with quantum, you see that. But with platforms, you see, again, it's very much centered around a few entities. You don't really see them understanding how bad actors operate. And over here, though, there's very limited action on that front. So that's what I would say is the biggest risk.
Pranit? I think technology is here to stay, and the more we think that this sector is going to saturate, we realize there's a new variable that's going to come in, right? Last few years, we've really harped on the whole term of dual use, right? One of the things that I think has to change moving forward and that will de-risk how technology evolves, is technology can be dual use, right? The products need not be. So the very center of, let's say, whatever the core architecture or competency or IP is, that can always be dual use, right? But do I expect the outcome of it to be dual use? I think that's where we make, that's where we change the way things operate. For example, satellite imagery, right? I build some IP around how I'm going to be imaging, where I don't just image with traditional cameras and for whatever it is, it's just something different, right? It's a dual use technology. But would I build a single satellite on top of it and say that the same satellite would act as the government satellite and an agriculture entity satellite? The government will always take preference, right? So the agriculture entity is again at the mercy. So there has to be that differentiation, which is what we're slowly seeing, where the government takes in some part of the story and the private sector takes in the other, right? Or some companies get focused on sectors and so on. Especially with horizontal technologies, I think we need to have that bifurcation, and that will de-risk how technology evolves while not having our daily lives getting impacted because of any sorts of geopolitics.
Akash.
I'll end on a very pessimistic note. I think we are in the era of war, and you would see all technology getting weaponized. All means all. And if you go by specific kind of operations, Orf-Hindu, what's happening in Ukraine, what's happening in Iran, AI becomes the biggest threat. That's why it's the biggest opportunity. Because everyone wants some pie of that to be. Right now you can see the way, look at an Orf-Hindu. Narrative was weaponized, drones were used, the way you shape intelligence was used, satellite imagery. AI becomes the main general purpose technology. And you would see in every war, every conflict which is going to happen in the next few years, this becomes crucial. And because people have control over it, states have control over it, you would have the massive opportunities because past is the kind of a good reflection for us. All great technologies come out of military uses. So all great your space tech came out of defense uses. And same way, AI will be used majorly militarily, which will create a lot of customer-facing applications, which might, let's say when the era of war ends, you have some treaties, some conversations where the dual use part of it gets eliminated. But I don't think so that next 10 years that's a possibility.
Thanks. We now open questions for the audience. If anybody has any questions, the lady there in the third row, please.
Greetings to the panel. Actually, I wanted to ask that we've talked about semiconductors a lot. And now, due to the one China theory that has been happening, China is encircling Taiwan, which holds the global market for semiconductors. So in the future, if such a thing happens and China actually comes to control Taiwan, where does India see itself in such a situation?
Cool. We'll take one more question. The gentleman on the left.
The straight and simple question, greetings first of all to the panel, Bhavya here. The question is concerning the transfer of technology to developing nations. It is in particular with respect to the GE 414 engine deal which was signed between India and the United States, I think 2 years before in the Biden administration. It is basically about the transfer of technology for the aircraft engines in which India wants to have Atmanirbharta in the defense sector. So there has been a lot of debate about it in the newspapers as well. My question to the esteemed panelists is that when we talk about the transfer of technology, we have signed deals with nations like even France for Rafales, even in the present, I think we are negotiating for more Rafales. The question is that what mechanism do we build up that in practically that these deals, they materialize in a way that we are able to have a developer self-reliance in technology. And connected with that is that for self-reliance in technology, we need to have access to the very basic critical minerals, which is in possession of countries like China, which can be, the access to which can be choked. So the question is that in such a scenario, how do we build a strategic supply chain resilience with respect to technology?
The gentleman in the second row, please.
Yeah, greetings to the panel. I have a simple question. Are we living in an age of techno-feudalism, like the term popularized by Greek thinker Yanis Varoufakis? And also like what we have been discussing in the morning panel as well, one of the panelists mentioned how we are also skeptical of giving too much space to the state, the Orwellian dystopia, that the picture that we imagine. So given that is not the right way to go about it, what policy prescriptions can be there?
We'll take one last question and then probably we'll come to the panel.
A quick question. We had a China policy reversal from earlier it giving subsidies to EV companies and now it not giving them enough subsidies. So how do we see it in the current scenario considering that China is capacitated with rare earth metals and China has I won't say an absolute monopoly, but a very close monopoly on the production and manufacturing of EVs. How do we see it in a scenario where there's a lot of oil crisis? Second, Trump's anti-oil policies, which gives China a free market even within the West to expand with its EV trade. Thank you.
So we now come to the panel. So we have questions on semiconductors, supply chains, techno-feudalism, and about China's subsidy on EVs. Meghna, would you like to take a stab on the semiconductor question?
So, of course, that is a concern. I don't know if the US is going to allow it to happen. There's a big question there. I don't think that that's going to transpire. It's not even in China's interest because then the US gets pulled in and that's not good for either nation. On the matter of chips, there's an alternative to, basically, I would say the NVIDIA large language model, which is that there is this thing known as edge computing, where you basically split computation between an edge device like a phone and the cloud. So anything that is latency sensitive, so any like real-time information that you need or any quick decisions. So a lot of automation in automobiles, a lot of that is driven by edge, where locally within the car you'll see there'll be some computation, and anything that requires a larger model, then for that computation it's sent to the cloud. So edge is something that we can look to, because a lot of what we are seeing, at least in terms of adoption trends, because we surveyed a lot of startups on this, is that a lot of them are turning to edge computing to meet their compute needs. Also because it's lower cost, it's cheaper to do. It's still relatively expensive, but it's much cheaper than the alternative compute models. So I would say that there are alternatives. I understand that Taiwan is at the center of a lot of semiconductor manufacturing, but there are alternatives. There are now chips being built here as well, or being made here as well, so that's another consideration. For that, I think what we really need to do is we need to focus on skilling, because from what I've seen is that there is a gap when it comes to skilling or the provision of skills or these within universities. That's what a lot of companies have said, that there's a massive gap, so like people aren't trained, so it's very hard to find workforce over here. There were some other questions actually I wanted to address. I can't remember.
The techno-feudalism one?
Yeah, the techno-feudalism one. So I don't see it as a zero-sum game. Everyone looks at big tech and everyone looks at them as like, oh, controlling, all pervasive. There's a lot of multi-homing across platforms, across clouds, which means that consumers, either businesses or end users like you and me, are using multiple platforms at the same time for various things. So I think that it's a really nice narrative, that people like Yanis Varoufakis put out, but it's not in tune with the ground reality of how digital markets work today. And it's not a zero-sum game. So while, let's say, Instagram or Meta may have a big piece of the ad pie, they are enabling small businesses in India to access customers and drive revenue, not only within the country, but internationally as well. And that's something that we've established empirically. Same goes with other large platforms. You have to understand that large platform, it is offering a larger consumer base to a small business than any other form of media has ever done in the past. And it allows them to put their product before someone who is the most likely to purchase it. So that is a pretty wonderful thing when you think about the wider scheme of commerce. And to talk about it in these terms of they have control over everything, they don't. If you see them in meetings with government, they're pretty silent. It's not like you're not seeing any exercise of power really over there. So in that context, I don't see it as a zero-sum game. I don't see it as feudalism because multiple platforms are being used at the same time. And it's not only big platforms. So even in cloud, everyone only thinks that it's like AWS, Google, and Microsoft that are basically dominating it. Yes, they have a sizable, they don't really have that much of a chunk of the market, but we're seeing that neo-cloud is becoming huge. We're seeing that edge computing is becoming huge. We're seeing a lot of little small companies that are also emerging because it's not only cost that determines cloud usage now. There's many other factors that businesses consider before they engage with a company to use cloud. And they're all very, very concerned about vendor lock-in. So businesses will use multiple cloud service providers. They look at things like quality of service, security, how good are they with their customer response. Things like that are what businesses are factoring. So it's a world that has evolved well beyond our preliminary understanding of networked industries. And I wish that academics and scholars from particularly certain jurisdictions would also understand that the market has evolved as well. I'll stop there.
Akash, would you like to take the question of techno-feudalism as well as the self-reliance on semiconductors in India?
I think very interesting questions on the Taiwan. I'll address, I think all of them, they are part of the study I'm doing on China. I've just submitted a chapter. So this is very interesting, all critical mineral rare earth questions and semiconductor. On the Taiwanese question, in my understanding of strategic circles and conversation, what is happening in Iran, US is not saving your oil supplies. So it will not save your chip supplies. So effectively, the relationship you will have with China, that will save you at that time. So leverage would be bilateral. If you have bilateral leverage, you might get access. Taiwan will get annexed for sure. Whether it's 2027, 2029, it's going to get annexed. That's the classic great power theory, which is that's the era of war. That's what's happening. So that's my limited view. On techno-feudalism element, I'm reading this interesting book, Apple in China. All of you should read it. It is a fascinating study of industrial policy coming together and also this big company. They wanted to enter China for specific profits, but how they trained the next set of engineers, Huawei ecosystem build up. And it's a classic study of industrial policy coming up, Chinese industrial policy. Also remember, just because one country or one state has majority of resources, that doesn't mean they become really industrious. We have example of Venezuela. We also example of Iran. If you have reserves of oil, that doesn't mean you become industrial. Same way, you have to really understand Chinese industrial policy. They are really smart at what you call patient capitalism. They are very controlling. If you read how Apple engages with regulators in China, Apple has no control. So in that way, techno-feudalism might not work in China. But the way they have created structures, the way they dominate markets, where there is some sort of lesser control in the state, tech companies do lead. They create the narratives. They have asymmetrical power on what you read, how you read it. Obviously, they can't control because we are, military power is with us right now. I think on critical minerals, I think what India is doing, what we are doing is the classic hedging part. You do alliance work, pack silicon or other, effectively we don't have it. Australia has some element of it, some Latin countries have it, so you will not stop dependence on China. And as we saw in the current Iran conflict, if your supplies are affected, US is not going to come and save you. So that's my larger take on this.
So Pranit, we are almost out of time, so you have the last word. So last 1 minute to you.
Absolutely. Firstly, I think very interesting questions, and while most of it has been answered, there's one bottom line to how we deal with all of this, which is what I've seen commonly happening across a lot of these, government bodies. It is the realization of the circle of control and the circle of influence, right? If I can control a particular part of the value chain, I might rather control it. But if something like a rare earth is out of my control and can never be, I'd rather fight it in the circle of influence, right? And that's where the bilateral relationships that he spoke of is important. So I think it's that realization of what you want to control and what you want to influence, and then shape policy accordingly, shape narratives accordingly, shape skilling accordingly. And that's how I think all of these can be solved. So that's the limited view. Thank you.
Thank you, Pranit. I would like to thank Akash, Pranit and Meghna for the valuable inputs during the whole session. Audience, please join me in applauding them. Thank you, everyone. Over to the moderator.
Thank you so much for your views. As we come to the conclusion of the final panel for this day, the architecture or circle of control feels far less invisible than it did a while ago. The panelists' insights into the global chip race and the digital sovereignty of the global south have set a high bar in this conclave.
We are deeply grateful for the intellectual rigor and the clarity you have brought to the stage. As a token of our immense appreciation, we would like to present our panelists with a memento of the conclave. I would now like to invite Ms. Manisha ma'am upon the stage to do the honors.
Well, it's really gratifying to see all of you who have decided to stay back till the end of the conclave. And I know while it has been a really long day, I'd request all of you to wait a tad bit longer. May I invite Ms. Shari Malhotra, Deputy Director, Strategic Studies Program at ORF, to deliver the vote of thanks. Ma'am, please.
Good evening, everyone. On behalf of ORF, it's both an honor and a pleasure for me to stand before you today to deliver this vote of thanks at the close of what I believe has been a very enriching and inspiring gathering for us all today. First and foremost, I would like to extend our deepest gratitude to our distinguished panelists. Their insights, their thoughtful reflections have not only elevated today's discussions, but they've also challenged us to think more critically and to act more responsibly in challenging times such as these. They've given us not just knowledge, but they've also granted us with a lot of perspective. And we are grateful for their openness and their willingness to engage with young minds who are the future of our country and our societies. Thank you for inspiring our students to question, to explore, and to think. I would like to also thank our professors and leadership at Hindu College, Professor Chandrachud Singh and his team. We will continue to build the intellectual foundations and partnerships upon which dialogues like these stand. And of course, I would like to thank the students who are truly the heart of this gathering. Your curiosity, your questions, your energy have really brought this event to life. I know many of you have also been part of the organizing team for this conclave, and it's incredibly encouraging to see the sort of passion, the commitment, the engagement, and the talent, because it is ultimately you, the youth, who will carry forward these conversations into meaningful action. From conceptualization to execution, behind the scenes, there has been a tremendous amount of effort that has gone into creating this conclave, and I hope we can take a moment to appreciate the people who have worked tirelessly to ensure things ran smoothly. Just naming a couple of the students, Soumya, Bhavya, Suchit, I know there are many, many more names, so big round of applause for them. To our audience as a whole, thank you for your time, for your attention and participation. I think events like these are only as meaningful as the conversations that they spark. And today you have all contributed to something worthwhile by being here all day. And I think as we conclude, I hope we leave not just with takeaways, but with a renewed sense of purpose. Let this conclave be the start of a conversation, not the end of the conversation, but I would say the beginning of many more such dialogues, such conversations across disciplines, across sectors, across generations, and indeed across borders. And with that, I once again extend my sincere thanks to each and every one of you for being part of this event. Thank you all and have a wonderful evening ahead.
I'd request Professor Chandrachud Singh to kindly come and felicitate ma'am. I would also request Dr. Atul Kumar, Fellow in Strategic Studies Program at ORF, and Mr. Rahul Rawat, Research Assistant with ORF's Strategic Studies Program, to join us on stage to be felicitated. Thank you. I'd also request Professor Manisha Pandey to kindly join us on stage. Well, it seems that we're almost there towards the end. We could now have some closing remarks by Professor Singh.
Okay, so thank you so much. Nothing, generally, once the vote of thanks is proposed, not much needs to be said. But, you know, the mere fact that at 5 o'clock I looked back and I told Shairi that there are some still left here, and the mere fact that you're still posing questions on technology, on techno-feudalism, I mean, it's amazing. I don't know what to say. You know, when last evening we were struggling a bit, and I tell you very honestly, and I'm generally a very emotional person. My friend, Professor Shankar, is here, and last night he said, don't show your emotions, don't become aggressive. Drink the anger so that you can sustain it for longer. I'm trying to do that, but yet. So last evening, you know, I was really emotional, and I didn't talk to anyone at home. I spoke with my friend, but nothing beyond that. And I hope that things will turn all right. And in the morning, when we had a house full and Samir was speaking and, you know, he was waxing eloquent, I said, how on earth can everything turn so good within 12 hours? So I thought maybe I had become too negative and maybe I was posing unnecessary questions to myself. But then, just as we progressed and just as we moved forward, maybe by the time we had the third panel, after the two panels, there was the problem that we had been anticipating came in. Now, I must first apologize for the inconvenience that you had. You know, when you do these events, somebody must stand up and take the responsibility, and here I am, I take full responsibility for whatever inconvenience that may have happened. We should have planned that way. I don't know what I could have done. You know, when we fixed the date, it was 7th of April, and we did this 3 months back, and we didn't have the data, the weather science data, to understand that there will be rain. I didn't know that the college will you know, the subject which nobody studies. But I couldn't have, you know, there's a cognitive limit of our minds, and in my mind that did not come up, but it happened, and despite that we are still here. A remarkably successful day, I would say. So I'm thankful to all the panelists, all the guests, all the speakers, everyone who came, everybody who spoke. You know, Samir said something, and that's, I think, one of the nicest things that has ever been said to me. When he urged that some of you be like me, don't be like me, he was just kidding. You know, it's a very difficult and it's a very tough profession to be in. It's a tough profession because many a times I think and I ask such questions to myself, why am I doing it? What for? What do I gain? And I tell you very honestly, I don't have clearer answers to the first two questions. But I have one answer, and that answer is, and the question is first, why am I here? And the only answer that I get is, I am here for you. It's you who make me. In fact, not me, all my colleagues. It's you who make us think of it. If you don't turn up, if you had not turned up, this would have been a damn squib. And I think this is what keeps us going. This is what teaching is about. This is what this academic world is about. It's you who drive us. And, you know, it's for you that we do whatever we do. So thank you for being here. Thank you for coping with us. Thank you for braving the rains. And thank you so much to the fourth year. You know, we had not done this in the last 2 years. And, you know, when we planned this in a way that the third years would lead it, the second years would manage it, and the first years would work for it. That was the plan that we had. The first years, the current fourth year was in first year when we did the last one, because we did it somewhere in March, so therefore those who are in the second years were not part of it. And it was this first year which was constantly pushing me to do it, and I was trying to evade. I couldn't evade finally, and we had to do it. So thank you so much. Thank you, Soumya. Thank you, Kavya. Thank you, Suchit. Thank you, Aditi. Thank you, my good students from the Cluster Innovation Center, all of you. I mean, for you, but for you, this wouldn't have been possible. But I think what you did was you created and put a team together. I don't know how many names are there, but I think we had a list of those names. Do you have one? Okay, so bring that list. I'll read out those names because it's very difficult in this age when I'm moving more towards dementia to remember all these names. But I'll read out those names. What you guys have done is you have shown that where there's a will, where there's determination, where the passion to work runs high, you can cross all hurdles. So yes, we have these names, and I'm told there are some more. First up, I must thank Professor Manisha Pandey. I mean, I've always felt that I could survive in this department only because she was there. And I'm surviving because she is there. And I'm very honest. I told her yesterday, I don't know what would happen when you go away. I mean, go away from the department. I mean, what would happen? And so she said, well, you have 5 years to work your way, and so that we could have a farewell together. My my farewell on my retirement, and you bidding a farewell moving on in life. And Shairi is smiling, maybe Samir may create a position for myself. That is Manisha Pandey for you. And I think I also must salute my younger colleague, Kasturi Datta, for being present throughout, yesterday, today, in all things that I do. Many a times I become very aggressive, many times I become too weak and emotional, and I think she just tries to pacify and tries to, put her hand behind and say, well, you're here, don't worry. So thank you, Kasturi. Thank you, Anirudh. Thank you, Jagdish. Thank you, all those from the department who came in here. But I must read out these names. I think these are special people because I have not seen a team which can defy the odds. Earlier when we used to do this, we used to have some kind of an institutional support. But to pull this out without any institutional support, I think these names you must keep clapping for them. Soumya Man, Aditi Gautam, Kavya Naik, Sanchita Das, Bhavya Shukla, Sneha Prasad, Nidha Razdan, Divyansi Dhar, Avni Drolia, Suchit Goyal, Chirag Kumar, Shiv Shankar, Vansat Chandra, Suryans Kaushal, Vedal Vashnik, Risiraj Sharma, Anshu Chaudhary, Mukesh Godara. Do we have more? Yes, a lot of people. Arav Goyal, Aditi Kumar, Akshaya Rajkumar, Akshita Singh, Alan Wilson, Ananya Arya, Anshul Barwal, Anshuka Kapoor, Arohan Das, Arnab Kumar, Ashish Kumar, Abhinav, Aviral, Bhumika, Devwala, Donna, Ishita, Jinti, Kanak, Kanika, Kanupriya, Kavya, Keshvi, Khushi, Kriti, Lakshita Dahiya, Lavisha, Mansi, Nanma, Noshin, Nishu, Nischay, Pariza, Parnika, Parth, Parmit, Pritish, Rishabh, Sana, Sandhya, Sanskriti, Sanu, Soumya, Shivani, Shraddha, Shubham, Soumya, Tanis, Tejas, Vedanti, Vibhu, Vikalp. I don't take attendance, as you know, but to call out these names. Thank you so much for all this. As I said, yes. I need to thank Indian Oil. I need to thank Konrad Adenauer Stiftung. I have never been able to pronounce it that way. Have I done it the right way? Okay. So Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, yes, they've been really generous, and no word can be enough to thank ORF. The mere fact, I'm told Samir never travels to these kind of events, but he did come. He was here last time. And, remember he's setting up this new think tank on technology, politics, the interactions that happens there and that will happen there. It's a huge center. I think the Aspen Center has already proposed that they'll intake some of our interns. Priyanka Chaturvedi wants to have some interns. So in the times to come, we will have a lot of opportunities which we hope you can benefit from. So yes, all the sponsors we must thank, and we have already thanked them. I don't know what to say, but yes, it has been a good journey so far. We'll again go back to the drawing boards and see how do we do this next year, if we at all do it. What changes should we bring in? What kind of planning is required? So maybe every experience is a lesson, and this is a lesson that we all take together. Thank you so much, boys and girls. Thank you for being here in the evening, braving the rains. We exist because you exist. We are good because you are the best. So thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Me? So I'd request our very dear fourth year batch to please come on the stage and felicitate
I hope this is not your farewell photo.
हाँ जी, बंद कर दिया तुमने? यार मिक्सर तो बंद हो गया। चालू करो, चालू करो।